Hello everyone, welcome to Azure DevOps Full Course by Intellipaat. If you are here, there is a high chance that you are either planning to transition into cloud and DevOps, or maybe your current role demands you to master Azure DevOps. Whatever the reason, career switching, upskilling, or project need, you have landed on the right video. Now, let's first address the key confusion that most of the learners have. Why Azure DevOps exists and how it differs from the on-prem DevOps. So, on-prem DevOps relies on self-hosted tools like Jenkins, GitLab, or TeamCity, managed entirely by your in-house team. It demands server infrastructure, manual update, and maintenance. Whereas Azure DevOps is doing DevOps with the help of Azure tools like Azure Repos, Pipeline, Boards, test plans, and artifacts. It reduces the infrastructure overhead and offers seamless CI/CD right from the cloud. So, while both are the DevOps implementation, Azure DevOps gives you the advantage of scale, automation, and Microsoft Cloud security without the headache of managing it all yourself. Over 12,000 plus companies, including names like Verizon, Bosch, and Adobe, are already using Azure DevOps to streamline their software development lifecycle. And by the end of this video, you will not only know what the Azure DevOps is, but you will also be confident working on real-time scenarios. So do make sure to stay with us till the end and get job ready as an Azure DevOps engineer. Now, let me walk you through the agenda for this course. We will first get started with cloud computing model and understand how geo regions play a crucial role in cloud infrastructure. This will bring us to the Azure pricing model, which depends heavily on the Azure hierarchy, including management group, subscription, resource group, and resources. Next, we will move to Azure Virtual Machine. We will explore the various VM series and sizes, understand how to create a virtual machine. Moving forward, we will take a closer look to Azure VM disk spaces and its type. After that, we will learn how to create snapshot to back up your VMs, and finally understand the process of creating a custom image from the existing Azure VM. Then we will begin the Azure DevOps. We will start with an introduction to Azure DevOps, followed by a setup process which includes installing Azure CLI and Git. Next, we will explore the type of Azure DevOps services and get an overview and summary of its feature. Then, we will dive into Azure Project Board and Dashboard used for project management and agile methodology. We will also explore tools like Wiki, Board, and Query from team collaboration and tracking. Moving on, we will cover version control and how to manage Git repository within Azure DevOps. Next, we will explore CI/CD pipeline in Azure DevOps. Then, we will jump to building and automating deployment using Azure App, Services, and Azure Artifacts. Then, we will talk about containers. We'll start with Azure Container Instance (ACIs) and Azure Container Registry (ACR). For this, we will also look into Docker Desktop, DockerHub, and use Nginx as a sample container. Then we will explore container orchestration tools like Kubernetes and Dockers. And finally, we will go deeper into Kubernetes, understanding how it helps in managing containerized application at scale. As you guys are now clear with the agenda points, let's start with our very first topic.
Okay. So with respect to cloud computing and all, you would have understood that clearly. Cloud computing is nothing but delivery of computing services over the internet. That's what we say as a definition, right? Delivery of computing services over the internet. Cloud computing. So for cloud computing, there are different service providers. There are different companies who's actually providing us with the cloud computing services. Namely, we call them Azure, AWS, GCP, etc. There's a lot of various cloud service providers. In short, we call them CSP, Cloud Service Providers, or CSP. Okay, so these are the guys who is providing cloud services to us. In that itself, what we are focusing on is Azure Cloud. Okay, Azure Cloud coming from the company Microsoft. These are very basic things. All of you know that. So what this Microsoft is doing, or what Azure is doing, they are having data centers across the world. Large capacity data centers are available across the world. They have virtualized it and they have given access to you to it. So meaning you and me would be able to go to management portals like this, for example, portal.azure.com. And from here, we would be able to create, for example, a virtual machine, which is getting created on this backend data center that has been created by Microsoft. So meaning you and me, if we wanted to set up something, if we wanted to set up an application, if we wanted to have a VM for that purpose or a server for any purpose, I don't have to set it up on my environment. I don't have to worry about the infrastructure. I don't have to worry about any of this. Who will take care of all this? Microsoft will go and take care of all this for me. They will manage the data center. I simply have to pay for whatever I'm using. This is the essence of what we call as cloud computing. Okay. So now in that cloud computing environment, what are the different services that we have? For example, within Azure, what are the services that we have? And we are elaborating on that. So that's what we have in Azure Administrator AZ-104. So from an administration perspective, how you can use the services within Azure, how you can deploy them, how you can work with them, etc. That's what you learn within AZ-104 now. So there are services like, for example, virtual machine, storage account, app service, containers, right? VNet, virtual network gateway, application gateway, load balancer, traffic manager, window service, right? So these all are storage. These all are certain things that we will be discussing as we go forward. There's a lot of cloud related services which has been made available to us. Okay, fair enough. Now to get started with all this, the very first thing that you want is nothing but an account, an Azure account you need. So to create an Azure account, you would have been taken through how you can create the free trial account. And with that free trial account, you will get a free subscription, a free subscription which will give you around $200 worth of credit, or around 16,000 rupees or 14,000 rupees around money you will get with it. So that is what you will have with respect to the overall credits that you're getting from Azure. You can use it for the practice for a month's period. Okay, that's it. So you would have understood now, in order to work with all this, you need an account. And when you create an account, you will get a subscription. You will get a free trial subscription initially for the first time. You can use it for a month's period. After a month's period, you will have to upgrade it on to pay as you go to continue to using, and you will have to pay for the services thereafter. So this is how it goes. And then an hierarchy of Azure. There is something called as hierarchy of an Azure. So within Azure platform, now that you have your account and all ready, within Azure platform, if you want to use the services, there are certain hierarchical concepts that you need to understand. Like what is a region, what is a geo, a geographical unit, etc. These things needs to be understood. For example, a geographical unit, geo, simply means that a larger location within Azure, sorry, a larger location that has been selected by Azure in order to provide us the services with. For example, India is considered to be a larger geographical unit. Middle East is a geographical unit. Europe is a geographical unit. South America, North America, these are two geographical units, right? Australia is a geographical unit, etc., etc. So these are various geographical units that you have. Within these geographical units, Azure will identify certain locations wherein they can run their business. They can run their data center business, which they refer to as a region. So they are creating something called as a region now. They're creating something called as a region now. What is a region? In these geographies, in this larger geography, for example, India, we can take, they will identify specific location, and within that location, they will go and create data centers. In India, for example, they have created three regions. We refer to it as Central India, South India, and then West India. Central India, South India, and West India. Three different regions has been identified, and these are exactly, for example, Central India is in Pune location, South India is in Chennai location, and West India is in Mumbai location. Right? These are the locations wherein we have these data centers, by the way. Okay. So there they have actual physical data centers with a large amount of servers and things like that. And that is where our deployments and all happening. For example, if I'm creating a VM to Central India, that is actually getting created on Pune data center, which Microsoft has created in this way. So this concept is what we refer to as a region. Then inside a region, what you will have data center only, right? Inside a region, you will have a data center. Inside the data center, what you have, inside a data center, you will have multiple server racks on which all the servers and physical computing equipments, etc., are being kept. Okay, so this is the overall hierarchy that we have. So once after you identify these, Now, I told you you have the account, Azure account, in order to work with Azure. When you create an account, you will also get a subscription. Subscription is nothing but a billing agreement. We subscribe for, let's say, Amazon Prime services, we subscribe for YouTube Premium, etc. Wherein you are agreeing to pay for something that you get in return. Similarly, you want to create virtual machines and things like that within Azure, and for that they are going to so for that you are going to pay for that, right? For example, it is me who is utilizing. I'm using VM, I'm using storage account, I'm using app service, etc. So various services within Azure if I'm using, then I will have to pay for that. And for that payment, I have to have an agreement with Microsoft agreeing to pay for the services that we use from them. And that is where subscription is coming into the picture. It is nothing but a billing agreement between customer and Microsoft. This billing agreement can be different types. For example, there is free subscription that we already discussed, free trial subscription. We have, for example, student subscription. We have pay as you go, pay G subscription. We have enterprise agreement, EA subscription. We have CSP subscription, cloud solution partner subscription, etc. Different types of subscriptions are available depending upon the level of engagement and level of business that you have with Microsoft, right? Based on that, their overall billing, etc., how much you have to pay, these things and all will vary based on how much business you are doing with Microsoft. And accordingly, you will be able to get different levels of subscription, by the way. For us, when we practice, we will be using either a free subscription or a pay subscription, and that's it. So you need a subscription, and then thereafter you can have a resource group. A resource group. What is a resource group? It is simply a logical grouping of your resources. Whatever the resources that you have to group them into logical units, and that is what you would call as a resource group. Okay. Whenever you create any resource in Azure, you have to place them into a resource group. Otherwise, you cannot do anything with it. You have to create a resource group. You have to have a resource group. Now, under one account, I can also have more than one subscription, not just one subscription. I can have more than one subscription. Similarly, under one subscription, I can have more than one RGs as well. I can have more than one resource group. And then inside this resource group, that is where you will have your resources. Resources. There also under one RG, you could be having multiple resources. So this is the overall hierarchy that you have. Okay. Then thereafter, you would have understood, okay, how to interact with Azure. To interact with Azure, you can go ahead and use the portal. Portal is the graphical user interface. Okay. You can use the CLI options, which is nothing but PowerShell and Bash CLI. PowerShell and Bash or CLI. By the way, both are same thing. Bash CLI. Don't get confused with two different terms. Both are referring to same thing. Bash or CLI. That's how it is called. And PowerShell is another one. So you may ask why there are two command line options. I mean, we have one Azure portal, and then there is two command line options. Why two command line options? The reason for that is nothing but PowerShell commands are, or the any person who is coming from in IT industry, there are two levels of people, two different kind of people. People who work on Linux predominantly, and then secondly, there are people like me who works mostly on Windows side of things. So now what is happening here is, for those people who are working on Windows side, PowerShell they're already familiar with. So they find PowerShell commands much more easy to work with. Whereas others who is working on a Linux environment, they will find CLI bash commands more easy to work with. So since we have these two kinds of audience, that is where Microsoft has given us two command line options, by the way. Okay. Now, is it mandatory that I have to by heart all the commands from both of this PowerShell, Bash, CLI, etc.? Not at all, right? Every company will give you internet access. Every company will give you internet access. You can always find the things. You can search for yourself. You can took references. You can take references, etc. So there is nothing to worry like I have to by heart everything. Not at all. That is not needed. Okay. You will learn the things as you go forward anyway. But apart from that, you always have the flexibility to search and find the things. It is just that understanding that you have to build. I mean, okay, I can go ahead and search and find what should I search, how should I search, how should I pick up the things. Once that is clear, you will be good enough, and you should not have any problem with respect to finding the required commands and all that. So that is what we had: PowerShell, Portal, Bash CLI options, etc. And then thereafter, you would have gone to storage account. Okay, so this is the oral summary, that the things that you have been hearing so far. And now let me jump on to the topic of VM. Okay, then get started with the concept of VM. Okay, so with respect to Azure VM, what exactly is VM? VM means virtual machine, right? You should you should be having some familiarity with the topic of VM already, in the sense virtual machine concept. You would have seen it already, I believe. But again, just to give you a summary as to what exactly is a VM, traditionally in a computing infrastructure, what we used to do, we used to have physical servers, right? You will get a physical server. It's a physical server. And within that physical server in the sense you are buying from Dell or HP directly one physical server that you can touch and feel with certain amount of RAM, CPU, etc. And you will use it. You will use it for whatever the purpose that you need. Like for example, hosting an application, creating and running some service, etc. So for any of this purpose, you will go ahead and use this virtual machine. Sorry, this physical server. But as the IT industry progressed, we gradually moved on to, due to the benefits that it can offer, we moved on to something called as virtualized infrastructure or virtualization. With virtualization, what is happening on a physical server, you're installing a hypervisor software. Okay. On top of a physical machine, you're installing a hypervisor software. And with the help of that hypervisor software, you're virtualizing it. And then thereafter, you will be creating something referred to as VMs on top of it. VMs. Right. So whenever you go and say, I want a server from Azure, this is what you're getting: a virtual machine. Okay. It's all created as virtual machines within Azure. These virtual machines, now, if you want to, for the sake of practice, you can set up virtual machines on your own, on your local environment, like on your local system and all. You can go and set up virtual machine if you need to do so. And we can create virtual machine within Azure as well. We are moving on to how you are creating virtual machines within Azure and what are the various things and options associated with it. Okay, so you should have an idea now. A virtual machine is nothing but a physical hardware. When it is virtualized, you would be able to create virtual machine on top of it, which works exactly like a server only. Okay, which works exactly like a physical server itself. You can go and do deploy some website on top of it. You can use it for whatever purpose. You can typically use a server for all that. You can go and use this virtual machine. Okay, so that's what it is. So that being said, let's go ahead and see Azure virtual machine specific information now. Okay, so with respect to Azure VM, so we understood that Azure allows you to create virtual machines, and what is a virtual machine, etc. All those things we have understood now. Within Azure, you can create VM. I already told you that. So as per your requirement, you can go ahead and create VMs within Azure. What happens is, when Azure made this virtual machine service available within their Azure Cloud Computing platform, they did some sort of generalization over there. Generalization in the sense, first of all, for creating a VM, you have to define the capacity. I'm a customer of Azure. I want a VM. Then I will have to say to Azure, hey, this is what the configuration that I'm looking at, right? I want to have certain number of RAM, certain amount of CPU, certain amount of hard disk, etc. So all those things needs to be clearly defined, what exactly you need to create. So if all customers were allowed to go and define their own requirements by themselves, then it would have created a ruckus. Why? Because one company will say, okay, we need this and this configuration, and another company will say something else, and thousands of requirements will come, which isn't possible to be satisfied. So what Azure has done, they have created something called as VM series and sizes. Virtual machine series and sizes. What is the series and sizes within Azure? That is nothing but, in Azure, they have created certain classifications saying, okay, these are the VMs capacity that would be available for you. If you want to, you can go and use from this. That's all. So let me write it over here. Azure VM series and sizes. You have to define how much, okay, which series you are using, and within that, which size that you are going to use. Now, what is a series? Depending upon the backend hardware. I told you virtualization is done on a physical hardware. So of course there is a physical hardware, and in this case of Azure, that physical hardware will be sitting in Microsoft's data center in the backend, right? So in these Microsoft data center, whatever physical hardware that you have, depending upon what type it is, depending upon what processor it has, how much RAM capacity it has, etc. Based on that, Microsoft has created certain series of VMs. For example, the series go by this A series. We call it as A series. A series we have, B series, D series, E series, F series, M series, N series, etc. Okay, which is documented over here. Azure VM. Okay, so here if you scroll down, you can see A series, A series, B series, all these different series are recorded over here. What is A series? A series is known to be entry level VMs. Okay, VMs which we use for basic needs, certain basic stuff and all. If you wanted to do, then in that case you would be going with A series VM. You have B series VM, which is known as burstable VMs. Burstable VM in the sense, when you go with a B series VM, they will give you initially they will give you certain amount of CPU. For example, two CPU, two virtual CPU, or 2 cores they will give you. But suddenly there was a spike, in the sense there was a sudden high CPU requirement that was coming in. Then in the case of B series, you would be able to accommodate that, meaning your VM would support that sudden spike in requirement with respect to the CPU. Okay, continuously for 1, 3, 5, 6 hours, etc. If it is asking for higher CPU beyond the limit, no, it won't give you. But specific time, like for example, suddenly for a period, it can go and give you a higher CPU burst. That's what we call as burstable CPU VMs. Okay, that is useful in some cases. And other than that, we have D series VMs, M series VMs, etc. These D series VMs and all are most commonly used VMs within Azure. If for whatever purpose, like if you want to deploy a web server, if you want to deploy an application, etc. Most commonly we use D series or E series VM. Okay. Then there are also a couple of other series. You can go through that, what exactly it is, what kind of hardware they have in the backend, etc. All the details are given over there. And in addition to that, there is, for example, N series VM, and for New York, N series VM. N series VMs are known as GPU enabled VMs. You know what is a GPU, right? Graphics card. Okay. So if you have to do some rendering, video editing, gaming, 3D visualization, etc. So these kind of scenarios, if you have, in that case, you will need to create a N series VM within Azure. So these are the different types of series that is available within Azure. Secondly, you will also have to choose a size. Just choosing a series is not enough. Within each series, there are different sizes of VMs that is available for us. For example, in A series, also different sizes are available, starting from low capacity to middle capacity to higher capacity. Same goes for any other series as well. Okay, you will see that what are the different sizes available as we go forward. We will be creating VMs, and therein we will see all those things. What are the different sizes that is available for us? Okay, that's it. So that's what we have with respect to series and sizes within Azure. So that is the first thing that you have to understand within Azure. When you're creating a VM, you have to choose between which series you want and which size you want. In our case, for our practice and all, I would recommend that you create a B2MS VM. A B2MS VM. That is more than enough. That is less costly. If at all you have any sudden spike CPU, etc., it will support. But other than that, it's a normal VM which is costing less. It works fantastic. It has 8 GB RAM and it has maybe 2 core CPU. Okay, so that's what we have. So that is what we would be using in our cases and all. We'll go and create VMs which are B2MS VMs. But I'm not saying you should be sticking with B2MS only. According to your requirement, if you want to use any other size, that's absolutely okay. You can go ahead and use a different size also. That is not a problem. Okay, fair enough. So what we will do now, we will go to Azure portal. Within Azure portal, we are going to create our first sample VM within Azure. Okay. Okay, so let's get on to Azure. Let's go to Azure portal and try to create a VM. Okay, so let's go to portal.azure.com. Here it is. And to create a virtual machine, you have to go to the virtual machine service. So go to virtual machine, click on create Azure virtual machine. So we went on to Azure portal. Within that, we went on to Azure VM. Okay, create. You have to click on create Azure virtual machine. That will take you to this window, create a virtual machine window. And here you have to fill in the details. Since you have already created resources, you would know that you have to select a subscription. You need a resource group. I'm going to call it as demo RG or so. Okay, click on OK for that. Virtual machine name, you can go and specify, okay, that is VM1 or whatever. Okay, you can give any name that makes sense. So VM1 is what I'm giving. You would choose a region on which you want this VM to be created. So if you are from India, then you can preferably go with Central India. But if you are from a different region, for example, if you are from US, then you can go with Central USA and things like that. Okay, you can use different options over there, like whichever the regions that you want to pick it up, you can go and select it. And then there will be an option, availability options. For now, don't worry about it. Just leave it as no infrastructure redundancy required. An image. So you have to go and select a image for creating a VM. What is an image? See, when we create a server, whenever we create a server, let it be on-prem physical server or even virtual machine, you need an operating system with it. You cannot use it without an operating system. That is for sure, right? But a virtual machine that we create within Azure, can we go and install operating system onto it? Is that a possibility? The answer is no. You can't install an operating system to an Azure VM by yourself because it's created somewhere in Microsoft's data center. We don't have physical access. If I had access to the physical server where the VM is running, then I can go and install an operating system. Otherwise, it is a clear no. I cannot install operating system myself onto a server. Okay, done. So what we do then within Azure and any other cloud computing platform, what they do is they make pre-installed versions of operating system available to you. So pre-installed operating system versions means something which we refer to as an image. They will give you an image. That image basically is an installed operating system that you have, which will be used for creating your VM right now. So in this way, Azure has made plenty of images available within Azure platform. Like for example, Windows based images, Linux based images, etc. They have made available different flavors they have made available within Azure. Okay, so you can go ahead and use that for creating virtual machines within Azure now. So meaning you don't have to install any operating system. You simply go ahead and select and use these custom images that is available for you. Okay, this images that is available for you. So I have already selected one image from drop down. It goes by this Windows Server 2019 Data Center x64 Gen 2. That's what we are using. So let's continue with the next. Then you have to specify the size of the VM. I have told you this earlier, right? Size and series. So you have to choose a size, automatically standard V2MS. Since I use it most commonly, standard V2MS is selected, but you can also click on see all sizes and that will show you what are all the sizes that is available for you. Okay, that's it. So let's go ahead and select standard V2MS and then thereafter you have to give it a username and password. What is a username and password? That is nothing but the username and password for logging into the server after it is created. So I will go ahead and specify the username and then the password. Okay, I gave a username and password. This is not your Azure password, by the way. This is simply your username and password for the system. Okay, continue with the next. Here, there was an option inbound port rules. public inbound ports, allow selected ports, RDP 3389. So what is this? See, when we create a VM, we also want to connect to it. So to connect onto a Windows VM, you use a protocol called as RDP, which is running on port number 3389. So you have to open that particular port number. I have enabled it. I'm also opening up maybe it's HTTP port as well. That's it. So two types of connections are allowed through it: HTTP port number 80 connections and port number 3389, which is RDP connections. Continue with the next. Click on Review plus Create. Finally, click on Create. One question: why do we need port number for a VM? See, when we create a VM, by default, Azure will block all connectivity onto that virtual machine. That is a default behavior. Azure will go and block all sort of connectivity onto that VM. And in network, communication actually happens with the help of protocols and port number. Always in network, even right now, we are, for example, I'm talking to you right now. You're seeing my screen. Even that connection is also happening on a protocol and port number. For example, it is VoIP, voice over internet protocol, that is getting used in the backend. Okay. So in this way, there will be a protocol, and for that voice over internet protocol, there will be a port number as well. So for every connection, there is a protocol and port number. Similarly, when I want to connect onto a VM remotely, there is a protocol, that is RDP, and the port number for that protocol is 3389. Okay, that should make sense now. Why we need a port number for a VM. So this is a thing. I mean, we are simply enabling that particular port number so that connection will be allowed through that. Okay, that's it. Another question which came in: what if we need to give access to multiple users? For example, you're creating a VM, more and more people or multiple people has to access and work on the VM. What we can do? See, by default, a Windows VM allows only two connections. Two remote connections will be allowed onto a Windows VM by default. If you want more than two connections onto a single VM, let's say for example, there are 10 people, these 10 employees of yours, they have to work on the same system simultaneously. Then in that case, you will need to enable something called as RDS, Remote Desktop Services, RDS. So if you install RDS and then enable RDS licenses, then multiple people will be able to connect onto the server and work on them. Okay, that's it. Moving on. So you can see our VM has been created, by the way, right? You can see that already. Your deployment is complete, virtual machine created. So go to this resource and you can see the status. Like for example, it is running. You have the connect option to connect with it, etc. Okay. Okay. So we have the VM created. It is available for us. And you can see the details, like currently it is running, which operating system it has, and there are a couple of options on top, like connect, start, restart, stop, etc. We'll understand that as we go forward, and which subscription it is, which is a source group, and there is also a public IP address that is available for it. So how do you connect onto this VM? You connect onto this VM with the help of this public IP address that you have. Okay, you connect with the help of the public IP. You will take RDP access to this public IP. For that, you can either click on connect on top and click on connect, and they will take you through some options and all, and they will ask you to download RDB file. For example, see, download RDB file. So if I say that a RDB file will be coming right open, and you can click on connect, and then you would be logging into the VM. You can see it is asking for the username and password. So if I'm giving the correct password, I would be able to log into the machine right now. For example, let me give the password. So you can see we were able to log in with this. I was taken to the VM. You can see I can go and see that I'm connected to the server. So this is one method. You can download the RDP file and double click on it, give the username and password, and then you will be okay. Other than that, you can just copy the public IP, right? From the VM, you just copy the public IP, go to Windows plus R, type mstsc/v, and then give the public IP address that you have. And that also does the same thing. It will ask you for the username and password. You give the username and password, the right one, and you would be logged into the VM, and you will be able to work with it. So this is what happens with respect to a virtual machine that you have created and the method of connecting to it. For example, I can see here is a VM. Okay, I'm connected to it. So on this VM, let me do something now. I will go to manage, add roles and features, and I will install something called as a web server. Okay, I will install a web server on this machine. Very good, web server. So meaning I'm enabling my VM as a web server now, which would be capable of hosting websites. Sorry, I think I forgot to select the components. Web server, did I select it? Add features. And click on install. Wait for the install. So you can see installation is succeeded on this machine. What installation was this? Web server. Web server allows you to host websites on a machine. So we installed a web server on this machine, on this server, meaning it would have enabled some default page, default web server page with which you can confirm that, okay, web server has been installed. So let's go ahead and check that if that is the case, if this default page is available or not. So what we can do for that, if you go back to virtual machine, you can see its public IP. Go back to VM1, and here is the public IP address. You take this public IP address and you click on it and see if it is working for you. You're able to see the default page. Okay, so this is what we can do. Like for example, this is only simple, very simple example. There are much more things. Now, if I can, if I want to, I can replace that IIS page with something more useful, like whatever my content website I have, I can go and publish it, etc. So all these capabilities will come into the picture with that now. Okay, that's it. So this is how you have to get started with Azure VM virtual machine. Should know how to connect, etc. And you also should try to create Linux VMs as well. Okay, that's it. So we created one VM, we installed a web server onto it. We checked how you can access the VM, right? How you can access the VM and those things and all we have seen. So next thing is we have to explain more details on this concept of virtual machine. So let me take you on to that. I will just tell you something related to VM and like for example, what is virtual machine disks, virtual machine size, more details on virtual machine size, etc. So whatever we have with the rest of the VM, let me explain to you and let's see. So let me take you to the whiteboard. So let me explain you the things with respect to virtual machine disk. So creating a sample VM and connecting on to what we have seen, but what we have done is only with the Windows VM. We'll do one example with a Linux VM first, and that is when we will move on to the virtual machine disk details and so on. That is a plan. So let me go ahead and take you on to creating a Linux VM, how you create a Linux VM. So to create a Linux VM, the same process that you have to follow, except the image would be different. So I'm going back on to virtual machines tab. Let's click on create Azure virtual machine. You specify your subscription and resource group. And this time, since we are creating a Linux VM, I'm going to say it is a Linux VM. Linux VM 001, something. I mean, just some random value I'm giving. And you can choose the location, Central India. Availability options I have told you, please leave it as no infrastructure redundancy required for now. We'll understand availability options and all later. We'll discuss that. With respect to the image, since we are setting up Linux VM, we cannot have Windows Server 2019. We need to go for a Linux image. So whatever available Linux image, you can choose from that. Windows Server 22.0, 20.4, etc. Windows Pro 24.4, etc. So whatever version that you want, you can go ahead and select it accordingly. Remember, there are other versions also, like for example, Red Hat and various other flavors of Linux are available. You can click on see all images and sort the view by Linux, and you will be able to see all of them. For now, I'm selecting this Windows Server 22.4 LTS. Okay, so I selected the, we went on to click on create a virtual machine. We clicked on it, selected the subscription, selected the resource group, give a name for the virtual machine, selected the region, Central India, and image, we selected whatever we need, Ubuntu Server 22.4 LTS, we selected it. Size, I'm keeping it as standard B2MS, which is okay. Username, I have to give Shadil, for example, that's what the username that I'm giving. Now, here is a difference. For Windows VM, we used a username and password combo. In the sense, we created a username with a password. We ourselves defined the username and password, both. But in the case of a Linux machine, we use something called as a key pair, SSH public key pair. We don't directly use a password over here. So you need to create a key pair. So you will give a username and then you will ask Azure to automatically create a SSH key pair, generate a new key pair. And you can also specify what type it is. It's type RSA SSH format and the ED259 SSH format. These are two different formats that is available for with respect to the security key. It has to do with their length and all, right? What is the overall bit length, etc. RSA is absolutely okay, no problem. You have to give it a name. Okay, SSH, name the SSH public key. I'm going to use it as the same VM name, that is, for example, this one, and put it over here. And allow selected ports, etc. You can go ahead and specify and allow them with selected ports, etc. Continue with the next. Continue with the next. See, I'm not changing anything. I'm just keeping all the defaults as it is. And you say review plus create. So while you do that, it will go ahead and download the key pair automatically for you. So click on create. You can see generate a new key pair. Download private key and create a resource. So you will download the private key onto your system, and then you will be, for example, you can see here is the private key that I have. The VM is getting created. Wait for that. So you can see Linux VM got created, right? Let's try to connect onto this. So as I said, the PEM key has already been made available to me. So I would be using it. So how do you use it and connect? I mean, for Windows machine to connect, I told you can either download the RDP file and double click on it, or more professional way, you can use mstac/v, give the public IP and try to connect over it. Okay. So that is one thing. But apart from that, once you have created this Linux server, how do you connect onto this Linux machine? In order to connect onto Linux machine, you have to use some software called as Putty, for example, Putty, or what we have, Mobax term, etc. Okay, so those kind of softwares can be downloaded. For example, from internet, you will be able to get it. Mobax term, download, right? You can see that here is Mobax term download. If I go here, you will be able to get it. Free edition itself you can download, and that's it. Get it installed on the system if you want to. So in my case, I have already installed MobaXterm. So I'll simply go to this MobaXterm started. And there you can see within MobaXterm, if I want to connect onto a system, what do? There is one option called as session. Open up a new session. So click on new session. They will ask you, okay, what do you want to do? With respect to Windows VM, the connectivity was RDP. I have told you that. It was RDP connectivity. Whereas For Linux VM, it is SSH connectivity. It is SSH connectivity. So you have to select SSH over here. So you can see here on MOBA Extreme, I have to specify the details like what is the remote host to which you're connecting. For instance, I would specify the remote host IP address. Let me put it over here. Remote host, this is the public IP. Specify a username. Yes, we have a username that is Shadil, for example. And then no password, port number 22 only. Advanced SSL setting. If you check this box called as use a private key, you can specify the Linux VM or something, whatever you have. You can see accept the connection. So we are able to log into the system now. The Linux machine we are able to able to connect to the system with the help of that generated key pair. Okay, the private key which got downloaded onto the system. So this is another method, or this is how we create a Linux VM within Azure and how you can connect onto them. Okay, by using a PEM key. So that's what we have here with respect to creating a Windows VM and a Linux VM. Okay, great. Can you install web server here? Of course, you can install. If you want, you can install. You just need to find the relevant commands for installing Apache and have it installed. Okay, that is possible. If you run the right commands, you will be able to get it done. We don't want to get into all that. I mean, for the sake of doing a sample, we have already done the sample in terms of installing web server. Now, I will leave it up to you. I mean, if you are familiar with Linux, of course, you will know the commands. If you just run those commands and then it will get installed on the system and you will be able to use it. Okay, that's it. So that being said, we have seen creating a Linux VM as well on your Azure environment that we have created now. Okay, that's it. Now, with respect to continuation on Azure virtual machine, we have to discuss on things like what are VM disks and what are virtual machine scale, set availability, sets availability zone, etc. A couple of things are there to be discussed. Let me take you on to whiteboard with respect to the topic of virtual machine disks. I told you that's what we have to discuss next. So what exactly is a virtual machine disk? Remember, when we create virtual machines within Azure, you can have 3 different types of disks on it. What exactly are they? You can have operating system disk, you can have data disk, you can also have a temporary disk. Let me mention each of this with respect to disks in Azure. Disks in Azure VM, you can have an operating system disk, temp disk, and then data disk. So what exactly are these? What is an operating system disk? What is a temp disk and what is a data disk? Operating system disk is the disk on which the operating system is getting installed. That you would know. I mean, when we create the VM, we have an operating system disk. I told you we actually use an image, right? If you remember, we are using an image for creating a VM. So this VM image that we are using, that is basically a disk. That VM image is basically a disk. And that particular disk that you have is what transforms into your operating system disk, by the way. Okay, so like for example, if I'm creating a Windows Server 2019 VM, okay, Windows Server 2019 VM, if I'm creating it, then in that case, of course, I will have an operating system disk with it, something which contains an operating system. Okay, that is what we call as an operating system disk. So now this operating system disk contains your operating system files, as we already know, and we used something called as an image in order to create a virtual machine, right? And that image that we selected, that is what getting converted to your operating system disk, by the way. So whatever image that you selected, that becomes your operating system disk. Fine. Then apart from this, there is temp disk and data disk. Data disk also something you should be aware of. Data disk is your ability to add additional disks. If you want to, like for example, that's up to you how you want to do it. So typically, you will have requirements for data disk or disk engineer in short. Okay. So that is what we have with respect to data disk. Data disk is for storing data. Data disk is for storing data. What sort of data? Any sort of data that you can store on a VM. Okay, so for every VM, we will have these three. Okay, operating system disk, temp disk, and data disk. Operating system disk, we already understood that is what contains your operating system. Data disk for storing data. Okay, for storing data for running any other workload, etc. You can go and use this data disk. That's it. What is temp disk is used for? I will tell you that. Data disk, anyway, you have understood. That is where you will store all the data, by the way. Okay, data disk is where we are storing the data. What is temp disk? We will have some discussion over that for you later. And then temp disk, for what purpose we use it? The temp disk is used for a specific purpose. I will tell you that. But before that, you have to understand that temp disk is something which is given by Azure for the sake of encouraging. That's what it is. So temp disk, by default, when we create a VM, it is something which, so you can see your temp disk, for example, what exactly it is. When you create a virtual machine within Azure, in the backend, this virtual machine is sitting on a physical server. Okay. So whatever you learned from that physical server that you have, whatever learned in the sense, like for example, okay, you might not be aware of that. Okay, let me put it in a different way. So temp disk is something which is coming from the underlying physical hardware that we have. Okay, underlying physical hardware that we have. So you can say, for example, if I have a VM running over here in Azure, and this VM is kept on a physical host, for example, then here you will have operating system disk, data disk. Okay, operating system disk contains your operating system, data disk contains your data. Temp disk actually cannot be used for anything. Okay, for the most part, it cannot be used. Why? Because any data that you save on a temp disk is not permanent. It is not at all permanent. It is temporary, and that is why the name temp disk. Any data that you store onto it, it's prone to loss. If something happens, maybe the backend VM that you have created, something happens with it, then in that case, whatever data that you have on the temporary disk will be completely lost. In which scenarios and all it will be lost, we will see as we go forward. We will discuss on those things and all. So anyway, that is the nature of a temp disk, and for this reason, we call this particular disk as a temporary disk, and it is clearly written. If you go to any system, if you go inside the folder, you will get to see on this particular disk it is written that okay, any data that you store over here is prone to loss, and there is no way to recover it. In that way, you will be able to see. Then, if that is the case, if it is something which cannot be used for any actual purpose, then for what purpose we use it? Why would someone give you some storage for nothing, right? So that is where we have the option, or what exactly we have there is, in every Windows machine we have something called as a page memory. In every Windows machine we have something called as a page memory, and on a Linux machine we have something called as a swap memory. Page memory and swap memory. So this page memory that you have, that is used for the purpose of, like, let's say your system is running out of RAM. System is running out of RAM. So if it is running out of RAM, then what your system will do, he will flush out certain data from the RAM and put it onto a virtual memory space on actual hard drive. And that is what we refer to as the originally the cache, or if I don't know if you can call it as a cache, but yeah, whatever. So you will get some data over there, like from that physical hardware, it is given to you some certain amount of data. Okay, this is what it is. And in that way, in Linux machine, similar to this virtual memory which I told you for Windows, in the case of Linux machine, there is something, and it is known as what do we call it? For Linux machine, it is called swap memory. Okay, so you can use this temp disk in order to redirect your page memory or swap memory. You can configure your page memory to this particular temp disk that you have. That is something which we can consider, or which you can do, by the way, with the help of a temp disk. Okay, so we understood that temp disk, for what purpose we have to use it. Now, other than that, if you don't want to use it, fine, you can just leave it as it is, no problem. It's not going to do any harm to you. Anyway, there is no charge and all for the temp disk, by the way. Okay, you can also use a temp disk for data processing. That is also okay. You can use it for data processing. Some data is coming into temp drive, you're doing some data cleaning, sorting, etc., and then this data is getting moved on to another storage solution. So if that is the case, even in that case, you can load the data onto a temp drive. Why? Because if a temp disk is getting loaded with the data, in that case, then that temp disk is also getting immediately cleared with whatever data it is getting cleared, right? The data is continuously processing, so it is getting cleared, and then it is moving on to another storage. So that kind of scenarios won't create any problem, and you wouldn't be having to, you wouldn't need to worry about anything in that case. Okay, if the data is getting cleared easily. But other than that, you want to retain the data on temp disk, that is a problem. If you retain the data, then after when you do some stop deallocate operation, etc., then in that case, it will be losing the data. Okay, that's it. Then one question, temp disk comes by default. Yes, it is actually given by Azure. We don't have any control over temp disk. We cannot say I don't want it, or I want it, etc., or I want this much capacity with temp disk, etc. You cannot do anything with that. Temp disk is something which is predefined and which is allocated by Microsoft, and we got no control with it. We cannot control the temp disk allocation. We cannot control how much you are getting with temp disk. Okay, and we don't also have to pay for temp disk. We don't pay anything for temp disk, by the way. That's all. So I hope that part is clear with respect to temp disk. Okay, continuing on the disk only, will we have option to define the size of this disk? Temp disk, you cannot define anything. Already told you that is system default, and by default temp disk will come while installing operating system. I told you, whenever you create a VM, automatically temp disk will be there with it. That's it. Okay, now what exactly are other details with operating system disk and data disk and so on? For example, operating system disk, we know it already contains the operating system, and if you want to store some data or do something like that, can we do it onto operating system disk? Of course, yes, there is no problem. As long as you're not messing with the operating system files, then in that case it is okay. But still, it is isn't considered to be secure, by the way, because yeah. Okay, anyway. So that's what we have. So let's go ahead and see in Azure portal, whatever VM that we created earlier. Let's go ahead and see the disk related things. So if I go to disks, you can see there is an option to create and attach a new disk. Okay. New data disk can be attached over here. So here, if I go on to operating system disk section, you can see the operating system disk, original operating system disk, and just below you have the option to add additional data disks. So typically when we have these kind of scenarios, you can, for example, if you wanted to add some disk, you specify the name of the disk, specify the location, or maybe the, yeah, okay, I think it is well known. When you add a disk, all of the details would be there, right? Test disk, I'm going to call it as. We are adding a new disk now. And then thereafter, you have to define the type of it. There are 3 different types that is available for you. One is called as premium SSD, premium HDD, premium, just a second. You have premium SSD, standard SSD, standard HDD, Z. So here you can see with respect to the data that you're adding, you can also specify the performance level of it. Okay, for example, do you want good performance, or is it okay if I go with medium level performance, etc.? In that way, I can choose. If I want good performance, I should go with premium SSD option. If I don't want good performance and all, I can even go with standard HDD, non-critical and frequent access test solution for backup. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we let me add this disk over here. By the way, I will click on apply. Just a second. Yeah, it is getting added now. So one data disk has been added now. Okay, that's it. So we got the disk added, right? And you can use it for whatever purpose you want. I mean, just adding a disk over here. This is basically a disk that is added onto the VM itself, right? Whatever you have added over here is getting attached onto the VM virtual machine itself. We have the VM called as Linux VM 001. So in that case, the disk would be attached onto this Linux VM. Or if you go with a Windows VM, then in that case, it would be attached onto the Windows VM that you have, whatever it may be. For example, I come back to VM1, I go to the disk section. Currently, there might not be any disks. If you want to add a data disk, what do? You say attach existing disks, and then you have to go and specify. I'm going to call it as disk 2. Okay, disk has been added if I am not wrong. Is it? Let me check. No disk. Okay, yeah. VM1 disk section data disk attach a new disk, for example. So we actually, this is mistake from my part. I did not want to add multiple disk and all. One itself is more than enough. We have seen this earlier, right? By the way. Anyways, you can see you have single disk and then you can click on apply. One single data disk. With respect to naming convention, I can give any name. I'm going to call it as data disk 02 or something like that. You can give any name that makes sense. You click on apply. So you can see data disk is added onto the machine, right? Now you have to go and do some configuration from the operating system level, like Windows administration, something which you have to do. You have to go to an option called as disk mgmt.msc, disk management. And within disk management, you have to go and say, okay, these are the disks that you have to initialize it. And thereafter, you have to go and specify what partition you want to create, etc. Those things. If it is Linux, then you have to mount the disk by creating a mount point, and then if you want to, you can format the disk, etc. Those things you can do from a Linux perspective also. So that's what we have with respect to the disk. And now remember, while we attach this disk, what is this premium SSD, standard SSD, standard HDD options? Premium SSD basically means the disk that you're creating for this Azure VM in the back end, they will be also created of actual solid state drive. Okay, that also will be created of solid state drive. That is what the meaning of, okay, solid state drive means there is a new type of disk, we can say, which is very fast. Nowadays laptop and all, they use solid state drive on which you are doing your operating system boot and all that. Okay, but there is also a other type of disk which we have been commonly using, which some of you or many of you would have seen already, like that bulky disk which earlier we used on the systems and all. That is what we call as normal HDD. Let me show you HDD versus SSD. See, if I go to images, this is what I'm referring to. Now, have you seen this one? The bigger disk that you see, that is what we call as the normal HDD. The smaller one that you have, that is what we call as the SSD, solid state drive. Solid state drive, since it is purely based off electronics chips, it is faster compared to the one which is having mechanical parts. Okay, that's what we have. Okay, so this part is clear. So when we create premium SSD within Azure, remember those disks are getting created onto actual solid state drive in the backend. So they will give you the best performance. Okay, and then we have another type of disk called a standard SSD. There is also a solid state drive, but it will have some sort of a mixing in it, maybe. Okay, but anyway, standard SSD is basically SSD only, but with a lower performance. they will throttle the performance according to the requirement. That is what we have with respect to standard SSD and standard HDD again. Standard HDD, you know what it is, right? That is why I'm saying nothing. You know what is a standard HDD. It is backed by normal traditional disks and whatever other things that you have. Okay, so that's what we have, guys, with respect to standard HDD, standard SSD, and premium SSD within Azure VM Disk. You can elaborate on this in case, or you can try to practice on this in case if you have any. Try creating disks and attaching onto the VM. So read through the option, attempt it. If you're able to succeed, then well and good. Understand and create these as per your practices later. Okay, it is not just here, but once after you guys probably would want to this as well. That's it, folks, with respect to premium SSD, standard HDD, standard SSD, etc. We have explained. Hoping you probably would have understood. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay. We have been discussing on the Azure virtual machine topic, right? In Azure virtual machine, just a few things we had discussed. Just to recap, what are the things that we have been discussing? We first of all created a Windows VM. I explained to you first of all what is a VM, and then thereafter we went on to explain what is how to create a virtual machine in Azure. We created a Windows VM first, and then thereafter we created a Linux VM, and we have seen how we can connect with them, with both of them, how to connect. For example, if it is a Windows VM, which protocol you have to use for connecting? What is the protocol that we have to use for connecting onto a Windows VM? RDP, remote desktop protocol. And what if I wanted to connect onto a Linux machine? Which protocol we used? That is SSH secure shell. Tell me the port number for both. What is RDP port number and what is SSH port number? RDP port number was 3389 and SSH port number is 22. Okay. What is the shortcut I used for connecting on to RDP? I went down to run and then I gave a shortcut, just mstsc/v and then the IP address. Okay, so that's what we used. With respect to Linux VM, for connecting on to Linux VM, which utility we used? What is the software name that we used? The software that we used in order to connect to Linux VM, that was MOBA Xterm, or Putty also can be used, and there may be many other tools as well. These are the most common two examples, MOBA Xterm and Putty. Okay, can you initiate a RDP connection through MOBA Xterm? If you haven't noticed, you can check that. Okay, you can initiate RDP through MOBA Xterm also. Without using Windows RDP, you can directly initiate connection on to Windows machines via MOBA Xterm as well. That is also a supported scenario. Okay, that's it. And then what is the difference in terms of login? How do you log into? Okay, not in that way. For logging into Windows machine, we used a username and password. What did we use to log into a Linux machine? Was it a username and password or username and something else? It's called as SSH key. Okay, SSH key. That's what we should say. So SSH key authentication, that is what Linux has, whereas Windows doesn't support SSH key authentication. That's the difference. And that is one thing, that is one reason for creating a Linux VM. And just to show you that. Okay, so you should be aware of all these things. And then on the Windows VM and Linux VM, I was telling you about the disk section with respect to what is operating system disk and temp disk and data disk. Do you remember the difference between shutting down a VM and stop deallocating a VM? See the difference between stop, deallocate and shutdown. It's pretty simple. Stop, deallocate, shutdown, or also just stop. Just stop is also referring to shutdown. Stop, deallocate is something else. So what is happening? See, when we create a VM, we know it is actually getting created on a backend physical host. So I do have a backend physical host. This is my backend physical server. So on this server, when I'm creating a VM, for example, I'm saying I want a B2MS VM. So this B2MS VM, when I ask Azure to create a B2MS VM for me, B2MS we know that is 8 GB RAM, 2 core CPU. So what it will do, it will check the physical host that is available in the backend. And let's say this is one of the hosts that has been picked up to create a B2MS VM. On this physical host, it will go ahead and take that capacity, B2MS capacity, which is, let's say, for example, 2 core CPU and then 8 GB RAM, etc. And then therein your virtual machine is getting provisioned. So you got a VM now. And then you have the operating system and everything with it because the image is there. Through image, you will get operating system. After that, you will be able to boot it. You are logging into the VM. So we, as customers, we are connecting to the VM or the operating system inside the VM. VM is running. Now, when you shut down, that is like, for example, you are inside the VM. From there, you will go to the power options. Like if I go to start, I can go to this shutdown option, right? Let me show you. So here, if I go to start, I can click on the power button and then I can click on shutdown. So this is like just stopping my operating system. Stopping, listen carefully now, stopping my operating system. So operating system is no longer running, but our virtual machine still remains over there. Whatever VM that we have created, it still remains. Plus this allocated capacity is there, right? Whatever 2 core CPU, 8 GB RAM capacity or B2MS capacity that has been allocated to you, that remains over there. That particular capacity is still available for you. Your virtual machine is still there, but only difference is that it is not running. This is the first case when you do a normal shutdown or a stop. But what happens when I do a stop deallocate? When I do a stop deallocate, this allocation, whatever this capacity that has been given to me, that is cleared. Meaning Azure has taken back the 2 core CPU and 8 GB RAM that has been given to me. But does that mean my VM will go away or all my resources I have created with the VM will go away? Not at all. Why it won't go? Because in Azure, remember, there are two types of clusters for you. We call it as compute cluster and storage cluster in the backend. This is compute cluster, for example. Cluster means group of physical servers. That is what a cluster is all about. And then we also have storage clusters. So for example, this is my storage cluster. In storage cluster, what you will have? You will have SAN. Okay, SAN means storage area networking. SAN means storage area network. It is a storage device. It is just like a server only, just like how you have a physical server, same that in that way only, but only difference is that that is used for the purpose of storing data. Okay, block storage we call it as. For the purpose of storing data, that is why we use a SAN. There is also another type of storage device called as NAS. NAS, N-A-S, Network Attached Storage, NAS. NAS we use in our local small environment, small office, or let's say home network. There and all you would be using NAS, Network Attached Storage. But for this kind of scenario, for large scale environments and all, you would be using SAN, Storage Area Networking. Okay, large capacity servers, which will store large amount of data in comparison with a normal physical server. Now, when I'm creating, I told you earlier, I have a VM created, and that particular VM that I have created, where it was existing or where the capacity was allocated over here, right? And the VM is getting created over here. But when this VM is getting created, this VM will have an operating system disk, right? That operating system disk is actually sitting over here. It is sitting on the SAN. Your data disk, if you have, that is also sitting on the SAN. So whatever disks you have on the VM, in reality, it is coming from where? It is coming from SAN. So when Azure is removing this allocation for me, does that affect my VM in any way? Will it affect my VM in any way? End of the day, what is your VM? Whatever you have on the VM is there on the operating system disk or on the data disk. Yes or no? For example, I have my laptop. Listen carefully. I have my laptop and I have another similar model of laptop. Similar model, let's say. I take out the hard disk. I open up the cover, back cover. I take out the hard disk. I put this hard disk on another laptop, which is of same model. Will my operating system start? Yes or no? I have two laptops, both are same models. First one is my laptop, second one is a secondary laptop. I took out the hard disk from first one and then I put it on the second one. Will my laptop or will my operating system boot with all the data, whatever I had with it? Of course, yes, it will. So where the data was being held, it is all kept on the disk, including your operating system, including your other data, everything was sitting on the disk. So if you have the disk still available on the SAN, then in that case, will you be able to get your VM back? Yes or no? Even if the allocation has been cleared, will you be able to get your VM back? 100% you will be able to get your VM back without any data loss. Without any data loss, you would be able to get your VM back. Okay, so this is what happens with respect to data disk and operating system disk only. Data disk and operating system disk is on the SAN. Even if you stop deallocate your VM, the compute allocation is completely cleared, but your storage allocation is still there. And that is where your operating system disk and data disk and your VM's metadata is being stored. Metadata means, okay, what is the configuration of the VM and any other details, which network interface card this guy were having. So those kind of information is also getting stored on the SAN. So that next time you go to Azure portal, your VM is still there in stop deallocated state. You click on start. What Azure will do, Azure will search in the backend again, find another capacity B2MS, another B2MS on another server, and therein it will go and recreate your VM from the metadata, and then it will simply reference to the same disk that you were having originally, so that you got your VM back as is with all the data intact, with everything intact. Okay, including public IP address also can be retained, if can be retained, because public IP address also will be static. So this is what happens with respect to a stop, deallocate, and normal shutdown. Okay. So now, why the data on temp disk is getting lost? What could be the reason behind it? Okay, I'll tell you why. Okay, listen carefully. I'll tell you why. The temp disk capacity is coming from the underlying hardware where your virtual machine is getting created. Okay. The temp disk capacity is coming from the same hardware where your VM is getting created. Temp disk is not coming from your SAN. I told you that. From SAN, you are getting operating system disk and data disk only. So temp disk capacity is coming from where? It is coming from the underlying host where your VM is running. So when you do a stop deallocate, is that host allocation completely getting cleared? When we do stop deallocate, the host allocation is getting completely cleared. So when that happens, will your temp disk also get cleared? When that happens, when your allocation is getting cleared, your temp disk also will it get cleared? Yes. Yes. This is the reason why we call it as a temp disk. But you tell me, which one would be more faster, the temp disk or operating system disk and data disk? In terms of latency, which one would be faster? Latency means the time taken to access the data from the disk and get it back. Okay, that is what the round trip time, that's what you call as latency. So latency will be higher on which one? Latency will be lesser on which one? Tell me first of all, for operating system disk and data disk, latency, will it be high or less comparatively? Comparatively, compared to temp disk, latency, will it be high or less for operating system disk and data disk? It will be high. Why? Because to access the data, it has to travel through network all the way up to the SAN. Okay, so latency will be higher compared to temp disk. Whereas for temp disk, to access the data on temp disk for your VM, it can access from here only. It is close by, something which is kept very close. Okay, so latency will be lesser. Data can be accessed faster. It is a minimal difference only. Don't think like your temp disk will be super fast and the other one will be like a ordinary bus, etc. Not in that way. The other disk, operating system disk and data disk, also will work fine smoothly. But when you do an exact study of it with numbers and seconds, etc., you will come to see the temp disk is slightly faster than your operating system disk and data disk. That's all. All right. So let's move on. Now we have to also tell you about the performance-based classification of the disk. That is with respect to standard HDD, standard SSD, and premium SSD. I will quickly recap it. I think I will recap it, and then we will continue on to what is custom images for VM and more details. We'll also do a demo for stop, deallocate, and shutdown. I'll show you both. What is the difference when you actually see it? We will see that after explaining what is the difference between standard HDD, standard SSD, and premium SSD. Will we be still charged for VM if it is in a stop deallocate state? If a VM is in a stop deallocated state, will it charge you? Is it going to cost you? When you stop deallocate the VM, do we have a compute allocation? No, compute is no more allocated to us, right? Azure has taken it away. So meaning you will not be charged for compute. There will not be any charge for compute. But our disk, is it still there on the storage? Our disk, is it still there on the storage? Of course, yes. On SAN, our virtual machine disk is still there. Operating system disk and data disk, it is still there on the SAN. So you will be having a charge for storage. So storage cost would be there, but compute cost will not be there. Okay. So if you are not using a VM, which is the better option? For example, I'm not going to use my VM for the next 2 days. So which is the better option? To shut down or stop, or to do stop deallocate? Shut down, stop, or stop deallocate, which is better? If I'm not going to use my VM completely, I'm not at all going to use it for the next 2 days, then which option would be better? Stop deallocate or normal shutdown? A stop deallocate would be better. Okay, that will save you capacity related charges or compute related charges. Okay, that's it. Then how we can avoid storage cost? You can avoid the storage cost if you delete the VM, right? If you completely delete the VM, you can avoid all cost. But does that have any benefit if you wanted to retain it? No. Okay. So it's not like you want to go and delete it. You don't have an option to save cost on storage. Okay. Okay. If you are not using for months, then what you can do? Then what you can do, best option I would suggest, with respect to your disk, you have 3 different options. Tell me what are the 3 options of performance-based classification within disk. For disk performance-based classification, 3 options were there. What are they? Premium SSD, that is one. Then standard SSD, that is another one. And then one more, standard HDD. Which is the lowest cost option in this? Premium SSD or standard SSD or standard HDD? Standard HDD, because standard HDD is the lowest cost option. So if you are having your VM that you want to stop deallocate, let's say its disk is presently premium SSD. What you can do, you convert the disk from premium SSD to standard HDD first, then do a stop deallocate. Okay, you have a reason to retain the VM. You want to retain the VM. At the same time, you want to save the cost also, and you are not going to use the VM for a couple of months. This is the only best suited option. You go and convert your disk. If it is on premium SSD or standard SSD, put it back onto standard HDD and then do a stop deallocate operation. But if you want to save even beyond that, then there is no other option but delete the VM. Okay. But if you delete the VM, you will have to recreate it later on. Okay. What is the difference between standard HDD, standard SSD, premium SSD? I'm telling you. Premium SSD means I have told you all this disks for the VM. I have already explained you that it is all going on to where? It is all going on to SAN. Now on this SAN, what type of disk that you have? There are 2 types of disk which is there in IT industry as of today. We call it as standard HDD or normal HDD, and then SSD. Different variations of SSD would be there. Different variations of HDD also would be there. But general category is hard disk and SSD. Normal hard disk and solid state drive. Okay. Which one is faster? HDD or SSD? Which one is more faster? Of course, SSD is more faster. What is the reason behind it? Why SSDs are faster compared to normal HDD? Why? What is the reason? Why SSDs are faster? because it is purely based on electronic chips. Okay, it is made up of electronic chips, whereas normal hard disk actually contains mechanical parts. Mechanical parts in the sense it contains a rotating magnetic disk inside it. To rotate the disk, there are motors inside it. Okay, and there is some actuator access, etc. So those kind of things are there, and because of that, due to mechanics that is involved, when you compare that with electronics, which is simply electric pulses, of course the electric one will be faster. Okay, so SSD is faster in comparison with normal hard disk. That is understood. So now your SAN could be either a SAN with normal hard disk, or it could be a SAN with solid state drive. If your SAN is backed by normal hard disk and your virtual machine's disk is getting stored onto it, in the case you are going with standard HDD within Azure, for a VM's disk, if you are creating the VM disk as a standard HDD, then in that case, that disk is getting stored on a SAN in the backend, which is having normal HDD. My question is pretty simple. I told you in the backend SAN, either SAN, first of all, what it is a storage device. Okay, let me show you what is a SAN. Okay. EMC SAN. This is a SAN device. There are many pictures that you can see. There are examples of SAN only. So for example, if I expand this is a SAN. Okay, that picture, I hope I can enlarge it. Yeah. Here, if you look at this is an older model, by the way. See, you see this small cartridges over there. What is that? This is basically a disk. That is a disk inside a SAN. Okay, a disk inside a SAN. Maybe I can show you that disk also. There it is. SAN HDD. This is what it is. See, it is simply put inside an enclosure. I hope I can zoom it. Yeah, so you can see SAS 10K 1.2 TB disk it is. Okay, so this disk that you have inside, so you understood that this is what you have inside the SAN. So this particular type of disk that you have inside the SAN, it can be based on SSD technology, or it can be based on normal standard hard disk technology as well. The hard disks that you have inside a SAN device, it can be based on the older magnetic type of disk, or it can be based on electronic disk, which is SSD. Does that make sense? We're talking about the physical layer. I mean, we're talking about the physical SANs that we have inside the Azure data center. Okay, we are not talking from a virtual machine's disk perspective. We are yet to go there. What we are saying is, in the backend, I told you there are two types of clusters within Azure. There is compute cluster and there is storage cluster. Inside storage cluster, I told you what you have is SAN device. And this is an example of a SAN, for example, one of the picture I showed you. Inside the SAN, you are having physical disks, which you see over here, this kind of disks. That disk, the technology that is getting used inside that disk, it could be either SSD type of disk, or it could be normal traditional mechanical type of disk. It can be either of it. Okay. So now come back over here to the whiteboard. So what I'm saying here is, if at all, let's say you are creating a standard HDD. Now we are talking about virtual disk. Okay. Virtual disk. For your VM, you are creating a standard HDD. For your virtual machine, you are creating a standard HDD. I told you there are three types of disks available within Azure. From a virtual disk perspective, we have standard HDD, standard SSD, and premium SSD. Let's say you are creating a standard HDD for your VM within Azure. When you do that, when you create a standard HDD within Azure, we know it is going on to SAN. That is understood. The disk is getting stored inside the SAN. And in the event you are having a standard HDD, the type of SAN that is getting used in the backend will contain normal hard disk, meaning that mechanical type of hard disk. For your Azure VM, when you're creating a standard HDD, that standard HDD is getting created on a SAN, which is backed by normal hard disk. Normal old mechanical type of hard disk. Okay. Now, other than that, if you are creating for your VM, if you are creating standard SSD, you're creating standard SSD for your VM, then in that case, that is also getting stored onto SAN. But to what type of SAN? It is getting stored onto a SAN which is backed by SSD. This is also going on to SAN, but that will be backed by solid state drive. In the case of standard SSD as well as premium SSD. For both standard SSD and premium SSD, disks that you create within Azure for your VM, they are getting stored onto a SAN in the backend, which is backed by SSD, solid state drive. Okay, one more point. Then what is the difference between standard SSD and premium SSD? If both of them are getting stored onto SAN backed by SSD, then what would be the difference between standard SSD and premium SSD? Okay, see, premium SSD will give you more speed. Even if it is on same SSD only, Azure will throttle the performance of standard SSD. Azure will limit the performance of standard SSD type of disk, whereas they will give you more performance on a premium SSD. Okay, and they will take you more charge for that. Standard SSD, they will give it for lesser cost. Premium SSD, they will give it for higher cost. Okay, so what is IOPS and throughput? What is IOPS and throughput? There are two things, two measurements for a disk. We call it as IOPS and throughput. IOPS and throughput. So we have three type of disk also. Let's say, for example, we have standard HDD, standard SSD, premium SSD. By the way, this disk is known as ES. You will come to that later. You will come to know that later. Standard SSD is known as E. Premium SSD is known as P. Okay. What is that? You will come to know later. Now, when you create a disk within Azure, there is a standard HDD. For every disk that you're creating in Azure, standard HDD, standard SSD, or premium SSD, they will give you certain amount of IOPS and throughput. IOPS and throughput. For example, I'm giving you the number first. Later, I will tell you what does these do exactly. IOPS and throughput. What is the difference between that? I will explain you that later. Okay. So let me explain you that. The IOPS number that I have for standard HDD, that is, for example, I'm giving random value only. These are not actuals, by the way, so don't take it as actual. 100 IOPS. Standard SSD is giving me 200 IOPS, whereas premium SSD is giving me 500 IOPS. For example, throughput. It is giving me, for example, 20 Mbps throughput. Standard SSD is giving me, let's say, 50 Mbps throughput, and whereas premium SSD is giving me 100 Mbps throughput. These are hypothetical values only, nothing actual, just to make you understand. So now, first of all, what is IOPS? What is throughput? IOPS means number of input-output operations per second. Number of input-output operations per second. What are input-output operations? Like, for example, you can have a write operation, which is basically an input. Read operation, which is basically an output. Okay. Not only this, but there could be more options, more type of operations like read, right? Modify. There's a lot of other type of operations. So all this kind of operations in a given second, how many such operations you can do onto a disk? That is what IOPS. In a given second onto a disk, how many read, write, everything combined, not specifically write, not specifically read, but everything combined, how many input output operations you can do in a given second onto a disk is what we call as IOPS. Okay. Now, secondly, throughput. Throughput is nothing but the amount of data that you can put into the disk, that you can save into the disk, or you can take from the disk. Okay, so that it could be a write or read operations. So how much data you can give into the disk, you can write into the disk, or how much data you can take out of the disk in a given second. That is what throughput. So typically 20 Mbps means you can write 20 MB of data into the disk in a given second. Or 100 Mbps means you can write 100 MB of data into a disk in a given second. So this is what throughput is all about. So your input output operations per second IOPS and throughput value will vary based on your type of disk. Standard HDD, standard SSD, premium SSD. Premium SSD will give you more IOPS and throughput, whereas standard HDD will give you lesser IOPS and throughput. And in between, you will have standard SSD. So let's go back to Azure portal now and do an example for this. So here, if I go to Azure portal, I'm creating a VM first of all. Okay, I'm creating a new VM. So, creating VMs and all basic things only. There are some options which I haven't explained you, but you will understand that later. I have specified a subscription. A resource group has been selected or created. And we are giving a name for the VM, that is VM1. Region is Central India. Availability options for now I have told you, leave it as no infrastructure redundancy required. And then image, what image you use for the VM. So it is a small disk, Windows Server 2090 data center x64 Gen 2. Size standard B2MS, 2 virtual CPU, 8 GB memory. Username and password I'm giving. Password. And we know it is a Windows VM, so you will connect via RDP. So hence RDP port is open. Okay, continue with the next. And with respect to the disk section over here, operating system disk size by default currently 30 GB. That is what has been selected. The performance type, what you have, premium SSD, standard SSD, or standard HDD. You can choose between these three. Premium SSD, the best performance option, and the highest costly option, that is where it has been selected right now. If you want, you can change it. Currently it is on premium SSD. Data disk for your VM. You have an option to add a data disk over here if you want to. But temp disk you cannot control here. That is automatically given by Azure. You have no control over temp disk. I'm saying I want to create and attach a new data disk, and you can give a name for the data disk. You can also specify the size or a SKU of that particular data disk. If I click on change size, each classification you can see premium SSD, standard SSD, standard HDD. Let's start with standard HDD. If I go with standard HDD, you can see 32 GB. You can start from 32 GB capacity. Okay. And you can see that is S4. This is why I told you that letter S. For standard, you have S4. Performance tier S4. And then other than that, you have S6, S10, S15, S20, S30, whatever. Okay. Fair enough. Starts from 32 GB capacity for standard HDD. And it goes all the way up to, how much is this? How much is that? 32767 GB. It's 32 TB, right? It's 32 terabytes, by the way, that you have maximum capacity for a single disk. So for a single disk, you can have a maximum capacity of 32 terabytes. 32 terabyte is the maximum capacity for a single disk that we have. Okay, fair enough. Now, what about the second type? By the way, the IOPS and throughput value, you can see provisioned IOPS and throughput. Okay, 500 IOPS, 60 Mbps throughput. And then the highest disk will give you 2000 IOPS and 500 Mbps throughput only. Okay, 2000 IOPS and 500 Mbps throughput. Whereas if you change it on to standard SSD, you can start from 4 GB capacity now. For standard SSD, you can start from 4 GB capacity. It goes from 500 IOPS to 100 Mbps throughput, but all the way up to 6000 IOPS and 750 Mbps throughput for your highest disk, 32 TB disk. Then lastly, if you go with standard or premium SSD, for premium SSD, again capacity was it start from 4 GB, 120 IOPS starting, 25 Mbps throughput starting, but highest disk, which is 32 TB disk, will give you 20,000 IOPS, 20,000 operations per second, and then 900 MB per second throughput. 900 Mbps throughput. So that is the maximum that you have with your premium disk. So I hope that is clear now. What is the maximum? And you can see for premium disk, it is written as P, and then for standard SSD, it would be written as E. Okay, that's it. So does that make sense? Every organization, when they create VM, they will have to choose the VM size. Choose the VM and the disk for them, right? For this disks that they have, they will also need to choose a performance tier. Performance tier also needs to be selected. If you need good performance, then you will have to say this. You will have to select the size accordingly, right? Like for example, I have a SQL database which is very demanding. Some SQL database, they might not have much utilization. It all depends on the application. But there could be other SQL databases where you have very good utilization. That SQL database you want to store on a data disk, and that data disk you're creating, for example, premium SSD. Okay. Why you went with premium SSD? Because, for example, you wanted maybe a 500 Mbps throughput, something like that you wanted, right? Or maybe you wanted a higher number of IOPS, 16,000 IOPS, etc. Okay, that's it. So that's what we have. So in this way, depending upon what is your use case, for what purpose you need it, based on that, you will make the selections. So that is really, really important. It does have a practical use case. Okay, great. So let me go ahead and specify a size for our disk. So I'm going with a 4 GB premium SSD. By the way, one question here. Can I say I want 64 GB disk only, but I want the performance of, for example, P30 disk. I want 64 GB capacity and I want the performance of P30 disk. That is 5000 IOPS and 200 Mbps throughput. Will it be possible? Custom option, will it be possible? What do you think? I want the performance of a P30 disk, but size should be of P6 disk, 64 GB. Answer is yes. Okay, you come down here. Custom disk size, what you want is 64 GB, but the performance tier that you want is P30, for example. You can save it. Clear? That is also a supported scenario. Okay, and let's continue. For example, in this case, I'm going for a 4 GB P1 disk for my test. Click OK for that. Maybe if I want, I can add an additional disk also. I can create another disk. Let's say, for example, I can create a standard HDD. Standard HDD, 32 GB capacity. Then let's give OK for that. Okay. So there are two disks that I have attached. One for data disk 0, 4 GB premium disk, and second one data disk 32 GB standard HDD. Okay. So two data disk I added, one operating system disk also I have on my virtual machine. Let's continue with the next, and let's continue to say review plus create and have it created now. Let's click on create. Something is missing on the basics tab. Let me check what it is. Nothing. So I say review plus create once again. It should go through. Click on go through. Sorry, click on create. Just wait for the VM to get created. So deployment is complete now. Your deployment is complete. Let's go to this resource now. Okay. So we have created the VM, right? With the type of disks that you have selected, we have created the VM. So let's try to connect on to this. So I will take RDP to this guy. For that, I will copy the public IP, mstsc/v colon public IP address, and then press enter. That allows me to take RDP. I just need to give the username and password. So I'll give the username, I'll give the password, and that will log me into the VM. Say yes. Just wait for the VM login to complete. Okay. So now you can see we got the server manager, right? So within server manager, I mean, not within server manager. So once we have attached a disk, we have to manage that particular disk from disk management. From disk management, you can manage it. You can also do from disks also. Like for example, you can see there are two disks that we have attached, 4 GB, 32 GB. Here also you can do it. Okay, you can initialize from here, or you can do it from disk management. Either option would work. Both are absolutely okay. Okay. Anyway, we are not doing a Windows training. We are doing Azure training. So I don't want to get into specifics of how to use it via server manager and all that. Since I have already shown you disk management, let me go ahead and show it to you on disk management only. Okay. Fair enough. So let me go ahead and take you on to disk management. For that, I will go to Windows plus R, disk mgmt.msc. The moment you go to disk mgmt.msc, it will detect the two additional disks that you have. And then it will ask, okay, this is my local machine, by the way, I'm sorry. Windows plus R, disk mgmt. That is the shortcut that I'm using. .msc. Okay. So you can see two disks are getting initialized. You must initialize a disk before logical disk manager can access it. Two disks, disk 2 and disk 3. Okay. You click on OK for that. So when you do that, you can see the disk management is open. Within disk management, the two disks that you have, that is also available. One is the 4 GB disk that we attached. Other one is the 32 GB that we attached. Both are unallocated. Now I can allocate the space. I can create a simple volume there. You click on new simple volume and you can continue with the next. Nothing to change. It will go down to a format and the disk will be available for you. You can see new volume F, 4 GB partition available for you. Right click on disk 3, new simple volume, continue with the next. And then you do the same thing. You finish it, you will get a 32 GB disk, which is with a drive letter G. So we got F and we got G. Two separate disks has been made available to you. Okay, that's it. So let's now go to this PC and check that both disks you would be able to see over here on the system. Plus in addition to that, you're also able to see the temp disk. While creating the VM, did we see the temp disk? While creating the VM under disk section, did we get to see the temp disk? Yes or no? We did not see that. Why? Because I told you, you cannot control a temp disk. It is something which is given by Microsoft Azure for you automatically. You cannot manage that one. You cannot go and say, I want this much capacity on temp disk, or I want only this much capacity, or I don't want temp disk, etc. You cannot do anything. If you don't want to use it, simply avoid it. Okay, that's it. Fair enough. Other than that, whatever other disks that we added, new volume F and G, etc., we are able to see 4 GB disk as well as the 32 GB disk we are able to see over here. Okay, that's it. Is it clear so far, guys, with respect to the disk section? Adding a disk, performance based classification, how to choose from that, how to attach and how to mount the disk on the VM, etc. So let's maybe if you want to see, okay, let me just check this, how much, just a second, let me come out of this RDP session. And if I go back to disk again, what if I wanted to detach the VM? Then you can see on the right hand side, there is a detach option. The detach option is available for me to remove the disk. I click on this and then I click on save on top, in which case, sorry, apply below, then in which case I would be able to remove the disk from the VM. If at all you wanted to remove, then that is the option, this detach option over here. Okay. Just look at this one more thing. The configuration of this virtual machine and its attached disk does not follow for the disk to utilize their full throughput performance. The current virtual machine size support 23 MB. PS. The total for disks attached for virtual machine is 110 Mbps. Okay, so what exactly this is saying? See, your virtual machine also have limit. Just like your disk is having limit, your virtual machine is also having limit. So here, with respect to what exactly that is saying over here is nothing but the configuration of the virtual machine or the B2MS VM that we have, it also have limits and the disk also have a limit. Disk related limits we already saw. Disk related limits, we have already seen that. What are the limits with respect to the VM? Because of B2MS VM or on B2MS VM, we have a limit of total 23 Mbps in terms of throughput on the disk. What I want to do here is, let me go ahead and change the size of this VM. I go onto the size tab on left hand side. I'll put it onto D2S V3. D2S V3. Compared to B2MS, you can see B2MS was having only 1920 IOPS maximum, whereas D2S V3 is giving 3200, 3200, double IOPS almost. Almost. So let me resize the VM. If I resize the VM, will it cause a downtime? Yes or no? The answer is yes. Of course, it's going to cause a downtime. Okay. It will stop the VM, change the size, and then start again. I think the resize is completed now. So let's get inside the VM now. Let me go ahead and connect back to this overview. Current size would be, okay, it is showing still standard B2MS. If I refresh, that will go away. Okay, standard D2S V3. And if I go on to disk section now, the current virtual machine supports, still our virtual machine is supporting only 48 Mbps. Okay, even a D2S V3 is also supporting 48 Mbps only. The total disks attached to the virtual machine VM1 is 110 Mbps. So here I have on disk 1, I have 60 Mbps throughput, and VM1 data disk I have 25 Mbps throughput, maximum IOPS 120 and 500. Okay, why I'm sticking with this, by the way, I just wanted to show you something. For that, if I again increase the size of the VM, just a second, hold on. I will tell you what exactly I'm doing. One more thing, let me, D2S V3 is also not enough. I will go even higher. D4S V3, D8S V3, which will give me 32 GB RAM, but it's going to cost me a lot. Anyway, just for a couple of minutes, let's do that. Wait for it. Virtual machine has been resized again. Let me connect on to this once again. I will just go to the disk section and check now. Go to the disk section. And here currently, yes, now we don't have that warning anymore. Okay, fair enough. Let me connect on to this VM now. And we will simply perform a test. That is why I was doing all this. mstsc/v colon the public IP, the vendor, password, complete the login. Is a VM with 32 GB RAM right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and take one disk benchmarking tool. I'll go to Microsoft Edge. Start without your data, confirm and continue, continue without this data, continue, start browsing. Disk benchmark, crystal disk mark. Okay, your download will start shortly. Open file, accept the game. Actually, this is not something necessary, but just to show you. Okay, Let me see if at all this is something which will make sense to you. I'm not sure, but yeah, let's see. Finish. Disk, why it is saying disk not found? File edit copy. Please scan. No, I think this tool is not good. Okay, one more try. Otherwise, we'll just drop it. CPU Z. I think CPU Z is also having some option to check the disk related performance. Setup English. CPZ I'm installing. Here is CPU Z. Let me start it. If I go to bench, oh, I cannot bench the disk with this. Okay, fine. So forget about it. I mean, what I was trying to do, you can take that crystal disk mark. You can also try it later on when you have time. You can also try it. What I was trying to do was nothing but you benchmark the disk, measure the performance. They said like, okay, you will get these and these, right? Even if you don't get the exact value, but at least something which is pretty close, you would be able to get it. Okay, so that is something which you can try. So I'm not sure why this crystal disk info is not finding the disk right now. If it was finding the disk, then in that case you would have been able to see the details over here as to how much throughput, how much IOPS it is getting. Okay, just wanted to show you, and whenever you have time, you can just go ahead and do some further research on it, find some other tools, and then with that you can try to get the info from the disk perspective. Okay, but anyway, I hope you are clear with respect to practically also you have seen disk related options. Now I have to tell you about what is a snapshot that we will see. Snapshot and swap disk functionality, something which we have to test and see. And thereafter, we will explain what is custom image, and then we will move on to availability sets, availability zones, etc. So that is a plan. So snapshot is it? Okay. So what exactly is a snapshot on a disk? See, we are discussing on Azure Virtual Machine disk section now. Now something related to that. The disks that you have within Azure, for them, if you want to, you can take a snapshot. What is a snapshot? Snapshot is a point in time copy, a point in time copy of your disk. So for example, where this is useful, I'm giving you one scenario. I'm going to make some major changes on my VM today. Okay, I'm going to make some major changes on my VM. So I'm having a doubt that when I do these changes, maybe something may go wrong and my VM may stop working correctly, right? It may not work correctly thereafter. And I might have to go and, do something about it. If at all I'm worried in that way, what I can do, I can create a point in time copy of my operating system disk. And if needed, data disk also, right? And in the event of any issues, anything going wrong, I can use the snapshot in order to bring my VM back to its earlier state. This is what we call as a snapshot, or this is what the use case of a snapshot. Now, how does it differ from backup? We have backup as well. That is another concept, right? Backup means you can enable periodic backing up of your virtual machine so that every now and then, every specified time period, based on that, you will go and take backup. Like for example, you can say uh, once in a day, every 24 hours, you want to take a backup of your disk. In that way, we can do it. So if at all you have configured in such a way, then in that case, it will go and take backup 24 hours period. Let's say you have configured the backup for 12 a.m. early morning, like midnight, 12 around, you want to take the backup. So that backup is there, but how is that different from a snapshot? See, snapshot in comparison with backup, let's say I'm making the change on my VM today at around 2 p.m. Okay, afternoon 2 p.m. If you look at the backup was taken at what time? It was taken at 12 a.m. That's at least there is a difference of 12 plus 2. 14 hours difference is there from the last backup. So there may be some other changes on the VM by this time. There may be some additional data, okay, something. So if you were to assume that, okay, I will go ahead and restore from the backup, then in that case, there may be, in some cases, there may be slightly some data might be lost. Okay. So even that can be avoided if you have gone with a snapshot. But do we use snapshot as a backup? Like every now and then you don't want to take backup. So only when some specific scenarios coming like this, that you have to do some major change on the VM. And from your last backup, actually a couple of hours has been passed already. So in such cases, it would be useful for you to take a snapshot and do whatever you want thereafter. So this is the concept of having a snapshot. So let's go ahead and take a snapshot on our virtual machine operating system disk now. And we will also see how you can replace the snapshot into your operating system disk. That also we will go ahead and see. Okay, the snapshot, again, there is nothing to get confused about it. So once again, let me repeat it for you. Snapshot can be used for a specific period of time if you want to make some changes on the system, on the operating system more specifically. Then you take a snapshot and then do the changes. Instead of referring back to the backup, the snapshot will help you. Backup is okay, no problem with backup, but backup usually we take once in 24 hours, once in a day. That is what the normal period with respect to backup, once in 24 hours. So now once in 24 hours backup when you take it, and if you were to depend on backup, the problem is there might be slight amount of data can be lost, possible couple of hours difference you will have. So that can be adjusted with the help of a snapshot. So whenever you know that you are going to make some changes, you better take a snapshot and then do the changes. If everything goes well, fine. If something goes wrong, you can use the snapshot to recover to the earlier state. Okay, that's it. That's the concept that we have with snapshot. You can take snapshot on your operating system disk or on your data disk. So let's see how I can take it. So for example, on this VM1, you go to the disk section and therein you can go to the operating system disk. For example, I'm taking snapshot of operating system disk. Let's go to VM1 and go to snapshot. Where do you see snapshot? Do you see snapshot, by the way? On top, right? Here you can see here is the VM1 operating system disk. Create snapshot option is available. So I click on this create snapshot option. I take the snapshot. I specify the details of the snapshot. Like for example, I'm going to call it as test or VM1 snap. And there are two types, incremental or full. In this case, it has to be full. Incremental, if you already have taken a full snapshot, then the next snapshot can be incremental. Incremental in the sense only changes from the previous snapshot will be copied over. That is what we have with respect to incremental snapshot. So you can choose whichever option. So in this case, of course, since we don't have a full snapshot earlier, you can go with a full only. Click on full. What type of storage? Standard HDD is more than enough. And then click on review plus create. That will go ahead and create the snapshot for us. So you can see here deployment is complete, snapshot has been taken. Now this snapshot, how do you use it? So if you want to use this snapshot, first of all, you need to create a disk out of it. So here itself you have the option. For example, I did something on my VM. Okay, I took the snapshot, I made some major changes on my VM. Something went wrong. Now I want to revert it. I want to go back to the previous state. So how do I use the snapshot that I have captured? I created disk out of the snapshot by clicking on create disk option. So here you have to specify the details. Like for example, I'm going to call it VM disk from Snap. Availability zone and all not needed, and 30 GB premium SSD, that's okay. Continue with the next and then say review plus create. Click on create. Once after the disk has been created, so you got a new disk now. Okay, now let's go back to your virtual machine. This is the VM now that has been corrupted. Okay, something has gone wrong as we just said. Now to use the disk which you just created from snapshot, what do you have to do? You go to the disk section itself. On the operating system disk, there is an option called as swap operating system disk. You click on this swap and then you choose your disk which is just created, VM disk from Snap. Select it, confirm with the VM name, that is VM1. Click OK for that, and then your disk will be replaced. One question here, any data created after the snapshot will be lost. See, immediately after creating the snapshot, what did you do next? You did that major change. Okay, so are there going to be any data loss? No. You're aware that you're going to do some operation, so you notified this to all stakeholders, all the people who is using the VM. Nobody is using the VM at the moment. You took a snapshot, then you went for the procedure, whatever operation that you were supposed to do, maybe upgrade or whatever it is. You did it, system failed, you want to use a snapshot now. So in between, what is the possibility of data loss? Because if at all there was some data, maybe you delayed for 2 hours and in between somebody used it, they copied some data. Okay, but even compared to the backup, it will be slightly lesser only. Another question, can we schedule to every 1 hour? The snapshot can be scheduled for every 1 hour. I mean, technically speaking, you can do that. Maybe you can do some scripting and all. Directly, there is no schedule option for snapshot, but you can do some partial script or so, which will go and take snapshot for every 1 hour for your VM. But is that a solution? That is not a solution, because if you sneak a snapshot, the snapshot will cost you just like a disk. Just like an actual disk, a snapshot will also cost you. Then what is the point? If it is costing like a disk, how many snapshots you will take? First of all, the management of that snapshot will be very difficult because you are having so many snapshots. You will reach the limits very easily. For every service within Azure, there are limits. For your virtual machines, disks also there are limits. How many disks you can create, plus how many snapshot you can create per subscription, there are limits. So you may reach the limit very fast. And where in a scenario where you actually need to capture a snapshot, you might not be able to take it because you have already reached the limit. So these kind of scenarios and all will come into the picture. And that is why scheduling a snapshot is not an option, but rather you leave backup for backup, and snapshot you take it only when it is necessary. Okay. And looking at this disk, our operating system disk, did it swap, by the way? Operating system disk, did it actually swap? Of course, yes, the original operating system disk got replaced by the new one. What we have right now is VM disk from Snap. Okay, that's all. So the snapshot has been promoted onto the VM right now. All right. Okay, let's continue. So we move on to the custom images now. You have to listen carefully. What is custom image? Why do we need it, etc. And thereafter, I will do a practical of it, how you can capture the custom image for your Azure VM. Let's talk about, first of all, what is custom image and why do we need it? So when you work in a corporate environment, in a corporate setup, let's say you're working as a Azure administrator, and you will have to create VMs, right? As per the company's needs, they will go and tell you, okay, we need that VM, this VM. So let's assume you are into a position where you in every day, like you have to go and create, various, you will have to create multiple copies of VM. That's what I meant to say. You will have to create multiple copies of VMs in a corporate environment when you work as an Azure administrator. There are also different departments. Like for example, you may having IT department, finance department, HR department, these. So various department also might come to you and ask you to create VM. I'm just giving a hypothetical scenario, by the way. So now in that case, when you are creating VM, there are certain important aspects that the company wants you to do. Like for example, there might be certain common application that you have to install onto that VM. Maybe that's your company practice. They want to have Office applications installed, for example, or there may be some other third-party applications for some specific purpose that you have to install on the VM, etc. That is one thing, meaning installing some applications. That is something which I have to do on the VMs that I'm creating, installing apps. Of course, when you create the VM, you will have to patch them. Patch means you have to update them. Okay, update software level updates and all you will have to do. From a security perspective, you will have to go and do some security testing. Security testing in the sense you will do a analysis on the machine, a security scan on the machine you will have to do, and then you will have to patch any problems that has been found out. For example, there are vulnerability detection tools that is available like Qualys and all. Okay, like Qualys, that is one example, QUALYS. So Qualys scanner, something like that, tools you will have to use, and you will scan for any vulnerabilities on the system, and then you would want to fix those vulnerabilities as well. Okay, you will have to fix those vulnerabilities as well now. So these all are some of the things that you will have to do on any VM that you're creating. Now the problem here is you are creating multiple VMs, and in each VM you have to do all these things repeatedly. Every day you are doing the same thing. Okay, which is a lot of time consuming. Yes or no? If at all you are doing in that way, you are going ahead and repeating the same thing every day. From an admin perspective, is it something time consuming? You're simply repeating the same work with every VM that you're creating, right? So you're simply wasting your time. How can we address that within Azure? Simple process. Instead of using Azure Gallery image VMs, you create a custom image. The answer is custom image. According to the company's spec, what exactly company is expecting, you will create custom images. You can create that for different versions of operating system. For example, I can do it for Windows 2019. Maybe in your office environment, you're using Windows Server 2019 and 2022. And then there may be some Linux flavors as well. So for all this, you can capture custom images. Okay. Once you capture custom images, or before you capture custom images, there will be all the configuration that you typically anticipate. All that configuration will be done on these VMs initially. Okay. So what you will do, how the process would be in order to create a custom image, what exactly the process would be. Let me explain you that. The process is nothing but to have some custom images created. What you will do, you will first of all create something called as a reference VM. A reference VM. For example, with Windows Server 2019, you're creating a reference VM. Within this reference VM, you have Windows Server 2019 installed. Okay. Then what you will do, you will install all apps, or before even installing all apps, you do that vulnerability scanning and make sure there are no vulnerabilities at the operating system level. Okay. So make sure vulnerability scanning is taken care and it is protected. Second thing is that you install any Microsoft patches, any updates, important critical patches, you go and install it. Third thing, any other customization like installing some software or any other components needs to be done, that and these, etc. So all those things that also you will do finally. Okay. Once after you have done everything, you have now a fantastic VM with all this configuration that has been done on it. And then what you would do, you will log into this VM now on which you have done all this. You will log into this, meaning take RDP. Once you log in, once you're inside the VM, therein you will initiate a process called as sysprep, system preparation utility. You will run sysprep. Within sysprep, you have to set three options. You have to say, first of all, generalize. And then you have to say OB. And then you have to say shutdown. So what exactly it is in sysprep, you are specifying this option. Okay, I have to first of all take this VM back onto the OB state. Now, what is an OB state? Before I tell you what is an OB state, make sure you're following me correctly. So where were we? You created a reference VM with whatever operating system you want. Within the reference VM, you did a vulnerability scanning and you fixed all vulnerabilities if at all you were to find anything. Secondly, you're installing any patches that you may have, any operating system level patches. Thirdly, you're installing any third-party softwares or any additional common configuration that you want. You're enabling that as well. Okay. So once you have done all this, now you can go through the process of capturing the custom image. To capture the custom image, you will initiate this utility called as sysprep. It is available on all Windows machines. So you take the sysprep, and within the sysprep, there are 3 settings that you have to mention. And that is what I have written. OB, generalize, shutdown. Those are the options you have to select. And then you can click on confirm. What this generalize OB and shutdown will do. OB means out of box experience. Out of box experience. Meaning when you start a new laptop for the first time, or when you buy a new phone for the first time, and when you start it, then in that case, you will see it is taking you through a couple of questions. The first time, whenever any device, when you start it for the first time, it will have some activation questions. Okay, which country you are from, which region, you have time, language, and then you may also want to say things like who's going to use this PC, connect to Wi-Fi, etc. So these kind of options and all that you have, all that you will have to go and select it. Okay. So now what you will do here is, by running the sysprep, you will first of all do a generalize option, and then I told you UB, out of box experience. What is happening with this UB? Let me explain you once again. That initial screen that you get whenever you start a new operating system, or whenever you start a new mobile phone for the first time, it is asking for a couple of details. So those details page, that is what we call as the OB screen. Out of the box experience, we call it as. So you want to convert your VM onto this out of box experience state. You want to bring your VM back onto this OB state. And that is why we are selecting OB. Actually, there is a requirement of capturing custom image. Secondly, you will specify generalize. Generalize meaning remove user account. Any user accounts that you have, please go ahead and remove it from the VM, existing user accounts. And then once you have done all this, simply shut down the operating system. Okay, this is what we have with respect to the sysprep process. So in this way you will have to do, and thereafter there is one option within Azure portal which you have to click, and thus you will be able to capture the VM. There are also a couple of things, but I will explain you that when we do the practical. Okay, cool. So let me go ahead and do the practical for this. So I will use the same VM that we have created earlier, right? Okay. By the way, when you are creating a reference VM, or when you go ahead and capture the custom image, remember on which VM you are capturing custom image, that VM will become unusable. You cannot use that anymore. You won't be able to use that VM anymore. That would be a problem. Okay. So if you are doing this activity on a production ready VM, then in that case, that production ready VM will become unusable, and that will be trouble. So we always say create a new reference VM and then do it. Always what you should do, you have to create a new reference VM and then you have to do it. Only then it would make better sense. Keep that in mind. Not like you got and doing it on any random VMs that you have on production servers and all. Not in that way. Okay, that's it. So anyway, I have this VM1. I'm assuming this is a fresh VM. Remember, we have made some changes on this machine. What is the change? We have installed IIS basically on this machine. Let me start this guy. We'll confirm it. Hold on. VM has been created. Let me, sorry, not created, but started. Let me connect on to it. I will take RTP to this guy. So this is my reference VM. Okay. So what change I have done, I have installed IIS on this VM already. So as I said, if I want to, I can install updates, I can install any other applications that I want, any other configuration changes if I want, I can do that, etc. And I can do a security scanning on the VM, fix all the vulnerabilities. So I'm assuming we have done all that, and then we will go ahead and try to capture the image now. So let me log in. Just wait for the server manager to start. Server manager is almost ready. We have to still load one more item over here. Just waiting for that. Okay, by the way, I think I have not installed IIS on this machine. Okay, just for the sake of having some changes. I told you, right? Whatever changes and all that you apply, that will be retained. So you can go and install IIS. So I'm going to install IIS on this. I'll say add roles and features. Continue with the next. We're preparing the VM. Okay, I'm installing web server on this guy. Add features. Continue with the next. And then you can click on install. Wait for the install. Installation succeeded on VM1. Okay, so we have it installed. The IIS is installed on our first VM. Okay, that we have the VM1. So you can see IIS is available on the left hand side. Now, as I said, you can do updates, you can do another applications. For example, there is some applications installed over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the capture process now. So as I said, you go to Windows plus R run, and then you type sysprep sysprep. Sysprep sysprep you can type. And with sysprep, you can see there is a utility. Sysprep utility is available. Double click on it. So that will open the system preparation tool. And you have to select, as I told you, the options enter system out of works experience OB, generalize, and then shut down. Okay. Click on OK. So the process will start happening now. The system will be taken back to OB state. All user accounts will be deleted, and then it will be shut down. Wait for it. See, your remote desktop ended, meaning the virtual machine has shut down now. Just give it another minute, and thereafter we can do what we have to do from Azure portal. There are additional process. just the sysprep that you have run within the operating system is not enough. Okay, you have to initiate this capture from Azure. Let's do that. The running state. Okay, it is stopped right now. So now you click on the capture button over here, and you want to capture what? You want to capture an image. So click on capture image, and then you have to specify the details for the image now. Within Azure, you can capture a image and store it into something called as a gallery. You can store it as a gallery image. Gallery image in the sense, not into Microsoft Gallery, from where we take images for creating our VMs, whatever we have created VMs and all earlier. For that, the image that we selected, that was Azure Marketplace. So it's not about adding your own images to Marketplace. That's not what we are talking about. It is like you're having your own private repository from where you will take images for your deployments. So you can prepare images for example, for Windows Server 2016, 2022, maybe Windows Server 2016 as well, Linux operating system. For all this, you can create different images and you can keep it in your own repository in Azure. So in that way we can do, and that concept is what we refer to as a shared image gallery within Azure. So they are asking you to create a shared image gallery. Okay, you have to save this image to a shared image gallery, and for that you will have to create a gallery as well first of all, because if you don't have a shared image gallery, of course you have to get started by creating a shared image gallery. So click on create now, create new, and then specify the details about it. I'm going to call it as test gallery or something. Give okay for that. And what type of operating system state that we have generalized the operating system. So select generalized, and then target VM image definition. So what is the image definition of the VM that you have? So you click on create new. It is a Windows Server 2019 that you can mention. Okay for that. Version number and all, if you want, you can give. It's up to you, nothing important. And thereafter, you can also specify, do you want this virtual machine disk that you have to be replicated to different locations? Okay, that is also something which we don't need. We don't want this replication and all to anywhere else. Replication will be needed if you have another region wherein you're having actively creating VMs and all. That's not the case. So this is enough. Let's continue with the next and say review plus create. Click on create. Image creation process still going on. Wait for it. This is usual to take this much time. Once it is completed, we will create a sample VM from that. We will validate whatever the application that we have, IIS that we have installed, etc. Is it still there in the new VM that we are creating? That we will confirm once after this process has been completed. Okay, just wait for it. Finally, the process is complete. Your deployment is complete. So meaning we have the image captured now. Okay. So now how do I use the image? How do I create a VM out of the image? The VM is available in the gallery. VM image is available in the gallery image section. So where it is and how to use it, let me see. Let me show it to you. So I'm going on to create a new virtual machine now. So on the new virtual machine, when I click create Azure virtual machine I have selected. I will just give all the details, just like any other VM that you create. Specify the resource group. Name for this VM, I'm going to call it as VM from image. And Central India, availability zones and all not needed. You specify the image. Here it will not show. You have to click on see all images option. And then on the left hand side, you have to select shared images. So go to shared images and select the image that you have. Okay, test gallery, Windows Server 2019, latest x64 Gen 2. This is what we have. Give the username and password. And here you have to RDP we have opened. HTTP is also we are adding because we already installed IIS on that machine, right? In the original image that we have, IIS is there. So if everything is success, here also IIS should work without any additional installation. So let's go ahead and say review plus create now. Continue with the next. By the way, on this custom VM, on this VM, we had two disks. You remember that? There was a 4 GB disk and there was a 32 GB disk. That disk is also included. So if you have disk, that disk also will be included as part of your custom image. Okay. So on this VM, you have two disks also. Continue with the next. And then finally, you can say review plus create. Click on create. Just wait for the VM to be created. So what we do now, VM got created. I go to the resource. This is the VM from image that we have created now. Let's test it out. First of all, I'm giving you the URL. Just check if you are able to access the IIS page or not. If you are able to see that, that confirms that, okay, we still have, or the custom image is having IIS enabled already. We haven't even logged in, right? So we cannot make any changes. And thereafter, we will take RDP. We will log in and confirm once again from the RDP section as well. We validated that it is working. Even, okay, I'll continue. Yeah, it is working. Okay, let me log in. So I go to MSTSC Windows plus R MSTSC/V 1371.61.8 or 1371.39.74. That was incorrect IP selected. Let me give Windows plus R MSTSC. Correct IP is this one. Oops, my bad. Just a second. VM from image. This is the public IP. Windows plus R MSTSC. More choices. Give the username and password. Do you see whatever application we had installed, CPU ID, CPU Z, that has been that is still available? And one thing is missing. I mean, whatever we had crystal disk something. Okay, if you remember, that was not installed correctly, and that is one reason it was not detecting our disk also earlier. And I think that shortcut might have been placed into the user folder. Okay, there is actually user profile in every system. User profile is C Windows. Sorry, not C Windows, but let me show you the path. C users, I think. Local disk C, this PC, C, and then you can see users. So inside this users folder, that is where you will have your user related data, like your desktop data, documents data, etc. is getting stored onto. So it might have been that crystal disk was created onto the user folder. And if yes, if it was created to user folder, every user account will be cleared from the system when we do the sysprep. So because of that, that particular application has been gone. But apart from that, whatever we had, like the CPU Z, IIS that you can confirm from server manager, etc., all that is available. Okay, and what more, even those two disks also are available on the system. You can see that new volume E as well as the author disk. If you were having some data inside these disks, even that data also would be available. That's it. So this is what we have with respect to the custom images. Okay, custom images within Azure, and we have tested successfully, and we have confirmed that it is working. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
So the very first quiz question is, what is the purpose of specifying a geo region when deploying resources in Azure? Option 1 is to limit access to users only in that region. Option 2 is to reduce billing charges only. Option C is to determine where data is physically stored and processed. And option 4 is to enforce security rules only. Moving on to the next quiz question. Which factor has the most direct impact on Azure pricing? Option 1, Azure color theme. Option 2, region where the resource is deployed. Option 3, time zone of the user. And option 4 is number of dashboards. So kindly comment your answer in the chat box, and I'm expecting a lot of answers and a lot of right answers because this is a very easy question. So moving on to the third quiz question. Which VM series in Azure is optimized for general purpose workloads? Option A, D series. Option B, N series. Option C, G series. Option D, H series. So again, this question can be a little tricky, but I expect most of you guys to give the right answer because we've covered it. So moving on to the fourth quiz question. What is the first step when creating an Azure VM? Option 1 is to attach a public IP. Option 2 is select an operating system. Option C, choose a region and subscription. And option D is to install monitoring tools. Moving on to the next question. Which of the following is not a disk type offered by Azure? Option A, standard SSD. Option B, ultra disk. Option C, cold disk. And option D, premium SSD.
Azure virtual machine availability sets and availability zone. Here, with respect to the availability set, what exactly is availability set? Right, availability set is a infrastructure redundancy option that is available for Azure VM. So what it does, that's what we have to talk about now. Now here, first of all, with respect to availability set, this is a functionality within Azure with which you can make sure your VM or your applications will continue to function in the event of any failure. Even if something is and one of your VM is going down, still we have to make sure our application is working just fine. And a method for that, that's what we have with respect to your availability set. So first of all, remember in Azure platform, there are two types of downtimes that you can have. One is called as planned maintenance activity. Planned maintenance activity. Whereas other one is nothing but unexpected downtime. Unexpected downtime. So what exactly are these two? Plant maintenance activity and unexpected downtime. What does this mean? Now, that means nothing but plant maintenance activity is every backend physical service that you have, Azure will need to do updates on them as well, right? So the backend physical service that is there in Azure on which we are creating VM, sometimes Microsoft has to do some updates on them. So what do you do in that case? If they have to do some updates, what they will do for a plant maintenance activity, they will first of all notify you by email saying, okay, these and these VMs that you have is running on a physical hardware which is due for update. You either restart your VM on your convenience, or after the given time period, we will go and restart your server, restart your VM. This is what the message would be, for example. So once after you receive it, if you restart your VM, fine. That VM restart is basically a downtime, and that is taking your VM for a, yeah. So you can go and restart the VM, and then in that case, your virtual machine that you have, for example, this is your backend physical host. This is the backend physical host, and your VM is created on top of this physical host, right? This is your VM that you have. So when Microsoft says, okay, you have to go and do a restart, let's say you did the restart, then in that case, the server that you have will get moved on to another physical server in the backend, right? To another physical server. That is where your VM will get moved on to. So now you have your VM here. Okay. So what happened for you? Yes, there was a downtime. You did a restart. Now let's say you did not restart. Then in that case, Microsoft has given you a time frame within which you did not do the restart. Then they will forcefully restart your VM. Azure will go ahead and forcefully restart your VM, in which case also you will have a downtime. So in the first case, like, you will have the flexibility, you can look at the right timing and go ahead and do restart on your server. But in the second case, Microsoft will go ahead and randomly restart your system. So this is what we will have. So how do we, so this is what we call as a planned maintenance activity, first thing. Second, unexpected downtime. Unexpected downtimes are nothing but a downtime which happens unexpectedly, like something went wrong in the backend, maybe some server hardware failed, or maybe some rack is failed, etc. So these kind of scenarios, when it is happening, your server will go down, right? Your server will go down in that case, and even that is also going to cost you a downtime, because your server is anyway down. So of course, backend server, if it is down, your VM also will go down, right? And that is another problem that you could be having over here with respect to your VMs within Azure. So how do we go about these problems? Like when we are deploying applications, let's say I'm deploying an application onto one of the VMs, right? Onto one of the VM, I'm deploying an application called as app1 VM or app1. I'm deploying an application onto this VM. So now this VM, when you are deploying an application onto it, let's say if something happens with this VM, my application is down. So how do I make sure that is not the case? I mean, there is no application down issue being caused on this VM. How can I make sure that? To make sure that, what you need to do is you go for multi-instance deployment. You don't stick with a single instance deployment, but rather what is recommended is, a recommended approach is, you go and deploy 2 VMs instead, 2 or more. You can decide the number, 2 or more number of VMs you have to deploy. This is one VM. This is another VM. So you have, like, for example, VM1, VM2. So both will be identical VMs. You will deploy your applications on them, right? You will deploy your application on them. And that is why you call them app1 VM1 and app1 VM2. So your application is deployed on them. Once after it is deployed, you will need to place a load balancer. You can place a load balancer to which you can distribute the traffic, right? So the users, they will be connecting over here. They will be connecting on the public IP address of LB. They will connect on the public IP address of the load balancer. And once after they hit the public IP of load balancer, what happens? the request will come all the way up to the load balancer. From the user perspective, the request will come all the way up to the load balancer. From load balancer, the request will go on to either of the VMs that you have, either to application 1 VM or to application 1 VM2. Both are having same application on them. Keep that in mind. Okay, one question here, downtime means cooling down. Downtime doesn't mean cooling down. Downtime means your VM is becoming unavailable. Okay, if I'm saying downtime for my laptop, sorry, my server, that basically means my server is not available during that period. That is the meaning of downtime, not being available at all. Okay, so now you understood the scenario. What happens? You will deploy 2 VMs with an LB in order to distribute the traffic, and effectively you will be able to distribute traffic onto your applications via a load balancer and load balancer's public IP. Now the request can go on to, let's say, app1 VM1, app1 VM2, either of them. Even in the case any one of the VM is down, no problem. Load balancer will identify that and he will distribute all the request onto the second VM that we have. So in this way, we will be able to make sure that we don't have any downtime. I mean, from an application perspective, there is no downtime. Our VM will continue to work. Okay, so this is what we have. Now, let's say it is possible that both the VMs are getting created onto same backend physical hardware. Such a scenario is possible, right? What if both the VMs are getting created onto the same backend physical hardware? Then in that case, if that single physical hardware goes down, both of our VMs will go down. Okay, so we have to somehow make sure they are not created on the same physical hardware first thing. Okay, so how do we do that? So that is where availability set concept can be utilized. What we are doing is, when you are deploying these servers, you are making it part of an availability set. Right, you make them part of an availability set. Let's call it as AV set 1. So in the event this availability set 1 has been created and you are placing the VMs onto this availability set 1, in that case what happens is, in the backend, remember, you are given 2 different racks. Backend there will be 2 different racks. Racks means server racks. Within these server racks you will have multiple servers, by the way. And these servers will be called as FD0 and FD1. Just a second. So here you can see there are 2 racks that has been given to you in the backend, like FD0, FD1. That is a term we call them. What is the full form of FD? FD means fault domain 0 and fault domain 1. Fault domain 0 and here also fault domain 1. What is this fault domain? Fault domain simply means a rack is a potential point of failure, right? Inside the racks, servers can fail. Also, the whole rack itself can also fail, because you can see here the VMs or the servers that you have inside this particular rack, they are having the power supply given through the rack now. So rack is receiving the power supply. From rack we are giving it to the individual servers that we have, right? And also on top of each and every rack you will have something called as a TOR switch, top of the rack switch, which is used for networking, network connectivity to all the physical servers inside the rack. So if that TOR switch goes down, or if your individual rack goes down, maybe because of power supply problems or so, then also all your VMs that you have can go down, right? All physical servers will go down. So meaning whatever VMs that you have, they also can go down. And this we call a rack as a potential fault domain, an area wherein a fault can occur. So now there are 2 FD has been given to you when you go for an availability set. And then there is also one more logical construct that is getting created, which is known as availability zone, update domain. Another logical construct called as update domain. So that is combining multiple servers across both the racks. You will have UD0, UD1, UD2, and then UD3. In this way, multiple UDs also will be there. So what is the logic of this UD? For what purpose we need this update domain? I told you earlier about the planned maintenance activity. So whatever the plant maintenance activity which Azure has to do, they will do it against the UD. They will not do it for all servers at once. They will do it only on UD basis. So for example, if at all there is any plant maintenance activity, first of all, they will do it on the first update domain, then on the second update domain, then after that later on third update domain, and then after that on fourth update domain. In this way, right? They will do it on the basis of UDs only. So what is the benefit we get? So I told you, when you are going for 2 VM deployment and you are doing it onto an availability set, in that case, your VM placement, that's what you have to see. Look at this now. The first VM that you have will get created on this one, right? First VM, that is VM1, will be created on FD0, UD0. The second VM that you have, VM2, will be created on, let's say, FD1, UD. So you can see VM2 is equal to, that will be coming on to FD1, okay, and UD1. If at all you had a third VM, VM3, then in that case it will come back to FD0 and then UD2, meaning it will go here. So in this way, Azure will take care of your VM placement. They will place your VMs across different racks and update domains. What is the benefit? The benefit is nothing but whenever you go for more than 2 VMs, two or more number of VMs, then in that case, since Azure is placing them across different racks and different UDs, you can make sure you will not be affected by, or your application will not be affected by, either an unexpected downtime or a plant maintenance activity. Your systems will not be affected by that. If at all, let's say there is a rack level failure, then FD0 will go down, but still you will have one VM available to support your application. If FD1 is going down, fine, you will have FD0 to support your application. There will be 1 or 2 servers. If a planned maintenance activity is coming at one instance only, one set of servers will be updated. And you can see, even if you have one VM over there, there will be another VM available on a different UD for you. So in this way, you can make sure your application will remain functional. It will remain available for the end customers. But is there any use if I'm going with a single VM instance? If I'm going with a single VM instance, in that case, does availability set help? If I go with a single VM instance for my application, in that case, does availability set help? If I'm going for a single VM, then in that case, it's not going to help at all. Okay, so I need to have minimum 2 VMs. More, you can keep as many as you want. More the number of VMs, the better. But there also you'll consider costs. So you don't want to go and create so many number of VMs and all, but whatever legitimate number of VMs you can go and create it. All of them will be identical, exactly the same thing. So if it is your application, same application across all VMs that you have inside the availability set. Okay, so this is what we have with respect to the concept of availability set. See, the problem with availability set, so we understood availability set gives you certain level of protection. But the problem with this is, this whole setup is happening in one data center, right? In one of Microsoft data centers, that is where this complete setup is taking place. So for example, if you have South India, this is South India or Central India, whatever, they're in one data center, that is where the whole scenario took place. What if that entire DC data center goes down? If the whole data center goes down, in that case, you don't have any protection. You will not be able to access your application anymore. So there is a need of having protection even at higher level. Data center level, you need to get protection. Rack level, okay. Rack level with availability set, yes, you will get protection. But data center level, if you need the protection, then in that case, you need to have availability zone concept, AV zone concept. What is AV zone concept? With availability zone, what happens is, you will have 3 different data centers minimum. So in a region wherein availability zone is supported, remember availability zone is not supported everywhere. There are certain selected regions wherein availability zone feature is supported. So if you have a region wherein availability zone is currently supported, then in that case, what happens? There will be minimum 3 separate data centers. 3 separate data centers. and each of them, they will have their own power supply, cooling facilities and things like that, right? And each of these data centers, you will have racks as well. Multiple racks you will have in each of them. And then when you are creating VM, how it will be created? So this is, first of all, I told you this is zone 1, this is zone 2, and this is zone 3. Or in other words, let's call it as DC01, the first data center, DC02, second data center, DC03, third data center. So in this way, you have 3 different data centers, data center 1, 2, 3, or zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. All of them are in same location. For example, Central India. Central India is a region which supports availability zone. Central India supports availability zone. Central India is in Pune location. We know that. So within Pune, where we have this data centers, they're all together only. It's all co-located within same facility, separate buildings. That's all. And the distance would be between them like couple of meters only, 1 or 2, 3 meters. That's what the distance that you have. So why I'm saying this, they are not geographically apart. They are in the same location. And you have 3 zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, 3 data centers or 3 zones. Now when you create VM, you place your first VM onto zone 1, for example. You create your first VM over here. Second VM you can create over here into zone 2, and a third VM you can create onto zone 3. So now your VMs are getting created across 3 different zones, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. If you want, you can create more number of VMs like VM3, VM4, VM5, etc. So on and so forth. You can keep on creating, or if you want only 2 VM, even that is also okay. So now look at this. If a rack level failure, do you have protection? Yes or no? If a rack level failure, do you have protection? Yes or no? Answer is yes. If there is a rack level failure, we still have protection. If a data center level failure occurs, whole of data center is going down for some reason, do you have protection in that case? So even if the whole data center goes down, you do have protection in this case. So meaning availability zone gives you protection even from data center level failures. So that is what we have with respect to the difference between availability set and availability zone. So wherever possible, which one should you prefer, availability set or availability zone? Which one should you prefer? Of course, availability zone is what you should be preferring. If you don't have an option of using availability zone, or if availability zone is not supported, only then you would want to consider going on to availability set. Okay. Specifically for availability zone or set, there is no separate charges, by the way. It's all dependent on the number of extra VMs that you're creating. For extra VMs, whatever you create, there will be an extra charges. Like for individual VM, there is a separate pricing, right? So that you will have to pay. So this is what we have with respect to the concept of availability zones and availability sets. If this is clear, let's go ahead and do a practical of this, and thereafter we'll go on to virtual machine scale set. Let me take you to Azure portal, by the way. I'll go to virtual machines. So while creating a new virtual machine, I'm creating this virtual machine for my application. So while creating this VM, I have to go ahead and specify the settings that is needed. Select your subscription. Create a new resource group if you don't have one already. Virtual machine name. Okay, let's call it as app1, VM1. So here is the availability option. So you go ahead and choose availability set from that. Okay. And you can click on create new availability set below. Click on create new. Give it a name. I'm going to call it as AV set 1. And you can see for all domains, by default, it is giving you 2. 2 means 2 separate racks. But you have an option to increase it on to 3 as well. So the maximum that you can get with availability with all domain count is equal to 3. And update domain counts, that's anywhere between 1 to 20. 1 to 20. Default is 5. So I'm going to keep it as default 5 only. Click OK for that. And then you can give other details of the VM. You can choose the image, give the username and password. We will allow HTTP connectivity as well. Continue with the next. I'm just renaming the VNet, that's all. Okay, so you continue with the next, and here you can see under load balancing option, here is the option to add a load balancer. So you say, okay, you want to have a load balancer, create a load balancer. I'm going to call it as test LB or so. Okay, and port number and all you don't have to change. By the way, load balancer, there is a separate discussion coming. So therein I will tell you in detail about load balancer, what are the things and how you can use it, how to create it, etc. All that discussions are coming up. I'm clicking on create. Continue with the next. And then you say review plus create. Availability set, I think it was lost. Let me reconfigure it. AV set 1. Review plus create, and then you have the option to click on create. So I'm creating it. So you can see first VM got deployed, but that is not enough, right? We have discussed that if you create a single VM onto availability set, that doesn't give you any benefit. You need minimum 2 or more. So let me create one more virtual machine onto our availability set. I'm going to call it as create Azure virtual machine. I will give the details for this. Virtual machine name app1 VM2, this time second VM. And availability options, I'm going to select availability set. Choose availability set, that's AV set 1, which we have created earlier. Give a size for the VM. Okay, it's on D2S V3. I'll go for V2MS. Give the username and password for this guy. Continue with the next. Forgot to add port number over here. That is HTTP. Continue with the next. I have to refresh the page because it's not picking up the original network which we created for the first VM. That's okay. Let me recreate it. App1 VM2 availability zone availability set. Select the availability set. Standard B2MS. Give the username and password. Continue with the next. So now it is okay. Select inbound ports. I'm going to select HTTP. And here under load balancer, I would select the load balancer which we created in the previous one, test LB. Okay. So this one is also going to be part of the same load balancer. You say review plus create. Click on create. So you can see here deployment is complete and we can just try this. Okay. So we'll go to this resource and then we can just confirm they are created onto the availability sets that we have. App1 VM1. We have created the 2 VMs. If you go check them, you go to availability plus scaling option. And you can see it is part of availability set. That is AV set 1. So go to AV set 1 and you can see fault domain count default is 2, update domain count that is 5. There are 2 virtual machines on this. First one app1 VM1, which is on FD0 UD0. App1 VM2, which is on FD1 UD1. Okay, fault domain 1, update domain 1. So this is what we have with respect to the placement of the VM. They have been placed across fault domains and update domains, by the way. Okay, that's it. So now you can test it, like if you have some web page configured on them, just to simulate an application. We don't have the actual application, but just to simulate it, maybe we can have some applications default IIS page configured on them. So what do? I would run a command to install and set up IIS. I say install -Windows feature -name web-server -include management tools -restart. Control A, Control C. Install -Windows feature -name web-server -include management tools restart. Click on run, and we can run the same thing on second VM also. So if you go to run command, run partial script, so you can see here we have installed IIS on 2 VMs, right? So now you can test it. How do I test it? If you remember, we had created the load balancer. So you can go to the load balancer now, and within load balancer, you will have a public IP address with the load balancer. You can take it and try to connect with it. So here is the public IP. If I go to settings of this, you go to front-end IP configuration, and you will get the front-end public IP address of load balancer. This is the one. You take this, Control C. You can check access if it is working or not. You can try to connect onto it. HTTP:// and then there we go. The link, is it working? Did you get to see the IIS page? External site warning, just click on continue, that's okay. And that should take you to the website. You can see it is working right now. So it could be coming from either of the VM, either VM1 or VM2. We don't know, right? Now, if I am to take one of the VM down, like for example, I go here, let's bring one VM down, have one VM1 that I have, stop this guy. Okay, so let's say for some reason one of the VM down, like maybe as I said, unexpected downtime, something happened in the backend, one of the VM went down, or maybe you have to do a maintenance activity and because of that you're restarting the VM, whatever the reason may be. So when you do that, whether our application would continue to work or not, that is what we have to see. So what load balancer will do, load balancer will come to know shortly, okay, that is one of the VMs are down, and any request that is coming onto the application now should go to the second VM that you have. It should not go to the first VM that you have. So in that way, he will go and redistribute the traffic now. And with that, you would be able to access the VM still. I mean, access the application still without any problem. So if you are trying that now, you can see it is working as expected. For example, if I go here, okay, maybe if you want to, you can try from an incognito window also. Control C, go to an incognito window. That's okay. Don't worry about, doesn't support a secure connection and all. That warning you can simply discard because we are not using HTTPS. We know that it will not support secure connection. Okay, you can see it is still working. So this is how you make sure even in the event of a failure, your application would continue to work. So here next we have to see availability zone. Let me show you how availability zone will work. Pretty simple. Okay, with respect to availability zone, if you want to deploy, what you have to do, while creating a VM, you simply go and choose to which VM you want to bring it on. Like for example, I'm creating a virtual machine for my application, just like how you did for availability set. So herein, you will choose a resource group. You will give a name for VM. Okay, let's call it as VM1 simply. And here under availability options, you will choose availability zone. And then thereafter, you will select onto which zone you want to create the VM. Zone 1, Zone 2, or Zone 3. So I'm selecting Zone 1 and I'm selecting Zone 2. If I select multiple options simultaneously, like for example, Zone 1, Zone 2, both of which if I'm selecting, then in that case, what will happen? It will go and create two VMs, right? It will go and create two VMs, and one will be on zone 1, the second VM will be on zone 2. Two identical VMs with whatever whatever image that you're using, with that image it will go and create two VMs, one onto zone 1, another one onto zone 2. Look at this, right? One VM will get created over here, another one VM will get created over here. If at all you selected zone 3 as well, then in that case total 3 VMs will get created, one VM over here, another VM over here, a third VM over here. In that also, now they will not replicate everything automatically. They don't replicate your applications and all automatically between them. That you will have to configure manually. So you go to each of the VM, you configure your applications and make them identical. You can use the custom image which we discussed in an earlier class, right? I told you about custom image earlier. So you go and set up your application in one of the master VM or reference VM as I told you, and then you capture a custom image and use that custom image for deploying VMs onto availability sets or availability zones. In that case, what will happen? In that case, you will have your applications already configured. The time VM getting created, you will have applications configured within them already. So custom image can be utilized in that way if you would want to. That's all. So that's what happens with respect to creating VMs across availability zone. Apart from that, everything is just same with respect to availability zone. We will go on to virtual machine scale set topic. What is virtual machine scale set? Virtual machine scale set is a mechanism with which you can create VMs which will scale automatically, right? VMs which will scale automatically. So let's say you are planning to deploy VMs for an application. So more than one VM you want, and all the redundancy features that you have seen, like either availability set or an availability zone, if you want it, then those facilities also will be available within your virtual machine scale set. Plus, you will get the ability to scale VMs automatically. So what is VM scaling? That I will tell you. First of all, let me just explain you this VMSS with a diagram, and thereafter we will go and tell you about the scaling options, and then we will do the practical of it. One question, could you brief out to create an image in Linux? Same process. Whatever process we did on a Windows machine, same process only, except that sysprep utility will not be available for Linux. So you don't have the functionality of doing a sysprep. So you create a Linux VM, you simply connect to it. Thereafter, I'm giving you a command here in chat right now. You run that command on the machine, and thereafter you come back to Azure portal and click on capture. That's all. That's all the difference. That you have rest of the process is completely same. What is the command that you have to run? Sudo wa agent deprovision plus user. This is the command that you have to run. You run this command on the Linux machine, and then you come out of the machine. You click on capture within Azure portal. Here is the capture, right? For example, one of the VM that you have, click on capture and continue with rest of the process, just like how I have shown you for Windows VM. That's it. Virtual machine scale set, or VMSS in short. As I told you, virtual machine scale set is nothing but an identical set of VMs who can scale automatically based on requirement. So while creating a VMSS initially, you will get started with certain number of VMs. So let's say you got started with two VMs, one or two VMs that you created, and you will have your applications configured on them, right? Or you can use a custom image wherein you have configured the applications already. You can use that custom image to deploy your virtual machine scale set VMs. And once after you deploy them, you can configure them to a load balancer, just like how we did with availability set or availability zone. You can place them behind a LB if you want to, a load balancer. So both of the VM will be connected to load balancer. Load balancer will have a public IP, and that is where your users are going to connect. Now I told you one difference that you have with virtual machine scale set is nothing but the ability to scale. With respect to scaling, there are two options. We call it as horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. Horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. Horizontal scaling and vertical scaling. What is horizontal scaling and what is vertical scaling? So first of all, what is Horizontal, this is horizontal, and this is vertical, right? Horizontal and vertical. So what is meant by horizontal scaling? The ability to increase the number of VMs is what we call as horizontal scaling. So you initially had 2 VMs, you want to make it 3. That's what we call as horizontal scaling. Or you want to make it as 4, etc. That is what horizontal scaling. Increasing the number of instances is what we call as horizontal scaling. Vertical scaling, we all know the VMs will have a size. For instance, B2MS. So the size that you have B2MS, you want to make it big. The same VM you want to convert to a bigger size, let's say for example B2MS to B4MS. Then in that case it is called as vertical scaling. Horizontal scaling, it was increasing number of instances. Vertical scaling is increasing the size. Now here itself, this horizontal scaling and vertical scaling that you have, there can be 2 types. You can have scale out and then you can have scale in. Here you can have scale up and then scale down. Okay, so scale out, scale in, scale up and scale down. Scale out, as I said, increasing number of instances of VM. Scale in, decreasing number of VM. Okay, scale out is increasing number of VMs. Scale in, decreasing number of VMs. Scale up, increasing size of VMs. Scale down, decreasing size of VMs. These are the terms that you have in terms of scaling. Okay, scaling, scale out, scale in, scale up, scale down. Horizontal scaling and vertical scaling, the difference between them. In this, what is preferred is what we call as horizontal scaling instead of vertical scaling. You can do both in Azure. You can do a vertical scaling as well as horizontal scaling in Azure, no problem. The horizontal scaling, if you do, there is no need of downtime. You can always scale it. Vertical scaling, if you do, you need a downtime. Why? Because when the size of the VM is getting changed, VM will go for a stop, deallocate and start. It will deallocate and start, or a restart is involved over there when you go with a vertical scaling. So this is a problem, right? In the sense, for production environment and all, you don't want to have this downtime. If all these VMs are going for a reboot, then in that case, that's a downtime. Your application won't be available, right? So what is preferred is always horizontal scaling only. That doesn't mean you cannot do vertical scaling. You can do that as well, considering the downtime. But horizontal scaling you can create. I mean, you are simply creating additional VMs. The other VMs are already running and they are supporting your application, right? Applications are up and running. And whenever you create a new VM, you're simply making it part of the group and adding it onto the LB. So this horizontal scaling can be done automatically, right? You can configure something called as auto scaling within virtual machine scale set. We need to have a auto scaling condition created. With that auto scaling condition, you will specify what are the parameters that you want to consider while scaling, how you have to scale, how many instances you have to scale, all that you will define. And thereafter, whenever, one typical condition that we give for auto scaling is that, let's say these 2 VMs are supporting your application right now. The application running on these 2 VMs, now there are large number of people connecting onto your application suddenly. For some reason, there are more and more people connecting onto your application at the moment. When the traffic is increasing, of course, the utilization of the VMs also will increase, meaning there will be more CPU RAM utilization on these 2 servers. There will be more CPU and RAM utilization on both of the servers now. So when that happens, for example, I can specify a condition. If the RAM capacity on the systems that I have is going above 80%, right? 80% is an alarming percentage, right? 80% or above, if it is continuing for a period of 10 minutes or more, then in that case, you add one extra VM, meaning you do horizontal scaling and you add one extra VM. So it will go ahead and create another VM over here. And that also will be added onto the LB. So the total number of requests that is coming now, earlier it was going on to 2 VMs. Now it will be spread across 3 VMs. So the total number of requests, if it was 10,000 requests earlier, 5,000 to each of the VMs, now it will become 3,333 requests onto each and every VM. In this way, that will be spread across multiple VMs that you have. And this overall load on the systems will increase. It will continue to run like this. If the utilization is still going up, same process will repeat, another VM will get created, and that also will be added onto the LV, and this process will keep on continue. You can actually set a limit, what is the maximum cap, maximum how many VMs it can have. And also when the utilization is coming down, when there is no much utilization, there is no reason for you to keep 4, 5, 6 VMs and all over there. You can reduce the number of VMs as well. You can reduce the number of VMs as well automatically. So for scaling in as well, scaling in means reducing number of instances as well, you can create a auto scaling rule. Okay, and with that, whenever the utilization is less than 20% or so, it will automatically decrease the number of VMs one by one, right? It will decrease the number of instance by one by one by one, and then it will come to a predefined minimum number. For example, if I have defined minimum number of instances as 2, it will come down to 2 VM, or if I have defined minimum as 1, it will come down to 1 VM. So this process will automatically keep on happening. This is what we have with respect to virtual machine scale set. Availability virtual machine scale set. So let's do a practical on this. Let me go on to Azure portal. The earlier VMs that we created, let me stop deallocate them. And I'll create a new VM. Not VM, by the way, what we have to create is virtual machine scale set, right? So go to VMSS. Click on create. See, automated process we do horizontal scaling only. Reason I told you already. Vertical scaling, anytime if you wish to, like if you think whatever the size that you have is not sufficient. Initially you went with D2S V3 and you're understanding, okay, that size is not sufficient. Even if you have more number of VMs, the existing VM should be more powerful. In that case, you can go for a higher size, right? With virtual machine scale set, now it allows you to increase the size individually. Earlier, that was not the case. Earlier, you will increase the size of whole virtual machine scale set unit, meaning all instances that you have, all of them will increase the size. But now we have the flexibility to go and increase individual instances one by one. So if you do that, your application will not be totally down, right? If there are a 4 VM setup in your virtual machine scale set, you can take one VM out, increase it vertically you scale it, bring it back online, then do it on second one, third one, fourth one, and that way step by step you can get it done. Okay, so it's simply a choice. You cannot do it automatically, that's all, but anytime if you would wish to, you can go and do it. Select your resource group, give a name for virtual machine scale set. I'm going to call it as VMSS1. Central India. Now this virtual machine scale set VMs itself, you can place across availability zones, right? So in virtual machine scale set, if you are having 10 VMs, you can say these VMs are spread across availability zones. So it will be like in one availability zone, you will have 3. In second availability zone, you will have 3. In third availability zone, you will have 3. And in one more availability zone, you will have 3 plus 1, 4. So that makes it total 10 VMs. So in this way, you can spread your VMs across availability zone as well, even when you go and do virtual machine scale set. That's what I told you earlier. Virtual machine scale set will give you the functionalities of availability zones also in it. That's it. So thereafter you go and specify, like if you want them to be placed across availability zones, you can do that. Otherwise, you can simply come down and you can choose. Here is the option orchestration mode. I told you flexible and uniform. If you go with flexible, this is where I told you, you will have the ability to increase the size of the VM individually. Individual VMs, if you want to do vertical scaling, you can do that. If you go with uniform orchestration mode, you cannot individually do vertical scaling. You will do vertical scaling as a whole set, meaning for the complete virtual machine scale set unit, you will have to increase the size. So it is always better to go with flexible orchestration mode only. Okay, fair enough. So you go down to the scaling mode now. This is where you go and define the auto scaling. You have to go and say if you want the automatic scaling ability, you can click on this auto scaling option, or you can say no scaling needed at all, or you can say manually update the capacity as per the requirement. I'm going with auto scaling option. By default, there will be a scaling policy. If you want to, you can alter it. If you click on configure, you will get the options. So you can see the default scaling conditions and all over here. The default condition goes by this. Let me go ahead and show it to you. With respect to manually update the capacity or auto scaling, scaling based on CPU metric on any schedule. If you scroll down, default instance count. Okay, by default, how many instances you want when you get started. So I'm saying, okay, I want 2 instances. Minimum count of instances, minimum how many VMs want. I'm using it as 1, but you guys tell me which one would be better. Minimum number of instances, what would be better? Will 1 would be better or 2 would be better? Which one? Minimum number of instances of VM, which one would be better? 1 or 2? Minimum, it would be better to go with 2. Why 2? Because if you're having only 1 VM, then in that case, something happens to the backend server that is currently hosting your VM. What will happen? Your application will go down because whatever VMs that you have, everything is going down. But if you have 2 VMs minimum, one will be on one rack, another one will be on another rack. Even if one of them fails, your secondary VM will be able to pick it up. That's all. So minimum always good is 2 only. But since we are doing a simple demo, I'm just keeping it as 1. Maximum, you can specify the number of VMs that you want to. And like, for example, I'm specifying it as 20. I'm not keeping it as 20 and all. I'll just keep it as 5. Okay, 5 instances of VM. I will just keep it as 5. And you can specify the scale out condition. If the CPU is threshold is greater than 80%, then increase the number of instances by 1. If CPU usage is less than 20%, then decrease the number of instances by 1. Okay, that's it. So what is this query duration? Like, for example, there was a scaling operation that happened, and then immediately don't do another scaling operation. You wait for another 10 minutes minimum, and then you monitor the CPU further again, and thereafter you go and decide and do if you want to scale. That is what query duration, 10 minutes that we have here, the wait time. So click on save. The scaling condition we have saved, and then you can go and click on save overall. Select your image, Windows Server 2019 data center. Give the username and password. Continue with the next. That's it. Continue with the next. Just say review plus create now. And click on create lastly. Wait for the deployment. So you can see here virtual machine scale set deployment is complete. Let's go to this resource. For virtual machine scale set also, as I told you could use a load balancer. By the way, this one we haven't created behind the load balancer, right? If you want that load balancing capabilities, then you should place it behind a load balancer during the creation phase itself. During the creation phase itself, we have to place it behind the load balancer, and that's the way how we have to go about it. Okay, that's it. So for now, we haven't done that. So, but anyway, that's the point. If at all you wanted, you could have placed it. So that whenever new VMs are getting added, it will automatically get added onto the load balancer as well. And whenever a VM is getting removed, it will automatically get removed from the load balancer as well. If at all you have gone with a load balancer setup. That's it. So let's go ahead and see this. Here, if you go to instances, currently there are 2 instances. By the way, it came down to 1 already, right? Initially it was 2. You come back to overview. See, it is transitioning right now. From 1 instance, it is going on to 2 instances. You can see here. Okay. Earlier it was 2 instances, but now what we are left with is one instance. So go to instances, because we gave the minimum, right? Since there was no CPU utilization, even though we started with 2, it automatically came down to 1 instance because there is no utilization. If I'm increasing the CPU utilization on this VM now, then in that case, it will go and increase the number of VMs as well simultaneously. That's it. So I hope this part is clear with respect to scaling. Horizontal scaling, scale out means number of VMs increasing. If number of VMs will automatically created, those newly created VMs with same credentials and same IP will be assigned. That is true. It will have same credentials, same username and password. IP address anyway, that is the IP address that you will have on the LB. So load balancers IP address will be same for all, right? And you can use that load balancer IP to connect to the VMs also. That's it. So you won't be having separate IPs, plus credentials will be the same. And also you can have same files and applications, etc. if you're using same custom image. If you prepare a custom image, in that custom image you have configured everything and you are going ahead and using this custom image for creating your VMs, then in that case you will have everything inside the custom image. That's it. I hope that makes sense, by the way. Are we good to move on to the storage topic now? So here we go. With respect to storage account, what exactly it is? It's a method or it's a service within Azure with which you will be able to store data in Azure, right? If you want to store data, a cloud-based storage option, that is what we have with respect to Azure storage or storage account. Storage, a cloud-based, object-based storage option that is available for you, which allows you to store data on cloud. That's what storage account is all about. There are 4 services within storage account, as you already know. We call it as blob, file, table, and then queue. With respect to blob, full form is binary large object, which is used for storing unstructured data. Unstructured data. Now you may ask, what is unstructured data? Unstructured data means a data which doesn't have a schema is what we call as a unstructured data. I will give you example. You have, like, if you open any folders in your laptop or desktop, you will see random files that you have in them. Like, for example, certain image files, certain audio files, certain video files, etc. All that is examples of unstructured data, right? Any file that you have with an extension, including PDF files, your docx, document files, txt files, all are examples of unstructured data, data which doesn't have a structure with them. Now, what is structured data then? Structured data is data typically we have inside a table. Okay, inside a table. Normally, structured data are found inside database. In a database, we know the data is getting stored in the format of a table. And that is an example of a structured data. Or another example that I can give you, if you think about a Excel sheet, okay, Excel sheet, inside the Excel sheet, you have what? Inside Excel sheet, the data that you have, that is also in table format, or what we refer to as a structured data. Okay. Now, apart from these two, there are semi-structured data as well, which is neither structured nor unstructured, which we call as semi-structured data. XML file, JSON file, YAML file, YAML. These all are examples of semi-structured data, by the way. That's different thing. Anyway, so you can store your unstructured data on blob, and what you can store on table, that is basically structured data. File service is also used for storing unstructured data only. File service is also used for storing unstructured data. Then what is the difference between blob and file? On file, this is used for creating file share, cloud-based file share, which is typically accessed over protocols like NFS and SMB. NFS network file share or SMB server message block. Both are file sharing protocol. You know what is a file share? I think I don't have to explain you what is a file share. So file allows you to create a cloud-based file share, by the way. Done. What about queue? Okay, so with respect to file, I told you it's nothing but file share allows you to create cloud-based file shares. Table, I told you, allows you to store structured data. Queue storage is for message queuing. Message queuing. What is message queuing? Like between two application components, if you want to pass some messages, then in that case, you will use this message queuing service. It's not SMS. It's not about sending text messages. No, that's not what the purpose of message queuing. It is between two application components that you have. They want to exchange some messages between them. That is where queue is coming into the picture. Think about it this way. You have an IoT device. IoT means Internet of Things. This device keeps on creating various events. I will tell you one example. Nowadays, like if you take Ola or Ather, for example, or Tesla, right? All these electric vehicle companies, they will have various sensors installed on their cars and bikes, right? And these guys, these tiny little sensors that has been installed, that is what we call as Internet of Things. They are connected to Internet. They will keep on collecting various events like how fast the bike is going, how much battery percentage we have right now, and various other things like various patterns, how exactly this is getting utilized. So these data is getting recorded and it is continuously being sent somewhere. Where it will send? It can send it to a queue service, for example. The queue will store the messages. Then there will be other workflows that has been created. There may be other applications and all that is continuously monitoring the queue, taking the messages from there, processing it, and doing anything with this data that you have. Like for example, for visualization or for data sorting or for data normalization and all, you can take it on to various other services in that way. So you can see certain components are sending large amount of messages which can be processed by queue. Queue basically is a lightweight version. For large amount of messages and all, typically we don't use queue. There are other services like for example my Azure Service Bus Queue. Service Bus is available, and then Event Hub is available. Service Hub, Service Bus, Event Hub, etc. So those kind of services, that's what we use for large amount of events or notifications or messages that is getting generated. Okay, so it's not about sending text message to the phone. I told you already the purpose of queue, by the way. Between application components, if you want to pass some messages, then message queuing service can be utilized. That's it. Then apart from that, when you create a storage account, you can create storage account in two versions. Either you can create a standard storage account or you can create a premium storage account. What is the difference between the two? Standard storage account is normally called as GPV2, General Purpose V2. General Purpose V2 storage account. It supports blob, file, table, and queue, meaning all four services are supported. Whereas premium storage account, remember the difference between standard and premium is standard is HDD backed, normal hard disk backed, whereas premium is SSD backed. So in the backend, you are creating storage account. All storage accounts are created on top of your storage clusters in the backend, right? There will be storage cluster, and that is where all these VMs are getting created, by the way. So this standard storage account that you have in the backend, the storage cluster would be using normal hard disk, whereas premium storage account in the backend would be using SSD, solid state drive, by the way. Okay, so of course premium will be faster, just like we told you about premium disk and all within Azure platform. Fair enough. So now to continue from here, premium, when you create it, it will be more specific. Like for example, you will have premium blob, premium file share. You don't have premium support for table and queue. Table and queue, there is no support from premium file share. Either you create a premium blob or you create a premium file share. That's it. So that is the difference between performance classifications of storage account. Then with respect to storage, there are 6 different replication options, by the way. For the sake of protecting your data, you have replication options like LRS, ZRS, GRS, RAGRS, GZRS, and RAGZRS. Have you discussed this one? 6 replication options or redundancy. LRS, ZRS, GRS, RAGRS, GZRS, RAGZRS. Okay, great. So that has also been. Then apart from this, coming on to blob, when you get started with blob, you first of all need to create a container to store the data. right? This container is nothing but a bucket within you will drop the data. By the way, you could create different buckets or different containers for storing different types of data. It's up to you how you want to create. If you want to create a single container and put all data in that container, that is also okay. Your logic you have to decide. Now, when you create these containers, you can specify an access level for the containers. Either you can have private as an access level or anonymous blob access or anonymous container level access. Okay, private access at container level or anonymous blob or anonymous container. So what does it mean? If you set a container as private, you won't be able to access the data on it publicly. Without some authentication, you wouldn't be able to access that data. Whereas if you have set anonymous blob or container, you would be able to access the data anonymously with a direct URL. Without any authentication, you would be able to access the data if you have anonymous blob or anonymous container. The difference between blob and container is blob allows you to see data specifically of a individual blob only. For example, which blob you want to see, you should have the URL for it. Then in that case, you will be able to see specifically that blob. Whereas if you have a container, from the container level, you will be first of all able to see the container level, what are the files that you have in container. And also you will be able to go to individual blobs as well with the URL. So you don't need specific URL when you go for a container level anonymous access. So this is what we have with respect to blob containers. And then you will start storing data within blob container. And now for blob, there is a classification which we refer to as block blob, append blob, and then page blob. This one, is it covered? Block blob, append blob, and page blob. So what is block blob, append blob, and page blob? See, first of all, we know a blob is nothing but an unstructured data, any random file, audio, video, movie file, etc. I told you. There's a lot of examples of blob binary large object. Okay, so I told you blobs are nothing but random files that you have. Every file that you have in the system is actually a blob. Now every blob is made up of blocks. Every blob is actually made up of blocks. You can easily understand that. How many of you have used torrents, uTorrent, BitTorrent, etc.? If you are 90s kids or even before that, you probably would know. You might have used this torrents and all, right? For downloading movies, games, etc., right? Peer-to-peer connection with which you would be able to. You will take 2-3 days and all to download it, but we were fine with it. Interesting times, I would say, right? Yeah, peers and seeds. Anyway, so when you download via that uTorrent, BitTorrent, have you noticed how the progress bar is going? There is a progress bar which shows the download indicator, I would say, right? It fills here and there. Have you noticed it? It's not going in a specific order. It keeps on filling here and there. And then eventually everything gets downloaded and then it goes to a seeding state. Have you noticed it? It is downloading in parts and then finally everything is getting clubbed into one single unit and then it goes to the seeding state once after the file has been completely downloaded. Correct? So we can clearly, yeah, like a barcode, we can say yes. We can clearly come to know that it is actually made up of multiple blocks. The file is getting downloaded as different blocks, by the way. You can see that even nowadays, if you go and download a file via Internet Download Manager, you will be able to see that. I have Download Manager over here. Let me show you one random file if I'm downloading. This is, I need some file with a little bit higher size. Let's see what we have. VirtualBox. If I re-download this guy. Okay, so you can see one indicator over here, another one over here, another one over here, another one over, total 8 parts, right? It is getting downloaded as different parts. This blue color below you can see. Finally, once it is done, it will combine everything to a single file and then it is giving me, right? So that clearly confirms each and every file that you have is actually made up of multiple blocks. So every blob that you have is basically a blob. Everything is made up of different blocks. That blocks can be of different sizes. It can be like, for example, 64 KB blocks. It can be 1 MB blocks. It can be 100 MB blocks, etc., etc. You can have varying block size, by the way, for every file. Now, that is what we have with respect to a block blob. What is append blob? You know the meaning of append? Appending or append. Append means what? What is meant by that append? Nobody knows. Adding to the end. That's what we call as append. Appending something. Appending something means you're adding at the end of the file. You have a text file. So on that text file, you do have some data already. So you're not allowed to modify anywhere in between, right? You're not allowed to modify at the front, in the sense at the beginning. You can only add something at the end of the text file. This is what we call as appending. Only append operation is allowed for you. That is what we have basically with respect to your append blob. Okay, that's it. So now with respect to this append blob that you have in Azure, you can create an append blob as well, by the way. If you want to, you can go and create append blob within Azure, by the way, for what purpose? Let's say you're creating an application, and for this application that you have, right, this application that you have, if they have to log data, like for some reason they want to log the data, what is happening inside them, they want to log it somewhere, you can create an append blob within Azure storage account, and you can write your log data onto that append blob. Getting the point? You will be allowed to write your logs onto the append blob. What is the benefit? If it was a block blob, you could write anywhere, you can replace the data, etc. But if you have put it as an append blob, then in that case, you cannot make any changes at the first. You cannot make changes in between. You can only make changes at the end. So whatever has been written already, it can be retained. Okay. So for logging and all, for your application, if you want to do some, if your cloud-based application want to create a file so that it can log the data, which one you would prefer? A block blob or append blob or page blob? You will prefer? Tell me, which type of blob? You will go with append blob. Okay. So that the text file that you have created, it will allow you to, while creating the text file, you can mark it as an append file. I'll show you how you can mark it as an append file later. So once you have marked it as an append file, you will be allowed to do append operations only. What is page blob then? Page blob is nothing but here the block size is fixed. It is a fixed 512 byte block. Okay. It is a fixed 512 byte block that you have in the case of block blob. What is this 512 byte? What is the significance of 512 bytes? Anybody heard about sectors on a hard disk? Heard about sectors on a hard disk? Yes or no? Sectors, hard disk, older hard disk that you have, that physical hard disks, and sectors on them, right? The hard disks that we have earlier, the older type of hard disks that we have, they are made up of sectors. Sectors are individual memory units inside a hard disk, right? And the capacity of individual sector would be 512 bytes. Why it is set to 512 bytes? Because you want to randomly, your operating system want to write or read write data randomly. For that, 512 byte sized sectors are created within a hard disk. So you want to simulate that. You want to simulate that within Azure Cloud. So in Azure Cloud also you're creating a storage which allows you to have 512 byte sectors or 512 byte equal sized blocks for the data. So this is what we have with respect to a page blob. So we call it as 512 byte equal sized pages. 512 byte equal sized pages. So this is what with respect to page blob that we have. For what purpose? I told you your virtual machines are using VHD to store data, virtual hard disk. All VHDs are, by the way, a page blob. Okay. Every virtual hard disk that you have is basically a page blob. So when you create a virtual hard disk, this virtual hard disk is getting stored into a storage account in the backend as which type of blob? As a page blob. Getting it or not? A virtual hard disk that you have, the VHD file, is getting stored as a page blob into storage account in the backend. So earlier I told you about virtual machine disks. Now remember, they're all page blobs, by the way. That's it. So these are the three different types of blobs that we have: block blob, append blob, and page blob. Done. Then again, with respect to the blob data, you can also have tiers. You call it as hot tier, cool tier, cold tier, and then what is that? Archival. Okay. Then within storage, you will see something called as data migration. For data migration, there are two options. We call it as online data migration and offline data migration. What is online data migration? Online data migration over internet. Offline data migration without internet. That's what we have between online and offline. Online, like we have been using Azure portal. You are uploading files via Azure portal. You might have used something called as Storage Explorer, a utility, right? So if you are uploading files via Storage Explorer, or if you are using PowerShell commands, you copy paste the data, then that is also online method going over internet. You have a powerful utility called as AZ copy. Okay, AZ copy, that's another utility, which is also something which we would use for online data transfer. You will transfer the data over internet. That's also, these are the online data transfer options to storage account. Now, apart from this, there is also something called as offline data storage options. What are the offline data storage options? We have options like, for instance, data box and then import export service. Okay, we have data box and import export service, both of which is a method with which you will ship disk and devices to Microsoft Azure location. So if you want to send some data onto Azure and you have a large amount of data initially, then you may consider using a import export service, right? So with import export service or data box, what is the functionality difference between the two? Data box, Microsoft is giving you the device. Import export, you are giving the device. That's all the difference. Data box itself is three category. There is data box disk, data box disk. We have data box itself. We have data box heavy. Okay, data box disk, data box, and data box heavy. Data box disk is nothing but individual disks that you can have starting from 8 TB capacity, maximum 5 per order. So 8 TB multiplied by 5, you will get 40 terabytes of capacity total. Around 30 will be usable in that. You can copy data onto individual disks and ship it to Microsoft. That is what data box disk. Data box, you have a 100 TB device, out of which 80 TB usable. You will get that device shipped by Microsoft to your office. Then you copy data by using cables and all to that. And thereafter, you can send the device back. Data box heavy, a 1 petabyte, that is 1000 TB option, out of which 800 TB around usable capacity you would be having. You can copy data onto them and give it to Microsoft. So it's all depends upon how much data that you have, right? Based on that, you can go and turn it on. Or if you want even lower scenario, you can start from 1 TB disk with import export service. 1 TB disk, you can create it. You can copy your data, put it onto, you create an import export job, and thereafter you send the disk onto Azure platform. Then yes, you will have your data available within Azure storage account that you have specified. So that's what we have with respect to import export service. Okay, so you can go ahead and use any of this for offline data migration option.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay. So during the complete course, we will purely focus on Azure DevOps. Now in the Azure DevOps, we will create one account. Okay, I will show you how to create the account. After creating the account, Azure DevOps itself is a complete tool. In that tool, you come across multiple options like dashboards. You will see dashboards, how dashboards are created, what is the use of the dashboards. Along with dashboards, then you will have the another option called as boards, in which we manage the project used by the project managers. We will cover up the boards. Then it comes a different part after this one, that is called CI/CD pipelines. This CI/CD pipeline is the most important one. So we will spend more time on the CI/CD perspective. After CI/CD perspective, I will explain you the test plans. These are the different options which comes under the Azure DevOps. So within one tool, we have different one. Then we also have the option of artifacts. All those are the primarily services of the Azure DevOps. So when I talk about the Azure DevOps, in Azure DevOps, all those things will be covered. And when we will talk about beside this, if we have to talk about another tools, we will talk about the Azure. What does the Azure do? If I have to deploy any application from this CI/CD to the Azure, how will you do that? So in that time, we will talk about the Azure. Beside this Azure, we will also talk about it. Within the Azure, we will see Docker, how to use the Docker, and we will also see Kubernetes, and using the CI/CD pipeline, how we can deploy any application to the Docker and to the Kubernetes. We will see all those things during this session. Okay, now let's talk about the first. We will talk about the DevOps, so that you all have the basic understanding what is a DevOps and what are all tools comes under the DevOps. Okay, now DevOps, this technology or terminology you might have heard a lot in the last few years. Why? Because now each and every company is moving towards the automation. They want to reduce the time, manual work. So that's why they all are moving towards the automation. Now in the automation, what happens? Any manual work which you are performing on a regular basis, that should be turned into the automation process. Now, if I talk about the real-time example or just a small example, let's say there is one directory, there is a C directory on your particular laptop. In the C directory, you always create the temporary files that gets created by system itself or by any actions. Now, those have worked as a system administrator, or those have also worked into the different IT side also. You might have heard we are clearing up the caches, we are clearing up the memories once in a month or twice in a month or on a regular basis. That time frame can be different. But what we want is in the C drive, the temporary files and folders which are getting created. One way is I can delete these temporary files and folders, unwanted files and folders manually. Let's say on 1st December, I am deleting these files. Okay. Now I can delete this one manually. Okay, I have deleted on 1st December. Now next time when I want to delete it, I want to delete it on 15th December. Now if I want to delete it on 15 December, I will again do it manually. One process is I am doing all the things manually. But in this manual process, you have to keep up some reminder. And also you need to log in and perform these steps so that these directory can be cleared it out. On the other perspective, what I can do a automation. In automation, what I will do, I will convert the step of deletion into an automation process. How will I do it? I will write some script. This script can be into any language, like it can be on a PowerShell, or it can be shell scripting, or it can be a Python scripting. Any script we can use to delete the temporary folders from this one. When I will write this script, I will use a scheduler. What does this scheduler do? So in our system, we can apply a scheduler. What do you mean by scheduler? A job. We are setting up some date and time, that on this date and time, this particular script should execute. So if I write this script and also set up the scheduler, what will happen? On 1st December, I don't need to log in. Automatically, this script will execute and it will clear the temporary files. Similarly, in the scheduler, I have set it up in every 15 days, it should run. So on 15th December also, this particular script will execute and your files will be deleted. Correct? So what I have done is, in this complete scenario, I have converted the manual process into a automation process. Now, in this case, when I'm talking about this schedulers, how will you set up this scheduler? Main thing comes, how will you set up this scheduler? You have the scripts, it's fine, but how will you set up this date and time? How will you set up the scheduler or the set of jobs? So in that perspective, we use the DevOps tools. So in the market, we have several tools available into the market. Few examples of these DevOps tools are, one is Azure DevOps. Then we have the Nginx. Then we also have the GitHub Actions. AWS DevOps, and many more tools are there which help you to run some set of tasks. So what does this tool do? They help you to run the set of tasks. In this task, you can align the script and tell them to execute this script at this particular date and time. So these tools are just, you can say, is a mediator to help you to run particular jobs on any particular action. So action can be either, it can be a time based, or it can be on a different actions that we will talk about once I will come more in detail on this one. But these tools are nothing, it just help you to run the set of tasks on some actions. Okay. Let's first create the accounts on the Azure DevOps. Okay, to create the account on the Azure DevOps, so first going to the Azure DevOps, I will tell you Microsoft provides you two tools. One is called Azure. So don't get confused with the Azure or the Azure DevOps. Another one comes Azure DevOps. Azure is a cloud platform on which you create the Azure any compute services. This is the cloud platform on which you create the any compute services. Azure DevOps is another tool which is used to create the CI/CD. Okay, so first what we have to do is we have to create one Microsoft account. If you already have the account, you can use the same account to log in, or otherwise you can create your new account on the Microsoft. After you log into the cloud, this is the Azure Cloud. This is the Azure Cloud. First thing, in the Azure Cloud, when you will create a new account, after creating the account, it will ask you for your credit card. You can use your credit card to create the account and the temporary subscription. So what happens is, in this case, Azure provides you $200 in your Microsoft account for the first month. For the first month, they provide you $200. Then you can, why they give you $200? To learn and test the things onto the Azure Cloud. After first month, they start charging you on the basis of the services which you use. So how does the Azure works? They work on the pay as you go model. What do you mean by pay as you go model? Pay as you go model means whichever services you will use in the Azure portal, they will charge you for those services. If you are not creating any services, they will not charge you. For example, in Ola or Uber, when you hire any cab or car, that time you have, when you are traveling through that car, you have to pay for it. If you are not going to travel, then you don't have to pay for it. Similarly, in this case of Azure Cloud or AWS or any other cloud service providers, if you are creating any services and using them, then you have to pay. Otherwise, you don't have to pay anything. So when you're creating the $200, why I'm saying this one, I repeatedly, because you can use your free subscription for 1 month. And after that, you can cancel your subscription. Otherwise, they will start charging from your credit card. So to avoid that situation that they charge you something for the services, cancel that subscription after 1 month. Okay, so first you have to create the Azure account. After creating the Azure account, this is the cloud services. After this one, you can search Azure DevOps. Here only you can see Azure DevOps organization. You can click on this Azure DevOps organization. Azure portal the pricing and the charges for both the platforms are different. In the Azure portal, they charge you for the services which you create. But in the case of Azure DevOps, you can create the n number of projects or the organizations, but they charge you on the basis of the licenses. So this costing of Azure portal is separate than the Azure DevOps. But the good thing about the Azure DevOps is they work on the licenses basis. So, but they give you 5 free licenses, which you can use lifetime. So in my case, this account which I'm using in Azure DevOps, I'm using it from last 3-4 years. So because I'm the only one who is using up this Azure DevOps, so one license is free for me. I don't have to pay anything for the Azure DevOps, even if I use it after 1 month. But in the case of Azure, you have to pay for the services which you will use after 1 month. Okay. If you already have the account, go to the Azure over here on the search bar, search Azure DevOps organization and create your organization. So the name of the organization will be unique throughout the world. It can't be same. You have to take care that this organization name should be unique. When you will create a new organization, you will have no project inside it, but if you see my account, I already have few projects. In your fresh account, you will not have any project. Meanwhile, I will give you the list of tools which you will require. So during this complete learnings and studying, we will need Git. So install the Git onto your system. You might need Azure CLI. Okay, once the organization is created, let's see, like in my single account, I have 2 organizations. So I have created the inside this one. If you already have that project, it will show you the list of projects. Otherwise, you will get an option to create a new project. So let's see, when you click on the new project here, you can see the name. Now in Azure DevOps, when you go over here, it will ask you to create a project. So that time you can give any project a name. Let's say I'm giving a December batch, the project name. Here there are 2 options, private and public. So what do you mean by private and public? 2 projects. Public means anyone who have the link of your project and your organization can view the project, but they can only view it. They can't modify anything, but they can view the content inside the project. Meanwhile, in case of private, the only people who have the licenses will able and permissions will able to view your project. No one else can view it. Then over here, the option comes advanced. In the advanced, you see the option what type of version controlling you want. Version controlling means the tools which help you to keep up the records of the changes which you are making on your code and the files. So there are 2 types of version controlling. One is called centralized, another one is called distributed. Inside the centralized, a category comes that is called TFVC. That I will explain in the next class. Inside the distributed, the version controlling comes Git. Then for now, we also have the option of TFVC that I will show you. Once you have that version controlling as Git, here it comes a work item process. These are basically for the boards. So in your company, in your project, what type of project you want to use, what type of work items you want to use, Agile, Basics, Scrum, CMMI. So these are the project methodologies. So in your college days or even in the today world, you must have heard about the agile model, workflow models, waterfall models, uh, linear, many types of models are there. These are the project handling models. Now how the things differentiate with these kind of interfaces? So if I select the agile and create the project, I will show you under the boards, you will see different type of work items. If you see over here under the list of work items, the categories of these work items will be different if I'm using up a basic, then the template of these work items will be different. So let me see if I check it out. This is a Scrum. If I change it to see, in Scrum we have the different options. So under the boards, let me show you in a different way. If I click create a basic project with a basic template, then the work items will be different in that project. If we go to the board, see, only 3 work items are there. So categorization of this template of the work items get different if you are following the agile model or the basic one. Earlier when I was discussing, these are the different options which comes into the Azure DevOps, which we will go through one by one. Nowadays they are moving on to the Azure DevOps, AWS, or any other tools, because if you see, working on these tools is much more easier, and maintenance of these tools are much more easier as compared to the Jenkins. Why? Because Jenkins is a tool is free, but you need to purchase some platform. By platform I means, to host the Jenkins you will need the environment like virtual machine. On virtual machine you will set up the Jenkins. Then after setting up the Jenkins, to create the nodes, the agents, you will create more virtual machines. So in that perspective you have to bear the cost of those things. And if you talk about the open source tools like Git and all, yes, they are using up the GitHub, but to make up from the security perspective, they are purchasing the GitHub enterprise tools licenses. So they have to bear the cost of those tools as well. So it's not like they are totally free. Behind the scenes, they have to bear the cost for that as well. Okay.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
So the next question that we have is, what is the main purpose of taking a snapshot of a VM disk in Azure? So the options are to increase disk speed, for UI customization, to create a backup at a given point in time, or to schedule VM shutdowns. So quickly comment your answers in the chat box. Moving on to the next question, what is a custom image in Azure used for? The options are adding new themes to Azure, cloning a VM with specific configurations, connecting to external networks, or monitoring Azure costs. Moving on to the next question, what does Azure DevOps primarily help with? 1. Writing unit tests, 2. Managing multimedia files, 3. End-to-end software development lifecycle, or 4. Creating UI frameworks. Moving on to the next question, what is the purpose of Azure CLI in DevOps? The options are to manage billing, to automate and manage Azure resources, to store multimedia files, or to update PowerPoint slides. So quickly comment your answers, everyone. Moving on to the next question, which of the following is a core service of Azure DevOps? The options are Azure DNS, Azure Boards, Azure Cosmos DB, or Azure Sentinel.
Okay. In the Azure DevOps, we have created the account on the Azure. So I have told you, if you have to create any account or any services on the Azure portal, like virtual machine or storage account or SQL Server, any of the compute services which you need onto the Azure cloud system, for that you have to pay, and the payment for that goes through the pay as you go model. But in the Azure DevOps, it's another product of the Azure Microsoft, uh, which is goes on the licenses basis, the number of users you want to add into your account and provide the permissions. So according to the licenses basis, you have to pay to the company. The pricing and the costing of Azure portal, the services, and the Azure DevOps are different. So the pricing doesn't collaborate together, they both work individually. But if you want to access the Azure DevOps, you can directly also use up the link dev.azure.com, or you can also use go to the Azure portal, and from the Azure portal search the Azure DevOps and you can open up your organization. Okay. Now, in Azure DevOps also, there are two types of Azure DevOps. One is called TFS, Team Foundation Servers, which we call it as a Azure DevOps Servers, and another one is called Azure DevOps Services. Now, what is the difference between both of them? Now, Azure DevOps are of two types. Like I said, when we talk about Azure DevOps, it comes into two sections. One is called on-premises, that is on-premises. In case of on-prem, what happens, like if you have your own data center, on that data center, you can create your own environment. So in the on-prem, we can set it up our own Azure DevOps, that is earlier called as a TFS, Team Foundation Servers. But now this has been renamed to Azure DevOps Services. Oh, sorry, servers. When you will heard of anywhere, if you read about Azure DevOps servers, by automatically it means that you're hosting up your Azure DevOps servers on your on-premises servers. So what does it mean? It means like there are many companies are there. They wanted it a self-hosted Azure DevOps environment. So what they do, they purchase the licenses from the Microsoft, and then they set up their own environment in their own virtual machines. And why they want it? Because they feel it is much more secure. So that's why they set it up the Azure DevOps environment in their own servers. So that's why when we set up the Azure DevOps into our own servers, that time we called Azure DevOps servers. On the other hand, we call it we have the services. So that day when we have created the environment or the organization, that time we have created the account in the Azure DevOps services. The only difference how you will find it out, through the keyword servers and the services. So services, you can say it is kind of a SaaS services. What do you mean by SaaS services? SaaS services means software as a services. So they provide you a complete software which is running on their data center, and you have to just use up those services and purchase the licenses. But in case of Azure DevOps servers, you have to first create your own server. In that server, you have to set up the Azure DevOps, and maintenance part of the Azure DevOps comes on your side. In case of services, maintenance and upgradations, that all will be done by the Microsoft. But in case of Azure DevOps servers, they will provide you the update. Okay, we have a new update on the Azure DevOps. Whenever you feel comfortable, get a new version of it and update up on your own servers. So that is the difference between the Azure DevOps servers and the services. Okay. Now, when we move further, we will in these classes, we will talk about always services. We will do all the things into services. Although the features between both of them remain the same, the only difference sometimes you might see is that services will be more up to date because Microsoft is maintaining. But in some scenarios, when you go to any company, if they are using up the Azure DevOps servers option, that will be like little bit outdated because they have to update it on their own. So some companies prefer to do it lately, or they try to plan some activities to update it. So that's why most of the companies from the up to date kind of thing, take up the Azure DevOps services, but from the moral security, if client believes, they take up the Azure DevOps servers in their account. Okay. Now, when we move further, uh, Azure DevOps is like we said, we have a VSTS, Visual Studio Team Services, that has been renamed as a Azure DevOps Services. So the full earlier it was known as Team Foundation Servers and also known as the Visual Studio Team Services, VSTM Services, which was older name of the Azure DevOps, and it was renamed over here. So in this slide, the same has been discussed. Now, when we move further, this was the Azure DevOps organization which we have created. How we have created the Azure DevOps organization? Once you have logged into your Azure portal and you have searched for the Azure DevOps, you must have diverted or redirected to this URL dev.azure.com. Later on, it will ask you to create a organization. If you don't have any organization, you can create your own organization, a fresh new organization, and this organization name will remain unique. This will remain unique around the world. So if I have to create a new organization also, then I have to keep it my own name. It can't be duplicated. But in the same organization, you can have the multiple projects as well. The name of the projects can be same in the different organizations, but not in the same organization. But the organization should be name unique around the world. Okay. Now, when we go further, after creating up the organization, you can create a new project. If you click on this new project, if you already have the projects, like you can see on my screen, if you already have the projects, you can see the list of the project. Otherwise, you can create your new project with some template. Okay. After creating any organization, then you can create a multiple projects. So let's say I have created this project. In this one, now we can say December batch is the project. Now in this project, multiple options come up. Now each option have their own role. If I will compare, try to compare with the other tools as well. Okay, which is available into the market. So in this Azure DevOps, the best advantage is in a single project, you can see you have multiple options. Like in this one, you can keep up your repositories. You can also maintain your pipelines. You can also maintain the test plans and the artifacts. So it's a single tool in which you get up a multiple options. But in case of other open source tools like Jenkins or GitHubs and all, you have to use the third party tools to work on a single complete project. So what I mean is, like for example, you have a scrum master and the project managers. They have to keep up the records of the changes, or keep up the record of keep the track of the project, how it is proceeding, how it is working. So they have to maintain that over some tools like Jira. So in Jira, they keep up the records, what is done, what need to be done, who is doing, what changes they have done. They need to keep up progress of the project, and then they have to give that reports to the stakeholders. Correct. So in that perspective, to keep the track of the project and the how things are working, they need some tool. Few companies use Jira like this. They have many more tools into the market. For if you have, even you have to use the Jira, then you have to purchase the licenses of Jira. Then you have to create the boards, dashboards, everything you have to do it. But in the case of Azure DevOps, if you see over here in the Azure DevOps itself, you have that option called as boards. Under the board, you can keep a track of the progress of the project, how things are working, to whom the task is allocated, what is the progress. I will show you each and everything. So in this one, we are maintaining the progress of complete project. Now the scrum master or project managers do not need to go into any other different tool. They can keep a track of the project within the same tool, that is the Azure DevOps. Now another one comes repos. So in case of repos, also like many companies keep their code into a GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbuckets. Instead of that, using up any other tool, then you can also use the Azure repositories. Within the Azure repositories, in a single project, you can keep up track of all the code, and then you can use it for your configurations and keep a track of the things. Similarly for pipelines also, like in we have to, if we have to use some other tool like Jenkins. So now in Jenkins also we are creating up the pipelines and then using it up and running the artifacts, creating the artifacts, and deploying it. So again a third part tool came up into the picture, but here the single tool is there, Azure DevOps, which also give you the option of the pipelines. So I hope now you understood that one tool, Azure DevOps, is the tool which provides you the solution for all the problems. Instead of using the individual tools, one tool is enough to get you the all the things on a one platform. Okay. Now, in this case, let's start the introduction with the Azure DevOps. Once you have created the organization, first thing comes over here is the organization settings. So there are two things. One is called organization settings. Another one comes the project settings. Organization settings means the settings which will be applicable to all the projects within that organization. Okay. And if there any project settings are there, the project settings will be limited to that particular project. So if you have to create any new user, first that user should have the license and that should have the access to your organization. So if you click on the users, in the users you can see there's an option over here. Okay, so there's an option over here. In this option you can click on add user. You can search for the username or you can add it up. This username, this organization will be attached to your Azure Active Directory, which is now renamed to Entra ID. So if any user is there in your Entra ID, then the drop down option will automatically come for that username. Otherwise, you can also directly add the username under this account and they will have the access. Now, here comes different type of licenses. Access level, basic, stakeholder, Visual Studio, subscriber, and many more type of licenses comes, but these are the default ones. If you work in any other organization, if they have some tie-up with the Microsoft, then you can find more options into this access level, but these are the ones which comes into default. Now, what do you mean by basic? Basic is the paid license. Up to 5 users, it is free of cost. But after, if you add any other user, then you have to purchase the licenses. Now, if you are a developer or if you are a person who has to make any modifications or if you have to make any changes in your project, if you have to work on it, then you need up the basic license. On the other hand, if you want to if there are any stakeholders are there, what do you mean by stakeholders? The person who has to just view it. He doesn't have to work, he don't have to modify, he just has to view the progress of the project and the organization. Then you can provide them the stakeholder. The stakeholder license is free of cost. It doesn't cost you if you add multiple users as well. But in case of basic, you have to purchase the license after the 5 users. Another one, third license comes is Visual Studio subscriber. This is the paid license. Again, it is a little bit expensive than the basic, but the advantages of Visual Studio subscriber comes when you have to get the more Microsoft tools. Like for example, if you want to purchase the Gen 1 Windows operating system, at that time you have to purchase the license. If you want to purchase the Microsoft Office 365, then time you have to purchase the license. If you have a Visual Studio subscriber license, then these keys, the keys for the Microsoft Office, Microsoft Windows, that also comes with the packages. So you can say it is kind of a different type of subscriptions and multiple features come along with it. Okay. Now, when you create any user, if you want any user, a specific user to have access of a particular project, these are the list of the projects which exist in my organization. So I can select the project and the user will be inside that project. Okay. Now, I will remove this user. I don't need her. Okay. Now, once you're added up the users, then another options come into it, which we will come along with it one by one when we have to configure it. Now, in the permissions, if you see, let's say project collection administrator, these are the default groups which Microsoft has already created for you. Along with the groups, here is the description. If you add any member in this group, what level of permissions they will have, so it will be defined in the group. So let's say in your single project, 5 are the developers, 2 are the testers. Now, according to their job role, you want to restrict them, correct? So to restrict them, you will create a 2 groups. One group will be for developers, one will be for the testers. Now, when any developer will join your organization, your company, then you will add that user into the developers group, otherwise into the tester group. Now, developers will have some specific authorizations. Those permissions will be defined within the group. So like example, if you have a project collection administrator, what they can do, members of this application group can perform all privileged operations on the team project collection. If you want to create your custom groups, you can click on new group, you can define the name, add the members, and then you can make the modification. Now, if you want to check what they can do, what they can't, so if you see over here, these are the different features which comes in Azure DevOps. Now, in that, if you see the option allow, deny, not allowed, then you can restrict the person and the team as per the roles defined in this particular permission settings. Okay, that is the permissions. Now, further, if you talk about the project level one, you have this project. In this project, we have the project settings. So even that project permissions earlier, which I have shown you, that was on a organization level. But if you want to maintain the permissions on the project level, then you have the permission option here. So group of this you can see are different than the organization. Here you can see what the user can do if you add it up into this groups. Okay, so the highest permissions will be with the project administrator. They can perform multiple things with the project administration. Okay, now let's move to the features one by one. We will come to project settings and organization settings too frequently to make up some modification. Now first, let's start with the dashboards. Now, what do you mean by dashboards? Now, dashboards means the overview of your project. You have created this project. If you want to give any meta information, what do you mean by meta information? Any excess information to like a journal information, if you want to provide on the project level, then you can create the dashboards. First, in the overview comes summary. So if you want to provide any summary of this project, then it comes into this option. For example, you want to provide the information. What is the purpose of this project? Okay. Then you can add that information over here. What is the purpose of this project? If you want to create these stats, if there any activities are going in this project, you want to create these stats. So you can use this option as a summary. So in that you can use this option. Other one comes dashboards. Now you might have several times seen, if you're already working into IT company, we create the dashboards. What do you mean by dashboard? Dashboard is like a single page on which you get a multiple informations. By multiple informations, like for example, if I talk about the Azure dashboards, in that dashboards, we in a single page we see CPU usages, memory usages, traffic coming up, uh, disk consumption, everything we get into a single page. If I talk about in a layman example, many times if you have already investing into the any stock market and all, you might have seen in the movies or in the videos, they create a one page, and on the same page they view or they try to check all the information in a single page. They create the small widgets. On that widgets, they get up the different data, analyze it, and according to that analysis, they take up the actions. So in the Azure DevOps also, like multiple things are working. Now, if you want to generate the reports, and also if you want to view them and showcase to your stakeholders, then you can create the dashboards. For example, if you see add widget, here is the, when you click on the add widget, here are the different type of widgets and options come into dashboards. For example, if I want to check it out, what is a build history? Build histories means when I will create a pipeline. In the pipeline, how many times my pipeline was executed, how many times it was successful, how many times there was a failure. I want to generate that report into a single page, then I can add a widget over here. In the widget, I will select the pipeline name and it will show me the complete information into a single widget. Currently, if I click on the drop down option, no pipeline is selected. Why? Because there is no pipeline currently in this project. Let me quickly create one pipeline. I will explain you the pipeline later on. Just I'm creating one pipeline so that one of the option comes up. First, I need to create a pipeline. For pipeline, I need one repository. So I will initialize one repository. In the repository, I will create one pipeline. I will make you understand this pipeline later. I'm just putting this one so that I can create a dashboard. After that, creating up a pipeline, if I go to the again to the dashboards, here you can see the widget. Under the widget, now I can select this pipeline. Now, currently the pipeline has not been executed at a single time also. That's why the widget is empty. As soon as I will run the pipeline, the this will start showing up the pipeline runs, failures, all those reports will be generated within this dashboard. Similarly, if I want to see the progress, let's say I want to keep up the record, what all task has been assigned to me, then I can create my own dashboard or a team dashboard. If I created my own dashboard, then I will see the widget which is only for me. But if I create a dashboard, then I can keep up the records of all the team members. So in a single widget, I can see how many tickets were assigned to person one, person two, person three. Out of those tickets, how many tickets they have closed, how much work they have done. So all those things I can get into a single page, that is the dashboards. In the dashboards, I can keep up the records of all those information, size, height, and all, and then I can do it. Now here also currently I can't see anything because everything in this project was empty. It's a new project. Now to get this particular widget related to the work items, first I need to create one work item. Let's say I will create one user story uh, test. I will explain you this as well and assign it to myself. Now if I go to the dashboards, let's see, you can see uh, work items assigned to Jatin Bhalla. One is assigned to him. the status of that work item is new, and this is the item. So like this, you can add the multiple widgets, and then you can create a complete dashboard out of it. Now, over here, if you see, I have a December batch team. In the Azure DevOps project, you can have multiple teams. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Team 4. So they all are working together, but into a single project. Now, if you want to keep up the records, or you want to create up the dashboard for the different members, different teams, then you can drop down, select the team, and then the dashboard will be visible to that particular team only. So information which it will show, that will be specific to that team. If you have a 10 teams, then you can create a 10 dashboard, and from here you can switch between the teams dashboards. Okay. Now, if you ask me how to create the teams, if you go to the project settings, in the team, there is an option called as teams. Currently, there is one team. I will create one more team and name it like a test team. Now, here, if I add it up, create this team, go back to the dashboards. From here, you can click on new dashboard, select the team dashboard. My team is test team. Test team is my dashboard. Now I can switch between the dashboard using this option. Okay. One team can also have the multiple dashboards. Okay. Now, when we talk about the other option which comes in the wiki, what do you mean by wiki? Like you might have seen in Google, when we do when we look for any information, it goes to the Wikipedia. So similarly, in Azure DevOps, we have the option of wikis. Like within your project, if you are creating any documentation and you want to share it with the team members specific to that project, then you can create the Wikipedia pages for them, and then other people can view those set of documentations, and then they can also read it and share it with the other ones. Earlier, to do this part of Wikipedias, we were using up the SharePoint. On the SharePoint, we used to store our documents related to the project, and person used to go and update it or view it or upload it, any information they want to look for the related to the project. But now again, Microsoft want that one tool for all the problems and solutions. So in that case, within the Azure DevOps, they're also providing you the option to maintain your documentations related to the project, and you can create your own wiki pages. So here you can see I can create my own wiki pages. I can put it like test and save it. You can create your own wiki, and complete documentations will be there within the same project. Now, person doesn't have to look for any information on any other tools. Within the same project, they can extract the information very easily. Okay. Now, another option comes as a boards. The main thing comes which every company and project do, that is called as boards. Now, what do you mean by boards? Boards, it's something similar like of a Jira. In Jira also, you take a look up into the progress of the project, maintain the progress of the project into the Jira boards. Similarly, in this also we call it as Azure DevOps boards. Here, the work items which you see over here, these template come by default. And how it can be differentiated, some might say, in my project I can't see all these features that are different. That will depend when you are creating up the project, that time which module or model you have selected. For example, when you will create any new project, in the advanced setting, work item process, if you select the basic, it will be different options. If you have the agile or scrum, then the format of that work items will be different. Okay, so what work item process you select, on that basis, this the drop down options for the boards will differ. Okay. Now, if you want to create your custom work items, then also you can do it. But how to do that? If you go to the organization settings, and the organization settings, you have the option called as under the boards process. Here you can create your own process as well. So these are the defaults which you can't change it because it is locked. But instead of that, you can create a copy of it. Okay, and then let's say create an inherited process, test, create process. In this one drop down option, you can add a new work item depending upon your options, whichever if your company having up your own standards of routines, or if you want to create their custom boards, then you can use that option, work item type, icon, and then you can select the work items. Okay, but by default you always have agile, scrum, CMMI. Okay, if you want to understand what is the difference between them, there is a description. Like, this template is flexible for any process, great for teams getting started in the Azure DevOps. This template is flexible and will work greater for most teams in agile planning. This Scrum is for the Scrum framework. So now when we talk about agile and scrum, what are these? What are these modules? So in any if you have studied into your engineering days, you might have heard about the project modules, like how you are managing your project. uh, what does it mean? Now it means, like, when we have to deliver any project or items to the clients, at that time it is decided how we will maintain the project and in what phases we will deliver them. So in the older days, what was happening, we used to follow the model in which we used to uh, develop all applications, and we used to deliver that complete application in one go. Now, what do you mean by one go? For example, they have given us the project that you have to create a website. Now, that website we will start creating from today, and we have given the deadline to the customer that within 6 months we will deliver you a complete project. Now, in this case, there was a backlog. Now, there was some disadvantage of this workflow. The disadvantage was, if you are giving the complete project to the people or the customer after 6 months, the customers will review that website. After reviewing, they will give their feedback and they will ask you to make the changes. Correct. And you also know the requirements of the customers changes every time. Okay, in every 15 days or 1 month, their requirements and their ideas changes in today's world, as technology is changing so rapidly. So now what is happening, they are changing too frequently. If after 6 months they ask you to change the things, is it good to deliver all the product one time? No, because you are not getting proper updates. Even customers do not have the proper visibilities that what you are performing on, and they lose the interest, and they also lose the interest on the project, which is a disadvantage for a company. Instead of that, if we give up the proper updates to the customers into a frequent time, let's say 1 month, 15 days, in a short period of time, and we deliver them the product in every small little span of time, they will be satisfied and they will easily able to view the progress of the project. Okay, and they will also have the interest in the project, that yes, some progress is going on, they will be up to date. So that's why earlier the model is now changed, and now we call it as a agile model. In the agile model, we have a concept of sprints. Now, what is sprints? Sprints means that we define the dates. Usually, the sprints in the companies are of 15 to 21 days. In some companies, 90% of company follow the sprint of 15 days. Few companies follow the sprint of 21 days. In the sprint of 19 days, let's say from 1st January to 15th January, we are defining the role and work of each and every person. We are keeping up the track of that progress of the project on that particular sprint board. And once the 15 days are done on the 15th January, our all team will sit together and overview the progress of the project. Then the scrum master or the project managers sit together and discuss what all things has been covered in the last 15 days. Now what is the future perspective, uh, and what are their future thoughts for the next 15 days. So everything what was done, what need to be done, what is in progress, that all things are kept on a single page that we call it as a boards. Okay, sprints are the small dates or formats in which we keep up the records that what will be done, how progress is going up. So there are two type of meetings goes into any organization. One is called daily stand up. In this daily stand up, we see the track of the work what we have done on a daily basis. Then we also have the weekly calls. In the weekly calls, we see what we have done in a complete 1 week. Then we have a sprint meeting. In the sprint meeting, we check what has been closed in the last one sprint, what we have delivered, what we can deliver it to the client, and what is the future goal of this project. So now we have different type of meetings and we have different type of discussions in that meeting. Okay. Now if you have to maintain that part, you go into the project. It's a agile, so we will create the different work items. Now in different work items, we have the hierarchy. In the hierarchy, we means there is a complete parent and the child kind of relations. So first thing comes epic. Inside the epic, we can create the multiple child or the work items which will be linked to the epic work item type. For example, in the epic, I will give the project name. Let's say I'm creating up the project for the gaming application. So let's say game application is my epic. Now, if it is this work is assigned to whom, I will be assigning to Jatin. What is the state? So state means what is the progress of this epic. So new means this has been recently created and no work has been done on this particular application. Here I will give the application a description related to this one work item. So I will say create a application on gaming. I'm giving any name, so it doesn't matter. Now in this one area, if you see this area means to which team we have allocated this task. So here you can see December batch. You have multiple more options like test team and all. So this particular project, or sorry, this particular work item is assigned to which team, and the member of the team is Jatin. And here comes the iteration. So like I said, sprint and the iteration means the same thing. So iteration means that this task will be picked and worked under which sprint. So here I can create my own sprint or I can select the iteration 1. The iteration 1 means this task will be covered in sprint 1. Okay, in sprint 1 we will be working on this particular task. So now in a company when you work, you have a junior developer, senior developers, team leads. Now team leads are the people who define the priority of the work, because they have a complete vision of a project for next 6 months. But in that also we have to divide it into the small parts, what need to be picked first and who will be performing it, and what should be the progress. So iteration means like in first sprint of this project, I will be picking up this complete task. Okay, now in the gaming application, I have kept it like a gaming application, but in the gaming application also we will have a sub parts. Correct. Sub part means one will be a login page, another one will be a character page. So we will have a sub small works. So I will create more work items inside this one. Okay, first I will save it. My work item is ready. Now I can create a new item. Under this, I will create a new item called as a user story, or you can create a feature as well. So I will create a user story. I will keep it like character design. Now character design, another user type, work item type is created. I will define it like fighter. I am creating a fighter character design, and this will also work into a same sprint iteration 1, and then I will save and close. Okay, like this we can create a sub more work items and define it within the same application. Now each and every person, when they will go to the boards, they will see what type of work they have created in this sprint. You can shortlisted them. This is a team name, or you can go to the sprint wise also you can do the filtration. In iteration 1, I have to work on this particular user story. So like I am the developer, I have to start working on this work item. I will keep it into active. When I change the status to active, they will get to know that now I have started working on to this user story. Okay, so once this is done, my if project managers has to see the progress or stakeholders has to see the progress, they will come into the boards and check it out. Okay, this person is working on this part, and when it is closed, save it, and then they will ask you whether this task is done. Yes, this is task is done. Now it can be reviewed, and now it can be tested by the developers. If they have tested and they found some issue, they will create a new work item by the name of bug and say color of character is not good. So he will create a new one work item. The testers will create it and define it to the developer. Now developer will look into that bug and he will resolve that bug, and that's how the progress of the project goes. Now in the work items itself, if someone is working on the repositories, you have multiple options. Okay, you have to see that these can also be altered, and again these can be altered using the processes where I have shown you. You can create your work items itself. You can alter the fields as well. You can add new fields, you can remove it. This template can also be changed. Okay, here if I change it to iteration 1, again save it. Now if you are working on the like I'm a developer, now my team says for a better idea, what they say, okay, whenever you are making any changes into your code, okay, I have to see that changes inside your code and to keep up the track. Let's say, okay, my one person came up, he said, okay, you have worked on the work item, good. Here it is already showing only showing you the new state. Okay, if I go to the backlogs, boards here, let's say the person says, okay, you have worked on the character design, you have closed this one, but you must have written some code for that, correct? But how will I find it out? Where is my code for that character design? In that case, you can link your repository. Here, if you see the option, you can link the pull request or a branch or a commit ID with your task. So when I am closing this one, they will go to the repository. Here you can see the commit. Currently no commit is there. That's why it is showing you empty in that repository. But you have a commit. Let me show you what do you mean by that. If under this, let's say I'm making the changes, edit, commit, I have committed these changes. Now if I go to the boards in the backlogs, sprints, where is it? Character design. Here in the character design, I will include the commits. Here is my commit. In this commit ID, I am mentioning that this commit ID, I have a code for the character design. I will add a link of it. Now, what is the advantage of this one? If somebody has to see the code related to the character design, he will click on this. He will see the commit ID this. He will identify easily that under this commit ID, my code is for the character design. This is helpful first to record the changes, secondly to give the information, third, at the time of deployment, this commit IDs are very useful. If they want this character design should go in live in this particular sprint, they will pick up this commit ID. Otherwise, they will skip this commit ID for this sprint and give this commit ID in the next sprint. If you don't know what is the commit ID, I will come when I will come to repositories, that time I will discuss about the commit IDs. Okay. Now, along with it, if you want to see the changes in the particular user story, you can see over here history. In the history itself, it defined when it was created, who has made what changes, when it was closed. All those things will be defined under the history. Next comes links. If you have to attach any more user stories within itself, then you can use the links. If you want to attach any documentation, let's say related to character design, I have created a documentation and I want to give that information to the other people, share it with other, you can attach the documents along with it. Okay. When I'm creating all of these, if you go to the dashboards, you can see the dashboards as well. In this one, every user story belonging to Jatin Bhalla is updating over here. What is an active state? What it is showing new. In this option, it is showing. Now, another option comes queries. What is a queries? Like if you want to search the work items related to some informations. Like in this case, I can see the task which is belonging to me, but under a complete team. Okay, and then that is also in particular sprint. But there could be a scenario there the task was 10 tasks was assigned to me, and that could be into a different sprints or different status. So I want to get the result. I want to write the query. So I can write a query and I can put up my all on my own conditions to filter it out and then get the output of the work items. For example, I want to write up a query that task assigned to Jatin is equal to Jatin, and I want to get a report that is state is closed. I want to get a report of the work items which is in closed state. So I will run the query. So it will show me this is the work item which is in closed state and it was assigned to me. So as a project manager, scrum master, if I want to get a report of the work items, I can use this query options. Similarly, if I want to add more any of the filtrations, I can go over here on the basis of the field name. I can also search it and I can filter it out and get the result. If you want to save the, I know when I work in as a DevOps engineer, I always create my query so that I can check it out which all task is there for me. So I don't have to create this query again and again. I can save this query by my name. Okay, like Jatin. Now this query can also be shared with others, or I can create the query for myself. So I have created for myself. This will be only visible to me. If I go into my queries, it is only visible to me. If I want to share it with others, then you can change it for the other people. And then in the queries, if you see the shared query options, if your queries are saved inside the shared queries, then it will be visible to others as well. Okay. Now, if I go back to Jatin, every time if I run this query, a new option will come up. I haven't made any changes into the work items. That's why the results are always same. If I want to see the chart, I can create my own chart, group by, assigned to, and then I can create my own charts as well. One is within the queries, you can create your own chart, or in the dashboard also, you can create a widget and create a chart here as well. So if I see over here, there will be multiple options. Query results, if you see over here, you can select the query. In the dashboards, it only show you the shared query. In my case, it was the personal query. That's why it is not showing over here. Otherwise, you can see under the shared queries and get a complete your widget. Okay. Any questions to anyone? Any questions? Any doubts? Okay. Similarly, this new options has came into the picture: delivery plans and analytics views. Delivery plans is something a project manager or a scrum master do. Like they create a complete plan so that others can also view what we are going to deliver in this sprint or the upcoming days. So we create our own plan, and other team members can track it very easily. You can create your own plan. This is the team backlog items. All those things can be created within the delivery plans. And for analytics view of those delivery plans, we can have the option of analytics view. Now, many people will say, okay, I have seen in many project managers and the scrum masters, they want more good of visualizations, and they more of filtrations or more of features which help them to evaluate easily. Okay, because let's say like this, in the past, many people have worked on the Jira. Okay, now when they are moving to the Azure DevOps, as they are already more habitual with the Jira, so they find it out few of the features which is on Jira is not available on the Azure. Okay, they want to create the reports, they want to do something. So if you want to modify the Azure DevOps also, these are the default options. If you want to modify the default Azure DevOps overlook, and also if you want to see more of the options from the project management side or from the pipeline side, anywhere, you also have the option called as under the project. Also, we have the options called as marketplace. You can add your own one. Let me go to the organization settings. Here you have the option of extensions. So under the extensions, you can browse the marketplace. If your scrum masters or project managers looking for some particular outputs or visualizations, then you can go over here and search for particular tool like a open source tool or a third party tools, and then you can add that extensions within your Azure DevOps. This extensions is not just for the boards, it is for the complete Azure DevOps. It can be for the pipelines itself, it can be related to the testing, it can be artifacts. If you want to integrate any third party tools features into your Azure DevOps, then you can usually search for the extensions over here, and then you can import that extension into your projects. Okay. This extension option comes from the organization settings. Guys, today's class will be for 1.5 hours. So we have 10 minutes left. I will not pick up any other topic today. If you have any questions or doubts from this talk, whatever we have discussed today, you can ask me. Tomorrow we will go with the repositories. So when we will have a class tomorrow, before that, please install Git on your system so that we can work on the repositories easily. Karthik, I can understand many people ask me such questions, how much level of knowledge you have. The deeper you have, deeper the good you should, it is good for you. But I would advise basic knowledge is required, because why I'm saying, when you are creating up a pipeline, that time many pipelines throws you the error, and that error can be related to anything. So that time your basic knowledge of the tools or the language is preferred. If you have a Java, when you will work with the Java applications, let's say you joined any company, they create the application Java based. So that time you should have the knowledge of Maven, Java versioning. Why I'm telling you? Because uh, when I will show you the hands-on activity, that time I will show you that many times we face up the issues. That place of time we need to have those knowledge why this error is coming. Because you sometimes, or if you have a good relationship with your developers, you can contact them that yes, this error is coming, they will help you to resolve it. 90% of time they help you to resolve it, but you can't go to the developers for each and everything. So basic knowledge of like Java versioning, POM XML file, how the things work, that should be there. Python versioning, all those should be there. No, Priyanka, we will not cover Jenkins or GitHub. It is purely on the Azure DevOps and Azure. Uh, you can select Git. You can select the Git Shravan, and the work item type, you can select the Agile. Karthik, there is no specific articles related to it. It can be actually seriously telling, like DevOps is something which comes. Uh, if I share you 100 of books as well, that will not be helpful when the errors comes up, because it can be specific to environment. Even sometimes what happens, if you are deploying onto dev environment, it works fine. But the same code, if you're developing onto the production environment, uh, there could be the errors. Then you will scratch your head that why on the one machine it is working, on the other machine it's not working. That time your troubleshooting skills work. uh, Nobody can give you that knowledge, what to do, when to do. But basic knowledge, the terminologies, the troubleshooting skills are purely your matter of knowledge. Somebody was asking me to install the Git. I'm giving you the link. Any other questions? Yes, Brishpal, you need to install it on your laptop.
Jatin,
Yeah.
are we going to cover all these things what you discuss about all these things what you discussed? Are we going to cover in detail, or these are the things uh, we are not going to repeat how to create the work items and all these things? Basically, how we can create our own, we can drive those things, we can have customization of the form also. So, are we going up to cover up to that depth, or just basic information about those items?
These informations only. Side by side, I can show you if you have any doubts or anything, but covering each and everything in more in detail is not possible. Uh, the things which is highly required, that thing I will cover up, but not all. We have a time frame as well to cover up this course.
Okay. Hope that we will cover pipelines in depth a little bit more.
Yeah, repos, pipelines, artifacts, that will be covered in detail because that is a major part. But in pipeline also, like I will be working on Java. So it's not like I will create a pipeline for each and every project, because pipelines will also differ. Some one person is working on Python, another one is working on .NET, third one is working on Ruby Rails. That is the one scenario. One would say I am using this tool, third person will say I am using this tool. So it can't be specific to all tools, but the 90% of the industry standards which we follow, I will show you that hands-on activities. Because in the market there are n number of scenarios, n number of scenarios, n number of scenarios can't be covered. Brashpal, you can Google it out. Git for the Windows. You can install on your laptop. Brashpal, no account is needed for that. Git. Anyone, any other questions? If anybody want to speak, let me know. I can unmute you. Okay, Karthik, you're allowed to talk.
Yeah, so Jatin, my question is like I'm primarily from like cloud or O365 related work. So I'm new to DevOps. So I know a little bit of coding knowledge in Python and like kind of Java also. But this YAML and all is kind of new for me. So that's what I was asking. So how to get started with that? Or
Can you repeat your question? I didn't get your question.
no, I mean, so you told like you need to have a knowledge on YAML, Java, Python, and .NET, right? For Azure DevOps. So all these languages should be like basic. We need to know like the more the knowledge, the merrier, the kind of thing.
Basic you should know in any
Okay.
company or even in the this also. Basic you should know, but more advanced you learn, more good you will be in this technology, in this world, technology.
Okay.
Each day even I am learning. If you truly speaking, earlier I used to work on Azure DevOps. Like 90% of my life I have worked on these tools. Now I got a new project. Now I have to switch it to AWS. I am working on AWS. I am working on GitHub Actions. I am working on Terraform, Docker, Kubernetes, Ansible. So throughout my life, when you change the client, according to the client, your requirements will also change. I have worked on Azure Databricks, uh, Data Factory. So as a DevOps engineer, it is meant like you can work on any tool. Okay, so you should have a understanding of the basics. And otherwise, nowadays we also have several platforms like Chat GPT, and many tools are already there which will help you to solve your queries. It is now much more easier than the past. Nowadays, if you just copy the error into the Chat GPT, it will give you the complete answers how to resolve it. But earlier it was quite difficult to do it. But so don't get worried, or don't think that you can't do it. When you will do the hands-on activities, you will learn it. Even in today also, if I tell you, last month only I have taken one batch. Sometimes I have seen last month the things which was working perfectly fine. If I do the same thing in next month, that is not working. Why? Reasons could be many. Change in the version of the tools, or change of the settings which I have done earlier might have skipped today. So things are not constant in the DevOps world. You have to learn and react according to the situation. And I am 100% sure when I will show you the hands-on activities, that time also I will face the errors, but I have to resolve them on a flow. So you should have the skills to solve it. That is the major part in the DevOps side.
Thank you, Jatin. Got it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay, now we will go to the next part that comes about the repositories. Now, repositories are the most important tool in any software engineering. Why? Because so Git, or you can say a repositories, are something where we keep our code. Why we keep it up a code into the repositories? Then that I will let you know in next few minutes. So in the repositories, every software engineer store their code, their files, and then share it with the other people. Why we use the repositories? Okay, now first thing question come over here. What is the repository? So these are called a version controllings. What do you mean by version controlling? Version controlling means that whatever changes you are making in your files, okay, whatever changes in your file, in your code, anything you are doing, any changes, that will be recorded. By recording, it means it will create the history of the changes which you are making inside that code. For example, there is a file called as abc.txt. Now, inside that file, you have earlier written one. Now, later on, you have removed that word and now you have changed it to the two. Now, I was the developer A who has made those changes. Now, developer B is there who has to check what all changes were done by a developer A. Then he can use this option known as version controlling. So basically, it will create the history of the changes which you are making inside the files and the directories. It keeps the record of all the changes, what you have made the changes, where you have made the changes, who has made the changes, and when they have made the changes. So it keeps the record of what all things, when you have made the changes, who has made the changes, who has made the changes, and where they have made the changes. So it keeps the track of all these things in the version controlling. So what is the benefit of it? First, a benefit of keeping up the history is if you want to check it out, the earlier version and the latest version, then, or you want to check it out what changes has been made, so you can easily compare it. Okay. Later on, if you want to revert those changes, let's say earlier I have written 1, 2, 3, and now I have written 2. I want to revert my changes to the earlier file, then I can also revert the changes. Why this was very much useful in the software engineering world? Because in one single software application, many people are working together, correct? Now, if somebody has made any changes and that has caused any issues, then how will you keep up the record? How will you check it, what, who has made the changes? If we do not use this method, random person make the changes, then it will be difficult to track it. So that's why we use the tools that is called as version controlling. Okay. Okay. Now, inside the version controlling, there two terms come. One is called centralized, and another one is called distributed. Now, what is the difference between the centralized and the distributed? In case of centralized, you are keeping up the code at one server. Inside this, any changes if you are making in the files, that will be directly saved or directly merged into that particular server. So in this one, let's say there is a developer one. If he has to make some changes and save those files, then he's directly making those changes inside this server. He's not keeping any record of that code on his laptop. Directly, he's making the changes on this server. For this, if he is making any changes, he should have the internet connection. If there is no internet connection, then he will not able to communicate with the server. That is the centralized. Example, the repositories which come into the centralized is SVN. In case of Azure DevOps, we have TFVC, Team Foundation Version Controlling. So if you see over here in the Azure DevOps, if you go to the repos, when you click on new repository, currently it is disabled. I will let you know how to switch it on. But here the option comes which type of repository you want to create. Okay, so here you will see TFVC. TFVC. If you will see that TFVC, it means you are using up the centralized. Okay. Now another option comes over here is distributed. Inside the distributed, what happens if a developer has to work, he will first clone that repository to his laptop. Okay, so there will be server as well, but in this case, first a developer will clone, copy the code, complete code on his laptop. Once it is cloned on the laptop, he will make the changes. Okay, commit those changes. After committing those changes, he will push back those changes on the servers. So what is the difference between both of them? In both of them, he is directly making the changes into his servers. In case of distributed, he is keeping the code on his laptop and later on pushing that changes over the servers. Example in this comes under the distributed is Git, which we 95% of the people or the industries are using up the Git. In case of Git in the distributed, you can work on the your laptop offline, but in this case you have to push your changes to the server. That time you need internet connection, but to save those changes on your local, you can do offline as well. That is a benefit of distributed. Okay, now when we talk about distributed, so in the examples also, when we will work today, we will work on the this one only, distributed. So first thing in the Azure DevOps, if you have to create any repository, how to create it? You can first thing, okay, in the Azure DevOps, you can create multiple repositories. Okay, now when we say in Azure DevOps, you have a single project. In that single project, one project, you can create one only single TFVC, but Git repository can be multiple. Okay, in a single Azure DevOps project, only one TFVC can be created, but Git repositories can be multiple. Okay, now when we go to the Azure DevOps, over here we see the option repos. From here, you if you want to create a new fresh repository, then you click on new repository, name the repository. Let's say I want to create a fresh new repository. Test is my new repository. This repository is now created. Now over here, multiple commands comes for the Git. The first command which I will tell you is the clone. Let's say now this Azure DevOps repository is on the server, that is the Azure DevOps server. Now I want to get this particular repository on my local, because this is a distributed. I will create the files on my local system. Later on, I will push those changes in my repository. So over here, if you click on the clone, there are two options are there for authentication with the Azure DevOps and your laptop. One is called HTTPS, another one is SSH. So we will be using HTTPS. Copy this link, go to your system. In the system, open the terminal, or you can say command line. It's my MacBook, so that's why I'm using up a terminal. In your case, it will be, if you're using Windows, it will be command line. Okay, once you open the directory, select the directory on your local system. Let's say I have the December batch, so I will go in that particular folder. In whichever folder you want to go, I will go inside that folder. Now I am inside that folder. In this folder, I want to bring the files or the repository. So I will use command called git clone and paste the URL. This is my URL of the repository. So I will clone it. Oh, okay. Authentication had failed because I haven't configured the authentication. So I have to configure it. Let me recopy this one. I think it's not copied correctly. It is asking for my password. To get the password, either I can use my own authentication, or over here you see the option username and password. I can generate my password. This is a PAT token, one-time password. So I can use this method of authentication. Now you can see it has authenticated, and now my repository is cloned. If I go inside that folder, see, test is the one folder which got created. Inside that, whatever files were there inside this repository, like readme.md, this was the file which was there on the server. Now it is present on my system. Okay, now first I will do the basic thing, then we will go more into detail. Let's say I will create a new file in this folder. To create any repository, or you are making up the changes, how will you identify first? Is it a repository or is it a normal folder? If in that folder, like test is my folder, if you see .git, if you see over here, it's a hidden folder. If .git folder is available, it means that is a repository. Okay, that is a method to identify. So .git folder will be there to identify if that is a repository or a normal folder. If you see the .git, it means it's a repository. So here I can do multiple things. If you want to insert any file or create any new file, then you can easily do that. Okay, so let's say I'm making some changes in this readme.md. This is my file readme.md. I will first make some changes inside file. Let's say hello. I have written just hello. Then I am saving this file. After saving this file, still the changes which I have made inside that file is on my system, on my laptop. Now I want to push that changes on my Azure DevOps so that other people can also view it. In that case, what I will do, I will go back to the terminal. I will write a command called git add. Before that, I currently, if you see, I'm inside which directory? December batch. December batch is a normal folder. Inside that, there's one folder called as test. Test is the repository. So first I have to go inside the test folder. Then I will do git add. Now I have done the git add. Through this, you have done the staging for that changes. After that, I will do git commit -m. This is to keep, this is like a saving the changes in a git repository. What do you mean by it? So when we do the git commit, we have to pass up the message. By what do you mean by message? So for example, I'm the developer A. The changes which I have made in that file, what was the motive to make that changes? For example, the changes which I have done right now, it's for the demo purpose. So I'm giving a message that this changes which I am showing you right now is for the demo purpose. What is the advantage of putting up the message? So in the later stages, if somebody will check it out, why those changes were made through the message, then you will get to know why we have made those changes. For example, when you send any mail to any third person or any person, you write the subject. What do you write in the subject? The subject which you mention itself define what will be there inside the email. So it's like a summary. So in this case also we are putting up a git commit -m demo, a message for the people that what changes has been done and what was the purpose of those changes. Once you have done the git commit -m demo, you now still have those changes on your system. Now you have to push those changes on the Azure DevOps. So I will do git push. Once you are done with this git push, if you go back into Azure DevOps and refresh, you can see my files has been changed. The keyword which I have written earlier over here, hello, now it will be visible in this option. Okay. Now let me also clear some confusion for the people. Mostly people think Git is the GitHub. No, Git and GitHub are two separate things. So Git is the tool, okay, version controlling tool. GitHub is the platform. By platform, you mean there is a company which supports the Git tool. So it is like a platform or the servers. Okay. So Git is a tool. It can be worked locally on your laptop. It can work similarly onto GitHub. It can work similarly into the Azure DevOps. It will work similarly into the Bitbucket. It will work similarly on the GitLab. So always you have to first clear your doubt that GitHub is a platform where you are saving your code and the repository. Okay, they are two individual things. GitHub doesn't mean it's a Git, are both same thing. Git is a tool. GitHub is a platform. Okay. So now in this case, what we have done till now is we have created one repository. Okay. And in this repository, where we have created this repo was created inside the Azure DevOps. Okay. That is the part. In the Azure DevOps, the repository which we have created, that is now cloned on my system. That was cloned inside my system. Okay. Now, later on, what we have done, we have made the changes. We have made the changes in the file. Then we have saved those changes, made changes, saved. After doing saving on our local system, we have done git add. After that, we have done git commit, and then we have pushed those changes. Now another command comes that is called git pull. Now what is the use of a git pull command? Like I told you, in the single repository, multiple people can work. Correct. Now, in that case, if multiple people are working together, then our local repository, the repository which is on my laptop, that should be properly synchronized with the server repository. Means whatever changes are there inside that server, those changes should be same inside the local system. Okay. So when we are doing, let's example, there is a file called abc.txt. If that file is there on the servers, and inside that file, I have written 2. Okay. So same file content should be there inside my repo, which is on my local. So if the content doesn't match, then there will be a mismatch of the code and everything, and it will create the confusion. So to do that, let's say we will use the git pull. Now, what do you mean by git pull? Let's, for example, in the same file, now I am making changes from the portal, thinking like another developer has made some changes in the same file. For example, here I am putting hello and then Jatin. So on the Azure DevOps, I have committed those changes. Okay. Now, if you see over here, it is mentioned hello Jatin. But if I go on my local and open this file, open with text editor, if I still show you on my system, it shows me the old content, correct? Because the changes which I have made on the server is still on the server, that is not on my system. Now, to bring those changes on my system, first I will close this file. Over here in the terminal, I will do git pull. As soon as I will do git pull, it will show you what all changes were there, and now that has been pulled from the server to the local system. Now, if I open this file and see, the changes which I have made on the server should be visible on my local. Do you see now? This was earlier on the server. Using the pull command, I brought all those changes on my system. Okay. Now, next thing comes most important in the repositories is called branches. Now, what do you mean by branches? In a single repository, you can have multiple branches. What is the benefit of using up the branches? For example, a tree have a main stem or a trunk, which we call it as, and out of that we get the different branches. Similarly, in case of repository also, we have a one main branch, and whenever we create any repository, so by default one branch gets created and it is always named by the name main, or we can also use it for the what purpose. Either you can call it a main or you can also call it a master. So when I talked about the platforms, in few platforms we call it as a main branch, or in few we call it as a master, but both means the same thing, main and the master. The main and the master branch is the main, like a, you can say, most precious branches. Why we call it as a precious branches? Because we always keep the production code or the final code inside this main or the master branch. Okay. Now, what do you mean by branches? So branches means like multiple people are working on the same application. Okay. Like in your, let's say when you're working on your any software, each developer wants its own laptop. Why? Because they will be testing their own code, their own functionality. They will keep up their own files, correct? Now every person will work individually, but they are working for the one complete product, correct? So in that case, if let's say, let's talk it like a layman example first. If whole team is using up a single laptop, what will happen? Let's say I have made the changes today and another person is using the same laptop. He has reverted those changes. That will affect my work, correct? Instead of that, if we both get the individual laptops, then each other's work will not be affected. So in this case also, when we create the branches, what we do, this one branch will be given to this person, another branch will be given to this person. Both will work individually on their branches. When they are making the changes in their branches, their work will not be affected to the other. Once they have finalized their code, they will raise a PR. PR means pull request. When they will raise a PR, their code will be again merged to the master branch. Now, what is the benefit of it? Again, this person will also merge the code into the master branch. So here we are keeping the code as a final code, which was running perfectly fine and executable. Okay, so all the testing will be done inside their own branches, but later on, those code, when they are say yes is good to go, they will raise a pull request. Pull request means I want to merge my changes into the main branch. When they merge the changes, their code will come into the main branch. So that is the benefit of creating the branches. Now, how do we create the branches? If you go to the Azure DevOps, here you see the option. Currently, I am into the main branch. So earlier, whatever changes I was making into the main branch. Now I want to create my own branch. So at that time, I will use new branch based on main branch. Based on main branch means whatever files are there in the main branch, that will come in the new branch as well. So let's say I'm creating test. I will create this branch. So see over here, now I am the inside the test branch. Okay. Now, if I show you on my local system, if I have to check it out, the branches, how many branches exist on my system, I will click the I will write the command called git branch. So here you can see the output is main, and that is in green color, and asterisk is there. It means I am working on the main branch, and it currently on my system it is only single branch, because the branch which I have created, that was on the Azure DevOps. Now I want to bring that branch on my system. I will write git pull. Now you can see I have the branch on my system. Now still I am working on the main branch. If I want to switch between the branches, I will use command git checkout and the branch name. So if I do git checkout test, now I'm currently in the test branch. How to confirm? Again, I will type a command called git branch. Now you can see two branches are there, but green and the asterisk is on the test branch. It means I am on the test branch. Now, if I go inside the folder, let's say now I will make some changes into this file. I will write test branch and save it and close this file. Again, now in this case, if I do git add git commit -m, I'll put message like test branch. So whatever changes I have made, that will be restricted to which branch? Test branch. Why? Because I have made the changes inside the test branch. I will commit it, do git push. I am pushing the changes of the test branch to the Azure DevOps. Git push. Now, if I go to Azure DevOps, refresh the page, you can see here down, hello Jatin, test branch. Now, to show you the benefit of the branches, if I switch between the main and the test, now you can see in the main branch, I have the older file, while in the case of test, I have the test branch. Okay, so in this one, what we have done, we have created like a two separate files, or you can say two separate environments that is not implementing, or you can say is not creating any confusions between both of them. Okay, so that is how the branching strategies work. There's more about the branching, which I will let you know in next few minutes. So if I show you about the branching strategies, there are different type of branching strategies which you can follow. In my company, what we follow, I will tell you. So the famous and the most common branching strategies is like you create the main branch, then we out of the main branch, first we create the UAT branch. Out of UAT, we create the dev branch, and out of dev branches, we create multiple feature branches, F1, F2, and F3. So how does it work? For example, there's a developer 1, he will work on this, developer 2 will work on this, developer 3 will work on this. After doing their work, they raise up a PR and merge their code into the dev branch. Now, what is the benefit of creating up a dev branch? In the dev branch, this code will be deployed at the time of CD, the deployment. This will be deployed on the dev servers. So what do you mean by dev servers? So you can think like this. You have 3 laptops, laptop 1, laptop 2, and laptop 3. This is for dev. This is for testing, or you can say QA, and this is for the prod. So usually what we do when we talk about the dev branch code will be deployed on the dev laptop. If after deployment, if testing and the developers test their code on this environment, if everything goes fine, then from the dev environment, the code is merged into UAT. Now, as soon as the code from dev is merged to the UAT, it goes to the QA environment. What is the benefit of storing into the QA? Over here, the testing team tests the code. Once you are done with testing the code in the QA environment, then what they do, they merge it into the main branch. And once the main branch is done, finally it goes to the prod environment. Okay. Now, that is the branching strategies which we usually follow, but it depends on company to company, project to project, they use it. Okay. Now, if you have to raise up a pull request means you are merging up the code. Then in that case, over here, you see the option pull request. Pull request means you are merging your code from the branch 1 to the another. So here you can see the option pull request. In the pull request, here you see which branch will be merged to which. So test will be merged to the main branch. Now, before raising up a pull request, you can also overview what changes will be saved and merged to the main branch. If you click on the files, you can see there were 2 files which got created, and these were the changes. If you see plus green, it means those new changes were added. If you see the red color and minus, it means those has been removed. Okay, so in this case, when I'm merging, these changes will go inside the main branch. So if I click on overview, in this case, I can put up the title and description of the pull request. Then if I want someone to approve it, okay, why we need that pull request approval? Because people always think that the work they have done is brilliant, but sometimes they make up some wrong selection of code or some mistake inside that code. So before merging, they ask another person to overview their work, and if they feel they have done the things correctly, then the another person should approve it. Okay, so in that perspective, if you want to add the person name who should approve, you can click on this reviewers. After that, you can click on the create. Once the PR is raised, you can see it is active. It is not yet merged. First, it needs the approval from me. Here you see optional, another one is required. In the optional, if that person approves or not, still then it's up to you. Still you can merge it. But in case of required, till that person doesn't approve, your PR will not be merged. So here, if I see option approve, I have approved it, that yes, the changes which you have made is good to go in the next phase. I will click on complete. So here are the different type of merge type. Okay, here we have squash and commit, rebase, semi-linear, no fast forward, that I will discuss in upcoming time. But in this case, I am giving the option complete associated work items. If you have associated any work item with this branch, that will automatically be marked as completed once you will raise up a PR and committed. Then another one is, do you want to delete that branches? In our company, we delete the branches because if we will have multiple branches at the beginning, it looks fine. But as the team grows, those branches will be exceeding and it will create the confusions. So once we are done with the merging, we delete that branch. And later again, if you want to create it, you can do it. It's up to you. So dev, UAT and prod, those branches will remain constant, means those will not be deleted. But other branches like feature 1, feature 2, feature 3 branches, that will be deleted once your code will be merged. So these are the options which come over here. If once I click the complete merge, then here also the option comes conflicts. That I will discuss in next few minutes. What is a conflicts? But here, if you see, my merge has been completed. If you click on the files, and now if I go to the main branch, you can see in the readme.md, my changes is pushed in this branches, main branch. On the other hand, if you want to see the history of the files, so if you see over here, history, here is the history. So if you see, whenever we do the commit, if you remember that I'm passing the commit message, it will create one commit ID. That will be random unique ID. If you click on this option, I will show you. Here on the top, you see 6BC 9BFE1. This is the commit ID. This ID gets generated as soon as you run the git commit on your system. Through this commit ID, it becomes easy to identify where you have made the changes, and it is like a pointer. So you're putting up a pointer till this time I have made these changes. If you want to see this one, the commit ID on your system, at the time of doing git commit also it comes. Otherwise, if you see, type a command called git logs, git log. Over here, you can see git log. When I have written the command git log, here are the commit IDs. These are the complete commit IDs. Who has made the changes, when, and what was the commit message. If you see, here is a complete log of those branches. Okay. So these commit IDs will be used. Why we need to use up a commit ID? Because if I want to revert the changes, I can easily revert those changes by giving up a reference of the commit ID. Okay, let's go ahead. Now, if you go to the files again, if you click on the history, here you can see, and from this point of view, it's a graph view. From this point of view, we have raised a pull request, and from the pull request, the code was merged into the main branch. So all information will be shown inside the history. Now, if you want to see the complete list of commits, you can click on the commit, select the branch on which branch you want to see the complete list of commits. Here is the list of commits which happened on the branch. Pushes. So currently I have done some pushes, the code changes. Under pushes, you see that list of pushes and the commit IDs. If you want to see the list of branches which exist into your repo, here is the list of branches. If you want to delete any branch, you can see over here the multiple option comes. If you want to delete the branch, view the file, view the history, even if you want to compare between the two branches, you can click on the compare branch and compare it with the another one. So if I click over here, which you want to see main, currently there is no differences. Why? Because recently I have merged the code into from the test to the main. There is no difference in the file. That's why it is showing no result found for the changes. So under the branches, you have multiple options, branching policies. So what do you mean by branching policies? The branching policies are followed in the organization for multiple purposes. So there can be multiple branching policy. One branching policy can be like, we have the different branches like dev, UAT, and prod. So we apply the policy that no one should directly merge the code to the prod branch. Before merging to the prod branch, the code is only allowed to merge it from the UAT. And in UAT, code is only allowed to merge from the dev. Why we do that? Because proper testing of the code should be done. If someone try to skip it, okay, and directly go to the prod, there could be disadvantages because they might have added the inappropriate code which can affect the end users. So that is not the good way. Okay, so in that case, we can put up the restrictions. Secondly, another policy can be before merging to the prod, I need the approval from the reviewer, and usually in the prod environment, reviewer will be from the high designation like a team lead or a manager. Why? If they give the approval to each and every person, then anyone can push the code to the prod. So in this case also we put up the policies. Another policy can be like it is not allowed to delete the dev, UAT, and prod. So we restrict the permissions as well to delete these branches. So there can be multiple branching policies which you can use it. Okay. Now earlier when I told you about this repositories, the branches which we have created, that branch was created from the Azure DevOps itself. Then we have done the Git pull, and that branch got created on our local system. I said Git is a tool, and Azure DevOps or a GitHub are the different platforms. Git can also work individually without these two platforms. Okay, if you have a Git installed into your system, you can create your own local repository, maintain that repository on your local system. And in future, if you believe I want to push that repository into the some platform, then you can do that as well. Okay. Now let's say I want to create my own repository. Then you usually use a command called git init. For example, if I do it cd dot dot, I am now outside that repository. So it's not like a repo can be created inside a repo. It can't be done. So it works like one folder, one repository. So I am outside that one. I will create one folder, or you can say mkdir. I will create one folder name like Jatin. Now cd Jatin folder will be created or worked as a you can say I want to convert it into a repository. So how can I initiate the repository in this folder? Git init. So this will be a empty repository. If I show you in this directory, another folder got created here also, git init. So this is a repository which got created on the local system. It is not associated with any of the platform. If I will do any git commit, that will be done within the laptop. But if I do git pull and push, that will not work because it is not associated with any of the platform. Okay. Similarly, if in a single repository, I want to create my own branch. Let's go back to the test repository. If I want to create my own branch, how can I do that? Earlier, when I typed git branch, it has shown me the list of branches inside that repository. But if I want to create my new branch on local laptop system, I will type git branch and the branch name, let's say feature 1. As soon as I will type it and do git checkout feature 1. Now, if I show you git branch command, you will see a new branch got created. But in the Azure DevOps, if I refresh this page, you will not see that branch because that is still on my local. Now to do that, when you're creating your branch for the first time, I will show you something. If I do git push, it will not work because first I have to push the complete branch. I have to give the reference of it. So for that, I have to run the command called git push upstream origin. So if I run this command for the first time, when you're creating up a new branch on your system, and then if you do it and refresh, now you can see the branch which was created on my system that got generated on the Azure DevOps. Later on, if you make any changes into the file, the same steps will work: git add, git commit, and the git push. But in this cases, when you're creating a new branch from your local, that time you have to do git push upstream origin. If you want to create the branching policies, one way is from here. You can select the branching policies. It will take you to the project settings. From here, you can see the branching policies. Different branching policies are there, like minimum number of reviewers are required, check for work items linked. For example, let's say if I click on this one, optional or required. So on the test branch, I am saying whenever I'm doing any changes or anything, a particular work item should be linked. Okay, it is required or it is not required. So if you put it optional, it's up to you. If you put up a required, then always you have to link the you can say the work item. For example, now I have kept this branching this particular policy. Go to your repository. In the test branch, first when this policy will work, I will show you. For example, in this one, first I'll make any change. Policy. I will do policy. Okay, now why I have got this message? See, what is the error message? Because of the policy, I got it. Pushes to the branch are not permitted because you must use the pull request to update this branch. Why this policy and why how this policy is working? Like I told you, I should not allow people to directly make changes into dev, UAT, and prod. It should come only directly from the pull request. So that in that case, what I have to do, I have to cancel these changes. First, I will make some changes into the feature one branch. Then I will raise up a PR, pull request. Now from the feature one, I can merge it to the test branch. If you see over here, okay. Now create. Now here, if you see, the policy has occurred. What was the policy? That before merging, okay, before merging, a work item should be should be attached with the PR. Currently, if you see, there is no work item. So I will attach one work item. Let's say user story 83. As soon as I have attached the work items, you can see required check succeeded. If I remove this one, again, it will throw me the error. Again, if I add the work item, this check is done. Okay, so according to the policy, you have to clear it out. Now in the project settings, if I go to the repositories, here we have multiple type of branching policies. The settings related to the one thing comes on the repository level. Settings on the repository level. Further, the policies can also be applied on the branching level and also the repository level. So there are different type of policies which comes along with it. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Moving on to the 11th quiz question, Azure DevOps is best described as a database tool, a code editor, a set of tools for collaboration in software development, or a graphic design platform. Moving on to the 12th question, what is the key use of Azure boards? The options are managing virtual machines, writing backend logic, tracking work items and project tasks, or configuring firewalls. Moving on to the next question, what is the Azure DevOps Y key used for? The options are hosting code, scheduling deployments, documenting project information and processes, or monitoring server health. I expect everyone to comment their answers in the chat box, especially for this particular question. So the question is, what does a board in Azure DevOps track? So option 1 is IP addresses, option 2 is security alerts, option 3 is work items like tasks and user stories, and option 4 is server logs. Moving on to the next question, what can you use queries for in Azure DevOps? The options are launching VMs, filtering and retrieving specific work items, connecting to SQL databases, or sending automated emails.
Okay. So we will proceed with the CI/CD pipeline. Okay. Now, first thing from the beginning, we are talking about the DevOps and the CI/CD tool. So in the CI/CD tool, what is continuous integration and continuous deployment? We will talk about it, and then we will see how to create the pipelines in the Azure DevOps. Now, in the CI/CD, when we talk about CI, and CD. These are the two terms. These two terms means continuous integration and continuous deployment. Continuous integration and continuous deployment. Now, what do you mean by these terms? So these are the terminologies of the DevOps. Whether we talk about the Jenkins, GitHub Actions, or anything, it comes in that only. So in the continuous integration, what we do, we write the set of tasks or the steps. When we write the set of tasks or the steps, the conclusion or the output of these steps is the packages. Now, what do you mean by packages? Now, if you have a background of the Java code, Java developer, or you have a background of the .NET developer, then we will talk about the packages. Then when we talk about the task and the packages, we call it as a Java and the .NET. In the Java, what we do, like a developer has created the application. After creating the application, it will be built. Building means you are creating a artifact or a package. For a Java programming language, when we build it, it creates a package by the file format that is called jar, or it can be var, or it can be EAR. Any of the type of packages can be created when we have to build the Java project. In this case, to build these packages, we have to use the tools like Maven, or we have to use a build tool Gradle. Now, what are these? These are the build tools to create those packages. All those things I will show you in action once we will come on that. Just now I'm clearing up the one. Yes, Abhi, ANT also is the one which you can use it. Okay. Now, what does it do? What do you mean by packages? From the childhood, we are working with the packages. Like how, if I say so, let's example on the I want to install some software on my laptop. Let's say any game. What you do, you Google it out, a game, and then you download some files out of it. After that, there will be always a exe file, correct? What you do, you double click on that file and your complete application or game gets installed on your laptop, correct? Now, when you extract this file, automatically it installs some dependencies, it installs some softwares, it do multiple things in the background, and automatically those the once it is done, your games get installed onto your system. Similarly, in this case also, the developer writes up a code in the, you can say, a raw code, and later on it is delivered to the operations team in the format of the packages. Instead of giving up the complete code, they give you the packages. After giving that packages, the operations team execute those packages on the servers. Okay, that is the concept of the CI. When we are creating up these packages through the multiple steps, then you use the CI. And when we are delivering and executing on the servers, that process is called CD, continuous deployment. Now, why we say continuous integration? It can be said integration and deployment, yes, but why we keep a word continuous? Because, let's say there is a developer, he has created one application, that time he has kept the background as a blue. Now later on he has modified that background and he has changed it to red. Okay, now these changes he will make too frequently, and he wants to deploy these changes over the servers. Okay, so what we were doing, we were committing our code and pushing it on the repository. So what we want, as soon as the developer commit its code and push that code on the repository, these set of tasks which is creating a CI, means as soon as the developer is committing and pushing the code to the repository, the set of tasks should automatically execute. And once the set of task is execute, CI task is execute, a package will be created. It can be a jar package. So every time the developer is pushing, every time a new jar package will be created with the updated code. That is the CI. Now every time jar will be created, so every time need to be deployed on the servers. So that's why we call it as a continuous integration and continuous deployment. Now, when we say these are the set of tasks, how will you know what should be the set of tasks? So as a developer, you are aware when you have a Java code on your local system and you test that code on the local system, you write multiple commands. You execute multiple commands like maven build, maven test. You have multiple commands of that maven which you execute on your local system, correct? Now the same commands will be converted into the set of tasks. Okay, so these set of tasks will execute in the sequence 1, 2, 3, 4. Once all those sequence of steps are executed, then a package gets created. And this package is now forwarded to the operations team to deploy on the servers. That is the concept of CI CD. Okay. Now, when we talk about Azure DevOps, in the Azure DevOps, what you do, you can write these set of tasks in two ways. One, through the classic pipeline, another through the YAML pipeline. There are two methods to write the continuous integration pipeline. So when we say task, there we can write two type of pipelines, the classic and the YAML. When we say classic, what do you mean by classic? So Microsoft Azure DevOps has already provided you few of the templates. Okay, you don't have to write any code. You can use those templates as well, and you can modify those templates according to your usages. In this case, you have it is easy to write, it is easy to work on this one, but in this case you have less flexibility, means you can apply less conditions, less flexibility is there in the case of classic pipeline. But if you work on the YAML, in the YAML you have more of the flexibility, more of conditions you can apply on that pipeline. So that is the benefit of YAML pipeline. Now I will show you how to create a pipeline. Now first thing, when you go to the Azure DevOps, you see that, let's go to the project. Let me log in. First, I am making you understand the pipelines, CI pipeline. When I talk about pipelines, it is the CI pipeline. Here, if you see pipelines, this is the option of the pipeline. If you click on the new pipeline, here is the new pipeline. I am now, if I select these above options, over here it shows you the YAML, but I want to go with the first classic editor. Down over here, you see the option use classic editor. Now, many of you who has created the account first time, they will not see this option. I will tell you how to enable this option. By default, Microsoft has disabled this option. By going to the organization settings, you can turn on this option. I will let you know how to do it. Now, if you go to the classic editor, here I have to select from which project I want to create this pipeline. What is my repository name? So like developer one has created the code in the pipeline, that is the, or you can say has created the code into a repository test2. You will select that repository branch in which you want to run that pipeline. Click on continue. Here are the multiple options. If you have stored your code into outside Azure DevOps as well, maybe like GitHub Enterprise, or if you're using SVN, Bitbucket, Cloud, or other Git. So if you are using any other tool as well for storing up your repository and the code beside Azure DevOps, then you can integrate with the Azure DevOps, or directly if you are keeping up a code into the Azure DevOps repositories, then you can use the option Azure Repos Git. Okay. After that, if you click on the continue, below over here, you can see the multiple templates are already available. Now, if I have a Java code, what I need to use, I will use the Maven. So I will select the Maven over here, click on apply. As soon as I will apply, you can see the set of tasks in the particular sequence default template has created it. Now you can modify these steps and you can run the pipeline. If you want to add additional steps between this, so you can click on the plus button. You can add a task to the agent. You can search for the job or the task, what type of task you want to add it. For example, I can say copy files. Copy files is already there, but still if I want, okay, let's say delete files. After copying everything, I want to delete the files. From where I want to delete it, which all files you want to remove it. So that I will mention it up in this particular pipeline. Now, when the pipeline will be executed, these steps will be done into the sequence. First, Maven pom.xml will execute, then the files will be copied, files will be deleted, and the artifact will be created. Now, when we say artifacts, it means the same thing, the packages. It artifacts means the outcome of the steps which has been executed before that. So you can store that into multiple places. I will talk about that artifacts in upcoming time. Just think, understand that artifacts is something you are creating up the packages, a summary of the pipeline, where after that, keeping it into the artifactory, you can consume that packages into your CD pipeline. CD pipeline is at the time of deployment, you will use that artifacts to deploy it. Okay. If I talk about the real-time scenario of these CI/CD, so you can consider like this. Let's say I'm from the beginning, I'm talking about the e-commerce website. So if you are creating the e-commerce website, now what will happen? We are keeping up the code in the repository, correct? Each developer is keeping up the code into the repository. Now let's say they have kept the code into the dev branch. Okay. Now I will talk about the branching strategy a little bit. How it works is we have the branches. First we have the main branch. Out of that, we create the multiple branches. So out of main branch, first we will create UAT branch. From UAT branch, we will create the dev branch. And from the dev branch, we create the multiple feature branches, feature 1, feature 2. Now, what is the benefit of these branches? First, let's say there's a developer 1. He is creating a front end page, and he has kept the background for the e-commerce website as blue. He will push the code into its feature 1 branch. After that feature 1 branch, the code will be merged to the dev branch. Now, what is the benefit of using up the dev, UAT and main branch? So in the dev branch means the development phase, where what happens, this dev branch will be attached to the dev environment. Dev environment means the dev servers. So the code whichever the developer is making changes, that will be tested on the dev environment. Why we keep it into dev environment? Because like always, if you make any let's talk it like this. When you were kids, what you used to do, used to make the rough notebooks, correct, where you write up very speedily, you keep up the notes of your teacher. After that, you have one more notebook which you write up you summarize some things, and after that you keep it a very clean way. Third, once the everything is done, you have a finalized notebook which you submit to your teacher for checking purpose, correct? So you can compare like this. The dev environment is the environment on which the developers test their code. Okay. If anything goes wrong in that code, if this environment is affected, still nobody will say you anything, because this is the dev environment. Here we can do the our own practices. So developers can do their own practices and test their code. Once that code is tested and finalized from the dev environment, then the code is merged to the UAT repository. Sorry, the branch. UAT, we say UAT environment, or we can also say QA environment, quality analysis environment. Why we say UAT environment or QA environment? This is the another set of servers. Was the dev. Now on the UAT environment, we are pushing the code which is finalized into dev. Now the testers will test the code into UAT. So they will check the functionality, they will do the manual testing, check if everything as per the requirements it is met or not. Under the UAT environment, they will test it. And once the tester give the approvals, then it goes to the main branch. And when the code goes to the main branch, it means from the main branch, the code will be deployed to the prod environment, the production environment. The production environment means here, like I am the user. Okay, I am the end user. When I request any website, my always request goes to the prod environment, because I am the end user. Okay, if my website is down, then the users will be affected. So this environment is always taken care, it should be up and running, so that users should are not affected. These behind the scenes, they are testing the code in the dev environment and UAT, while in the prod environment, the end users are handling the work. They are doing some on work. For example, I am using Facebook. So my whatever request I am sending, that is going on the UAT. Oh, sorry, that request is going on the prod environment. Okay. Now, when I said about the in these phases, so like in this case, when I said the developer first has created the blue, now it will go to dev. He has tested, it looks good. Now testers will test it, it looks good. Again, the UAT code will be merged to the prod environment. Okay, so like this, the complete branching strategies play role at the time of deployment. Okay, Now, that is the concept of CI/CD pipeline. Now, now few things comes along with CI/CD. Now, we will go on that. Okay, let's go proceed. Now, in this scenario, when I talk about the CI/CD pipelines, there is one thing, a major thing which comes into the role, that is agents. Now, what is agents? Agents is something which help you to execute your job. Execute your job. So don't get confused. There are two terminologies. One is called agents. Agents means which will help you to execute your jobs or pipeline, and at the end they are helping you to deploy or build your code to the servers. Now, what is agents? Agents is nothing. It is just a compute machine. For example, if I give you a Java code in a pen drive, what you need? If I give you the Java code in a pen drive, you will first go back to your home. You will attach that pen drive in your laptop. Then you will run the commands, correct? Without laptop, can you execute those commands? No, that pen drive is useless without the laptop. So similarly, in this case also, what we need, when I have given you a SaaS product, that is the Azure DevOps, but the pipeline which I have given you the commands as well, I have given you the code as well, but that will be useless until you have some machines to execute your set of tasks or the commands. So in the Azure DevOps, we have a concept of agents. In Azure DevOps, we call it as a agents. In the GitHub actions, we call it as a runners. Okay, in the GitHub actions, we call it as a runners. In Jenkins, we call it as a nodes. They are the same things, but just changing the terminology from different tool to different tool. So in Jenkins, we call it as a nodes. In GitHub Action, we call it as a runners. Okay. And in Azure DevOps, we call it as a agents. Now, in case of agents also, in Microsoft, when we talk about Azure DevOps, we have two type of agents. One is called self-hosted. Another one is called Microsoft hosted agents. Now, what is the difference between both of them? Self-hosted means you have created a virtual machine, or even you can use your laptop as a self-hosted agent. Means any compute machine which you are owning. You have the more of the controllability on that particular machine. So it can be either your laptop, or it can be any Azure virtual machine, or any environment on which you want to execute this jobs. It can be anything. Similarly, on the case of Microsoft hosted agents, what does Microsoft says? Okay, we will provide you a machine, but this machine will only exist and run when you are running up any pipeline. Means once you will trigger any pipeline, Microsoft behind the scenes will create one temporary machine and execute, and as soon as your pipeline is successful, this machine will be destroyed. Now, when we say the comparison, which one we should use? If I talk about the self-hosted, the benefit of using laptop and the virtual machines is it has more control. So if you want to install any software dependencies or keep up a long-term backup, then these are useful. While if you want to reduce your I can say the memory and less of work, more easiness, then the Microsoft hosted agents are preferred. Okay, now in the Azure DevOps which you are using, in that case earlier Microsoft used to provide free agents. Okay, they used to provide earlier, like 3 or 4 years back, by default they used to provide the free agents for Microsoft hosted agent. But now uh, still they have the free one, but you have to fill a form and raise a request with the Microsoft. Then in 2 or 3 working days they align some free agents in your Microsoft account, which I will tell you how to do it. While in the case of self-hosted, which we will set today, so I will show you how to set that self-hosted agent, because if we don't have any agent, I can't execute the pipeline. So either self-hosted agent is required or Microsoft hosted is mandatory to execute my job. I will tell you how to host your self-hosted agent. Okay. See, in this case, there are two ways to do that. One way is like, let's first talk about Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps is the like a public platform, you can say, that is a cloud services. On the other hand, you have your on-prem servers, correct? Now, the simplest and the easiest way is you create one machine on the on-prem servers. You create one virtual machine and use it as a self-hosted agent. So the configurations which I will tell you of Azure DevOps, that you can run on this self-hosted agent. Then this virtual machine will able to easily communicate with the on-prem servers, because both of the virtual machine and the other servers will be on same network. Okay, so communications will be easier in this case. Meanwhile, if you also want to use Microsoft hosted agent, you can do it. But the thing is, in case of Microsoft hosted agents, they also provide you the IP addresses of the machines. So they have a range of those IP addresses of the machines. So in that case, these machines, if they want to communicate with this on-prem, then these IP addresses should be whitelisted on the on-prem servers. So these are the two ways you can do it. Got it? Okay, now the question is, on the on-prem also there are multiple type of servers. Now if you're using up the Kubernetes, okay, if you're deploying your code onto the Kubernetes server, in that scenario, you can use the separate virtual machine, and this virtual machine IP address will be whitelisted with the Kubernetes IP address, the network. Now, on the other hand, if you now let's say you have a Java code and you're deploying on the virtual machine, that is either it can be Tomcat or it can be multiple are there, so Nginx. If in that case a virtual machine is there on which you have the Tomcat, on which you are running up the server, on that same virtual machine, for the price reduction and all, memory consumption, to keep up the less memory consumption also, the same virtual machine you can use as a agent as well. But let's say like this, you have a laptop. In your laptop also you can do multiple things. So similarly, in this case also, the same VM can host your website, and also it can be used as a agent. The disadvantage of having the agent on this virtual machine is, because let's say there is a huge request on this virtual machine from the Tomcat. Then these agents will also run slowly. The performance will not be too good. Or the other hand, if I'm hosting multiple agents on the same machine, then in that case also, the if I send multiple requests on this virtual machine, the CPU usage will go high. So this traffic can also be affected. This when I'm talking about the virtual machine and agents and all, this is quite applicable, or you can say it is fine if you're doing on the dev environment, but this strategy I will not recommend to go for the production. Agent can be one common, and it can be used for multiple applications as well. It is like how many of requests you are sending. So in the one Azure DevOps, you can have multiple agents as well. So let's say how it works. In the Azure DevOps, you have created the, it's a small project. You have five pipelines, correct? Now, if you have a five pipelines and a single pipeline takes 2 minutes to execute your job, 2 minutes, okay? Then let's say all five are executing at the one time. So the fifth pipeline has to wait for 10 minutes, correct? Because all will be in the queue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this pipeline has to wait for 10 minutes for its execution. So in that perspective, if the developers are fine to wait for 10 minutes, and that is also a occasionally thing, so it's fine to handle the agent. One agent can handle the multiple jobs. But on the other hand, now let's say we have the 30 pipelines. The project is huge. Now, if you have the 30 pipelines and multiple pipelines are running like this, if every pipeline has to wait for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or more than that, then the waiting time will be huge. So instead of that, like in case of load balancer, we do similarly. In this case also, we will create multiple agents and divide the work between the agents, so so that our pipeline execution can be much more faster. The costing is associated up to some limit. The parallel jobs are free, but beyond that, it is chargeable. Okay. Now, these agents can also have a different operating system. So like this, let's say you have five pipelines. Now, your code depends. The .NET applications work perfectly with the Windows, and Java works perfectly with the Linux. So even what you can do, you can create two machines, one for the Windows and another one for the Linux. Okay, so the .NET job will be assigned to Windows and the Java will be assigned to Linux. So you can have multiple machines with the different operating system as well. Okay, now let's go and set up one agent. I'm canceling this pipeline because this pipeline will not work until I have the agent. Now, if you go to the project settings, here's the option called as agent pool. Do you see that? Agent pool. So when you see Azure pipelines means here we have the default agents like Microsoft hosted agents. If you want to create your own pool, you can create it. So what is a pool? Pool is something like you can say a complete one environment, or you can say a pool. Okay, in that you can have multiple agents, or you can have multiple pools, and in that you can define the agents. Now, why we have the multiple pool and the agents? Because to handle the load balancer and its traffic. Okay, so in this case, we can create one pool. If you click on that add pool, here I can see the default pools, and this was the pool which was created by me. I have created the agent as well, but if you want to create your own, click on the add pool, and you can say you want to use the existing or a self-hosted, or if you want to create a virtual machine scale set. Virtual machine scale set I will tell you in next few minutes. First, if you want to create a self-hosted, okay, what do you want to keep the name? Any name you want to keep it, December batch. So it's just like a grouping which I am doing right now. I have created one pool. Currently there are no agents inside it. Now I can create a pool. Pool is already created. Inside I can create the agent. If I click on new agent, here are the set of steps. If you want to create a agent, uh, like if you have a virtual machine, let's say your laptop is a Windows based, so here are the steps, the commands which you have to follow for the Windows. If you have an operating system Mac OS, you have to follow these commands. If you have the Linux, you have to follow these commands for it. You have to follow different set of commands for depending upon the operating system which you want to make it as a agent. Now let's say go to the Azure DevOps, create the pool, click on the new agent. If you want to make your laptop as an agent, I would suggest to go with that only. Make your laptop as an agent. If you have a Windows laptop, follow the step of the Windows. If you have a Mac, follow the step of Mac. If you have a Linux, follow the step of the Linux. Okay. I will be showing you the steps of the Windows. Now, what I have to do is I can make my laptop as well as an agent. Instead of that, I will create one virtual machine on the Azure, and I will make that as a agent. Already I have it, but which is working as an agent. But to showcase all of you, I will create one more machine and I will use it as a agent. Okay. So here I will create a virtual machine. Name it, let's create a resource group. It is like a agent, any name. I'm creating a virtual machine with the Windows, because I want the Windows agent in my Azure DevOps. After that, the size and everything I'm deciding over here. Let's take it minimal so that it will cost me less. I will select the username and password. You don't need to follow this step if you are using your laptop as a agent. This I am using because I need some environment. So after that, I am just creating one virtual machine and all. Once everything is done, let this virtual machine get created. I will follow the steps of this setting up the pool. First, you have to download the file, which is called download the agent. Then these are the commands which you have to execute it from your PowerShell if you're going with the Windows. So now we have seen our agents are up and running. If you see in my case also, it's up and running. Agent is up and running. Okay. Now, in this case, we have to, I will first show you the simplest pipeline. I will not take you to the Java or .NET or anything. I will take you to the simplest pipeline. What we need, we want to display something, like we want to run a simple PowerShell command. Okay, we will do that. So before that, I know for all of you, this option, classic pipeline option, is disabled. So we will enable that. Go to your organization settings. Okay, earlier we were in project settings. Now you have to go to organization settings. Under organization settings, you have the on option. First thing, in the policies, enable this option, third-party application access and the SSS authentication. Okay, next, go to the settings. Under the settings, if you see this option, disable creation of classic pipelines, this will be, in your case, toggle will be on. You have to turn it off. Similarly, below that, there will be disable creation of classic pipelines. Also disable it. In your pipelines, you can only see right now the YAML pipeline. Classic editor is disabled. So I want to enable that option so that you can create the classic pipelines as well. Okay. Now going back into the project. In the project, you have the pipelines. Now I will be creating a pipeline. Okay. New pipeline. Here, now you will see that option, classic editor. This option should be visible to everyone now. Click on the classic editor. Now select the repository. We have created one repository test2. So I'm using the same repository, main branch, and continue. You can select any template or you can get a empty job. For now, I will keep the empty job. Why empty job? In this, no task will be there. So I will add my own task. Click on the empty job. You will see the pipeline like this. Now I will add one task. So like I said, I will create the simplest pipeline. The simplest pipeline, what I want through the pipeline, I want to just display hello world. Okay, so I will type PowerShell task. Here you can see the list of tasks. So I will add PowerShell task. So multiple type of jobs are there. You can add any, but for now I'm just doing PowerShell. So what I'm doing, I'm running the PowerShell command. Okay, add PowerShell. In this PowerShell, it is asking your script is located where. My script can be in the repository. If you're you're saying that yes, my code is in the repository, so you will select the method file path, and from here you can mention the file name. Otherwise, I will do like inline. Under inline, here only I will put the PowerShell command. Currently, I am just displaying hello world. Instead of that, you can put any PowerShell command if you want. For example, if you want to copy the files from one directory to another directory, then you can write the PowerShell command for the copy. Okay. Currently, I'm just displaying hello world. Got it? Now, if you can save it, it says save and queue. Save and queue means first it will save and then it will run. But in this case, we have to define the agent, because which agent or I mean like which machine should pick up this job? How will I get to know? One thing is, if you click on the agent job 1, in that below in that option, you will see agent pool. So now you have to select your agent under which you have created the agent. You have to select the pool name. Okay. So for me, it was demo. So I've kept the demo. Okay. Now I will do save and queue. When you do save and queue, that time also it again asks you which agent do you want to use it for running this job. When you say Azure pipelines, it means Microsoft hosted agents, and under the agent specification, it will give you the complete list of operating system agents available in the Microsoft. But in our case, we don't have that agent. So instead of that, we want to use self-hosted. So under the agent pool, change it to demo or whatever pool name you have. Select the branch. Let's say you want to run this on the main branch. I want to run my pipeline on the main branch. I will select that and click on save and run. Once you will click on save and run, this page will open and it will show you agent job 1 queued. It means this job is now running. You can see it will start running the multiple steps. Out of that, one step was PowerShell script. In this one, I have just displayed hello world. So it means my agent is picking up the job and it is my pipeline is running. Once it is successful, you can see it will show you green color. Hello, good evening, everyone. I hope you are doing well. Today, CI/CD pipelines in Azure DevOps. I hope you all have now DevOps. Uh, so today we will do some hands-on activity along with it. Okay. Um, Let's start the session. Others will join. Okay. Now, first thing from the beginning, we are talking about the DevOps and the CI/CD tool. So, in the CI/CD tool, what is continuous integration and continuous deployment? We will talk about it, and then we will see how to create the pipelines in the Azure DevOps. Now, when we talk about purpose, when we will talk about the things, that time it will come along with it. Is how to create the repositories, how to clone them, and how to push those changes. So today we will proceed with the CI/CD. Okay, CD. These are the two terms. These two and continuous deployment terms. So these are the terms. Whether we talk about the Jenkins, GitHub Actions, or anything, we write the set of tasks, or you have a background of the .NET developer, then we will talk about the packages. Yes, Bhupendra, what is your question? Bhupendra, that's what I said. Wait, everything will be covered. Before, as with the CI/CD only, we will talk about the repositories and the branching strategies. Interlinked. So that's why I'm covering some part of AR. Any of the type of packages can be created when we have to build the Java project. In this case, to build these packages, we have to use the tools like Maven are the build tools to create those packages. All those things I will show you can use it. Okay. Now, what does it do? What do you mean by packages? From the childhood we are working with the packages, like how, if I say so, like example, on the I want to install some software on my laptop, let's say any game. What you do, you google it out a game, and then you download some files out of it. After that, there will be always a exe file, correct? What you do, you double click on that file, and your complete application or game gets installed on your. It installs some softwares, it do multiple things in the background, and automatically those the once it is done, your games get installed onto your system. Also, the developer writes up a code in the, you can say, a raw code, and later on it is delivered to the operations team in the format of the packages. Instead of giving up the complete code, they give you the packages. After giving that packages, the operations team execute those packages on the servers. Okay, that is the concept of the CI. When we are creating up these packages through the multiple steps, the CI, and when we are delivering servers, that process is called CD, continuous deployment. Now, why we say continuous integration? It can be said integration and deployment, yes, but why we keep a word continuous? Because, let's say there is a developer, he has created one application. That time he has kept the background as a blue. Now later on he has modified that background and he has changed it to red. Okay, he will make too frequently, and he wants to deploy these changes over the servers. Okay, so yesterday we saw what we were doing, we were committing our code and pushing it on the repository. So as soon as the developer commit its these set of tasks which is creating a CI, means as soon as the developer is committing and pushing the code to the repository, the set of tasks server services on-prem, in that case also you can use the self-hosted and Microsoft hosted also. If you use the Microsoft hosted agent, then you have to whitelist with your on-prem. Govendra, Azure DevOps come in both cloud services as well, or you can use a self-hosted environment for Azure DevOps as well. There are two services of Azure DevOps: Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server. No, Raviram, only once you have to raise it.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay, so let's start with this activity. Now, in this activity, what we want to do, we have created one CI pipeline, and we have created the package, var package. Okay, now that package need to be pushed, or you can say deployed onto the server. Now, on the server, it can be any of the type of server. It can be a virtual machine, Kubernetes services, or any of the app services. In this activity, we are doing it on the app runner. So app services, web apps. So we will be deploying it on that. Now, if we have to deploy that on the app services, which is in Azure, now what you need the app services in the portal and you want to use it. Okay. Now, in this case, let's proceed. First, what we need these resources. Like as the exercise one says, we have to create those resources. Now, if I take you to the pipeline, before pipeline, we have to create it. Now, to create those resources, there are multiple ways. How we create the resources onto the Azure or on any of the cloud services, there are multiple ways. So, few of things I will tell you. If you want to create any resources, then what are the different ways? One is the simplest manual in any cloud. If I'm talking about either in Azure, GCP, or AWS, on any cloud, you go to their website, the portal, and you can create the things manually. Other way is CLI. CLI means through the command lines, like they themselves have the CLI. AWS has their own CLI, and Azure have their own CLI. So this CLI module, there is a like a modules which you need to install on your laptop, and then you can run the commands of this CLI on your system and create the resources. Another way is if you have a commands, one way is on your own laptop, you have installed the module, or the another way is in the Azure and even in AWS as well. We call it as a cloud shell within the Azure portal. Okay, within the Azure portal, there is an option in the Azure that is called Cloud Shell. In the Cloud Shell, you can directly run the commands. Okay, that is the another way. And the last way which comes is like a infrastructure as a code. Now, what does this thing do? Instead of writing any commands or any other doing things manually, we write a code. Okay. Now, in that code, you give the instructions which all resources need to be created. So in this one, we have different type of tools, like in the Azure. For the Azure only, we call it as a ARM templates. Okay, I will show you how it looks like. We have the ARM templates. That is for the Azure. Okay. Similarly, we have another type of tool that is called Terraform. The most popular one. Why we most popular and most commonly used? Because this Terraform is used for multiple clouds. Like in Azure, if you want to do only ARM templates is the option, and ARM templates can only be used in the Azure. But the Terraform code can be used in the Azure, AWS, and many more. So that's why this is more commonly used, Terraform. In our exercise, if you see the instructions, they have used the method Azure CLI, and that is we are running up the commands from the Cloud Shell. Okay, so I will be performing that thing from the Cloud Shell. Now, if we go over here, first thing it is asking me to create a resource group. Okay, so to create any resource group, how to do it? Before creating resource group, I'm just opening a Word on my side. I will copy paste the commands over there, because if I need to modify any commands, then you can do it from here. Okay, now the first command says I want to create a resource group. Okay, now I have to create a resource group. Now to create a resource group, I will use this command. I will go to the Azure portal. This is my Azure portal. On the top, you see Cloud Shell. So I will go over here. It is starting, so it will take little bit time. Okay, now your Cloud Shell is ready. I can paste the commands. I am saying to create a resource group in the West US. As soon as I will type this command, my resource group will be created. Okay. After that, it is saying to create the app service plan. For app services, first you need to create a plan, because you have to do the pricing, and in that plan, you have to create the app services. So I am creating the plan first. It will take few seconds. Okay, now plan is created. The second command says I have to create the web app. So let's create the web app. Let's try with this. Okay, now in this I got the error, because the app name, web app name, which I have kept, that should be unique, because that will be kind of a domain name for you. So that should be unique. And here I think it already exists, so we can't use this one. I need to change the name. Okay, so in that case, to change the name, I will just modify the command on this. I will put it the name like my Jatin. So I'm putting like this is the web app name. Once I will run that command, let's see if it picks. It is creating those resources. Okay, my web app is also ready. Now it is asking to create the SQL server. So let's create a SQL server. Now in this case also the name should be unique. So my resource group, name of my SQL server, I will change it to my Jatin again. Any name you can keep it up. And if everything goes look good, we will run this command on the Cloud Shell. Okay. Okay, we have to change the tier for this one. I will create the SQL server later. I will check this one because it depends upon the pricing. I will create the SQL server later. It is not mandatory right now. So I will create it later. Okay. Now, in this case, after creating the all those things, what you need to do, you have to go to Azure. Now, after that, my resources are now created. My app services and plan is done. Now, after that, if you see, once it is done, we have to do some modification on the SQL server, which I am skipping for now because we don't need it. Now, another one is I have to update the app settings. So in the app settings, if I go to web app, okay, in the web app, you have the configurations. In the this one, we have to define our code type. What was our code type? Java. So here we have to select the stack as Java, and here the versioning which it is mentioning, we have to use the same version like 8 over here. And after that, checking the settings. Now we are running up on the Apache Tomcat. So here we have to select the Apache Tomcat and see the versioning 9. So here we will select the 9, and it will be these are the settings which we have selected. Compare those settings, and once it is done, okay, save it. Okay, now once it is saved, now go to your overview. This is your domain name, default domain name. Now you will open the new link tab. If you click on this, you will see 1 second, I think it is not started. Services unavailable. Why? Let me restart it once. Why it is showing unavailable? Strange. Service. Okay, now it's working. Just it was taking time to reboot, nothing else. So now you can see this is my default page for the web app. Okay, now this comes up by default. Okay, and this is my default domain. Now my web app services are done. We are ready to deploy the code which we have created, the package which we have created through the pipeline. Now, for that part, you need to do some things on the DevOps. Why? See, Azure DevOps is the another tool. A portal is the separate tool. Between them, some authentication and connections should be there. For that, we use the service connections. So first, we will create the service connections in the Azure DevOps. If you go to the Azure DevOps, here you see the organization settings. It comes in project settings. Demo 3 was my settings. So in this one, if I go to the project settings, in the project settings, if you go to the service connections, here is the service connection option. Then you have to create the service connection between the Azure portal and the Azure DevOps. These service connections are used for creating the connection between the third-party tools as well. Even if you want to create a connection between the Azure DevOps and the GitHub Actions or GitHub, in that case also you need to create a service connection. There are different options which you can use to connect it. Okay, so in our case, we are using up the Azure. We have to create the connection. So in that case, I will use Azure Resource Manager. In the there are multiple ways how you want to create the connection. The simplest way is app registrations. If I click on the app registrations over here, we have to select the resource groups and all those options. This which we are creating, that we are creating on the subscription level, and the access which we are creating. Now, what is the different ways? One is app registration, manage identity and all. So in the Azure, we call it as a service principles. So it gets created automatically, or you can do that manually as well. Okay. If you want to do it manually, then you have to go with the classic method. Now, to go that into the classic method, I will show you the classic method. Okay. Here, cloud type, it is environment, the subscription ID, subscription name, and everything we have to pass it. Okay. Or there are different ways as well. If I again go to the service manager, here we can do it manually. In this case, you have to put all the options manually, like the service connection name, test, next. Then you have to give the details of that token and everything. You have to do it. So there are multiple ways how you want to do it. It purely depends on that part. Now, in this case, I have to go to subscription ID. I will go and search the subscription ID. Here itself, I can find it from here, or on the top, I will search subscriptions. Here, I will go and click on this one, take the subscription ID and paste it. Then I will can pass the name. Now it says the client ID, how I can create the client ID. Either you can create it like we are doing it manual way. So what you have to do is go over here and search for app registrations. Now here you can create your own ID, client ID. Here, once we have created, we have got the client ID. Now go over there and paste it. Now just verify. It has got the error. Okay, let me check one thing. Actually, we have created this token. Sorry, this one for in the subscription, I need to grant the permission as well to this token, because in the one same account you can have multiple subscriptions as well. So to which subscription you want to provide the permissions, it goes over here. Here I will provide the permissions. It says it is already there. Let me check. Okay, it's there. Now let's try it. It is failing. Let me see. Okay, created on this. Okay, there are two, so that's why it is getting error out. Let me delete the one. This I got. Give me a second. I am checking. This is the one which we have created. If I select this one. Okay, now it has worked. Now what we have done is, if you go to the Azure DevOps, I will open up a separate tab so that I can repeat it for you. If you go to the service connection, in the service connection, we have different ways to authenticate, like I told you. In the Azure Resource Manager, what I have done is app registration one ways automatically. Okay, you can put up the authentication and it will create your method automatically. But I have chosen the manual way. Why I have chosen the manual way? Because you should know how we create, how the things are working behind the scenes. Now, in this case, I have selected the option app registration and managed identity manual. Now, if I select this option, here it is mentioning it's a new option. Either go with the workload identity federation or go with the secret. I have selected the option secret. In this case, everything I am mentioning manually. So in the manual steps, what we have done, like the field says, first I have to pass the subscription ID, then I have to pass the subscription name, and the service principal or the app registration we have to create in the Azure portal. How we create it? If you go into the Azure portal, so search over here app registrations. Now in the app registrations, click on new registration, put some name over here into the registration name, and just click on register. Once it is created, under your all applications, you will view the all the service principals or registrations which we have created. Okay, once it is created, go inside it and you can check it is the client ID which was required in the Azure DevOps. So I have put it that into this client ID. Okay. After that, it needs the tenant. tenant directory ID, it will come by default. If it doesn't come, then on the top within this December batch only, you can see the tenant ID as well. So you can copy from here. Once your all fields are done, okay, till here tenant ID. Now it is asking how you want to authenticate. In the app registrations, you have different ways. One is through the certificate, another way is through the secret. So I went back to the secret. This app registrations, you have certificates and secrets. Here I have created one secret. This is my secret ID and this is my value. Okay, I took that value and passed it over here and clicked on verify. Now earlier it was showing up me the error, authentication failed. Now what was missing? Like app registration is created in that account, but in that account it can also be possible you can have multiple subscriptions, correct? So the app registration which I have created, that should have access on the service principal, access on the subscription. So I went to the subscriptions. Inside the subscriptions, if you click on pay as you go, in that I have clicked on this and granted it the owner permission. You can change it to contributor as well, but for now I have given the owner permission. And after that, when I clicked on verify, it says verification succeeded. Now just I want to give the service connection name. The service connection is created, access to all permissions, verify and save. Now this subscription is my service connection is ready. Now if I go to the pipeline, now we have to learn about the CD deployment part. Now if I go to the releases, when we talk about the deployment, we go for the releases. Okay, now if we go to the releases, in the releases it says there are two type of deployments. Like I told you, one is through the Docker file and one is through the code. Here we are going with the pipeline which was already there by default. Now what are the releases? We create one release pipeline, okay, where we define the set of tasks need to be done. And once we have created one release pipeline, inside it we create the releases. Now if I click on this edit, here you can see the releases. Now in this case we are defining the artifact. We have created the pipeline, so our artifact was there inside that pipeline. Now in the pipeline, I have to give, when I'm creating the release pipeline, I have to give a reference. Where is my package? So my package was there in that pipeline. So if I click on this, instead of this pipeline, I will select my another pipeline because we have created the classic and it is giving a reference of a YAML. So I will remove this one, click on the add. It will show you all the pipelines which exist. Okay, but we have selected this my shuttle build. This was the pipeline which we have created. So I will select this one and add. Okay, add. Now in this, when we talk about the releases, what do you mean by releases? Like deploying the code. Now code deployment can be into multiple phases. First it will go to dev, QA and the prod. They are multiple stages. So in this pipeline, they have created only single stage. But if you want to create a multiple stage pipeline, you can click on add and add the more stages. So empty, you can give the steps like a default template or empty. So like this, you can have multiple stages. Okay, you can have multiple stages and you can link them. Now in this one, if you see the releases, I am taking the package from this pipeline, and this Azure Dev is an independent stage. Stage 1 and stage 2, these are also independent, but stage 2 is dependent upon the stage 1. which means first stage 1 will be executed, then we will proceed to the stage 2. Okay. Now, if I click on this one, I'm just showing you this like how we create up the stages, although it is not required right now. So I'm removing that stages. Okay. Now, in this case, I have the dev. In the dev, if I click on job 1, 2 tasks, here are the 2 tasks which need to be performed on the deployment. Now in this one, first I have to select the agent. Again, we have our own agent, so I will use the pool, the agent pool. Now here 2 tasks are defined. One is the SQL deployment and the app services. For now, I am disabling the SQL server because SQL server is not created. I will create deploy the app services. Now in the app services, here I have to give the options. In this case, we have Azure Resource Manager subscription. You have to select the subscription. It says the subscription, but we have created the service connection by the name of Azure few minutes back. So I will select that. Once it is selected, my app service type, if I go to the app services, I will show you. If I go to the app services, here we have, oh sorry, here we have Windows, correct? So here I have to select the Windows app service name. If I drop down here, let's create a new release. Click on new release. Once your release is this is like a fresh and empty release, I have to select the artifact. Click on add artifact. Here I have to select the pipeline from where I want to take the release. Okay. Now in this case, I've selected the artifact. It can be from multiple places as well, like a Azure repository, GitHub. If I want to directly take some code or scripts, you can refer it, or a third-party tools also you can refer. I am using the pipeline over here. Click on add. You can have multiple artifacts as well. Artifacts means some place or directory from where you want to consume your code or any files. So it can be from multiple places as well. Click on add and you can do that and give a reference into the pipeline. Now here, first I will add a new stage. Let's say I want to do a deployment on the app services, correct? So I can select this option, deploy a Java app to the Azure App Services. I will click on this and give the name as the dev. Okay. Now if I go to job 1, here I will select the war package. Here I will give there are multiple ways. One way is either within the task you can define those values, or on the dev here also you can put up the values and it will automatically be passed beneath that. Now here again I'm selecting this subscription, which was the way like the service connection which I have created authentication. My app type is Windows. I will go over here and now you can see my web app is visible, my Jatin. So my code will be deployed on this particular one. Now if I go to deploy dot here, so if you see the values which I have given in dev environment, that is passed into this. Okay. Now once it is done, I will click on the save option. Save, and my pipeline is ready. If you see over here, I have to rename this pipeline. I can rename it from here, let's say Jatin demo. Okay, now my pipeline is ready, but it is still not executed. Every time if I have to execute it, either it will be done manually or through the automation process. First I am showing you manually. Later on I will tell you about the automation. Now if I click on create release, this is saying I will take up a build version, and my build. Now what is a build version? if I go over here inside the pipeline, this one, let me, sorry, the another project. In this project, here, whenever you run the pipeline, it always create a build number. If you see 2024 1221.1, this is my build number. Now, why this build number is important? Because through the build number only, you take a reference and tell which code you want to deploy. By which code you want to deploy, what does it mean? Let's say there are multiple developers working on a repository, correct? Now, when multiple developers are working, they are making the changes into the code and pushing. So multiple times this pipeline will run, and each one of them will have their unique ID, this ID. So let's say developer one has pushed, okay, dev one has pushed, then dev two has pushed. They will have a unique ID. Now, which code you want to deploy on the server of developer one or developer two? How you will identify? So we will identify first thing from the commit ID. Let's say the commit ID for the developer one is ABC. Okay. And for him, it is DF. So we have recognized that we want to take it for the developer one, which is commit ID starts with ABC. So I will go over here and see the pipeline, and it says, okay, this is the one, the developer one has pushed it, and this pipeline was executed, and this is my build ID. So when I will create the releases, this time I will give up the build ID. So like this, you have multiple options over here. Once you do it, create. Now, if I go to the releases one, you can see my pipeline is queued. One second. I think I forgot to change the agent. Give me a second. Let me check. Yeah, agent pool demo and save it. Now I have to rerun the one. So if I select it, create. Now this release is queued, but it's not running. Why it's not running? Because my agent, the Windows virtual machine is shut down. I have to turn it on and start the agent services. Then my pipeline will execute. Okay, here is my website. So our code is now deployed on the app runner. Now, if I share this link, you can also view my website, which I have deployed on the app runner. So like this, our CI/CD part works. Okay, let's continue. Now, if you talk about this one, what is happening? They want to deploy the code. Okay. Now, this is the front end. Now, from the backend side, for the databases, they are using up the SQL Server. So what they've done is they have created the SQL Server using this command, but I was getting the error. So because of which I skipped it for now. It was not mandatory, but now I will tell you the things what will happen if we create the SQL Server. First, after creating the SQL Server, you have to once your SQL Server is created, you have to create a connection string between the SQL Server and the app runner. So if you go over here in the environment variables, here you see the connection strings. Here you have to pass the connection string for the SQL Server. Okay, so your SQL Server will be now have a and app services both have the authentication and connection. Once your connection is done, now we have created the build pipeline. In the build pipeline, there were two packages got created, two files got created in this one. One is db and one is this war file. The first one, this one is a SQL script. Okay, in the SQL script, what happens? It creates a database, MySQL database. And this script will be executed when we go to the releases. So in the releases, if you see this step, in this step, I have commented out this one. So here I am giving the reference and mentioning them, that execute that script, create this script on the SQL database. So that script will be executed on my SQL database, and app services, the front end will be deployed. Now, next time, if you see, if I make any changes, if I put up the username and password, then those credentials or those informations will be stored in the SQL database. That is the use of a complete part. Let me try to understand this command. It is saying MySQL Jatin admin username and password. It will take a few minutes extra, so please cooperate with me. Okay, my SQL server is created. Let's try that. Okay, now The steps which we have skipped earlier for the SQL Server, that I will perform. SQL Server is ready and it is created here. Now let's go back to the tutorial. In this one, they asking us to copy some values. So we will go over here and note it down. So in this settings, first, if you talk about connect, these are the strings which they have passed. So your host name is this one. I will take this host name and I will copy it onto a notepad. Okay. Now my username is this. I will copy it up and paste it in this place. If I have to get the server login admin, then I need to go and see which place it is in the properties. So I will go over here. Where is properties? They have changed it. Give me a second. Let me here properties. So server login admin name. This is the name. Okay. They are telling to take server admin login name. So that is my name. Now, after taking this one, server admin login name. Give me a second. Server admin login. Okay. Now, after doing that, I have to make some connection changes, network settings. So in the networking, I will allow this one, allow public access from the resources. Once it is done, I will save it. Now, what I have to do is I have to create a connection string. Okay. So to create the connection string, I will take this one and go to this place and change the values. Your SQL server name, this is my SQL server name. I have copied and pasted here. Okay. Okay. Now username, this is my username, which I will paste it. This one. Now looks good. Now password. This was my password. So my string is ready. I will copy this and go to the app runner. Web apps. Here I will click on the name, put the value. Name is like you can put it my shuttle DB. Now type, it is SQL Server, so MySQL. So I've selected this type. Okay. Apply. So my string is created. Now from the pipeline side, again, I will go back over here in the releases. Earlier, I haven't added that step. Now I will add those steps. So I will take a reference of this as well. Here I will add it up, go to the job. Here I will search my SQL deployment. This is a step which I will take it above subscription. It is not showing. Let me try to hard code it. Here, give this name. My database name. So in this case, my database name will be empty, and SQL Server admin. This is my SQL Server admin. I will take this name, go over here and paste it. Now password, again I will take it from here and paste it. Okay. Here I am pushing everything I am mentioning over here, and it is like a revealed, like password and everything is visible over here. What is the alternate way to hide it? So instead of that, we can also call the variables. Now, let me take the reference of this path. So this will be my path where my script is. So I will put that thing. Okay. Now just save it. Okay. Now, once it is done, you can click on create release and try it. This issue is coming. Okay. So if you select Azure or pay-as-you-go, that both are the service connections. Now this host name is not showing, that I have to see. Meanwhile, let's focus on the other things on this pipeline. Okay. Now in the releases, few more things. Let's go to the releases. If I click on the edit, the thing is, let me first disable this task. Okay. Now the pipeline like this, we can add multiple stages. And like empty job, I am currently applying. Multiple stages can be applied. Now, after applying that, if you click, if you see over here, we have continuous deployment. Okay. Now, in this one, we have seen in the continuous integration, whenever we push the changes into a repository, our code gets deployed, correct? Now, once your the complete flow, how does it work? First, we have a code. Whenever someone makes changes into the code and pushes, build pipeline executes. And once the build pipeline is triggered and successful, our this deployment pipeline also executes. That is a complete CI/CD process. Now in the CD, if I have to trigger it up, you see the option continuous deployment trigger. Here we can enable this option and see when this particular should trigger. So whenever I am doing, whenever something new comes up, either you can do it on the branch level, or if you want to make a change on to the build. So in this case, whenever a build will be done successfully, our pipeline will execute. So I have enabled this option. Now over here, if you see, again it shows pre-deployment conditions. Now this pre-deployment condition means when this particular task or the job should execute. After release, after stages, manually only. After release means when something new will come, this stage will automatically run. Or if you want to do have some dependency on any other stage, like dev, like in case of, let's say in this one, let's say UAT, this environment is dependent on the stage dev. Okay, so this stage 1 is dependent upon the dev stage. So I have a after stage dependency. Okay, here are few of the other options. Trigger when the selected stage is partially succeeded, means even if it is half succeeded, my pipeline should run, otherwise it will not. If you want to do some filtration, scheduling, pull request, you can do that. Even you can put up the manual approvals in between. Usually we do the manual approvals in the prod environment and the test environment. So here, if you see the option pre-deployment approvals, click on this option and select the person who should approve it. Okay, and that should be, what should be the waiting time for that approval? Up to 30 days. Yes. Now these are the conditions. If you want to read it out and skip it out, it's on that. Gates, what are the gates? Gates are quality gates, you can say. Like for example, you have created some work items, correct? Now one of the work item is bug. Now what you want, before the code is merged to the production, our all bugs should be resolved, correct? So in that case, we will create a gate. The gate means the check. If all the bugs are closed in that sprint, then only it will help you to go and move it into the production, otherwise it will not. So you can evaluate before the deployment. Okay, now once it is done, again if you want to run it, let's see, I will put up a simple PowerShell command. Hello world, and save it. After that, create the release. Now these two stages are there, create and done. If I show you the releases, it will execute, and then in between it will ask for the approval. Now you can see the approval. It is asking for my approval. If I approve, then the another stage will run, otherwise not. Now everything is automatic. Okay, let's go to the pipeline. Let me make one modification into this. Like as soon as I've made the modification, you can see my build pipeline has triggered. Okay. Now, if I have to deploy that code into the multiple servers, let's say you have a virtual machine. Okay. and you want to deploy the code onto a 10 virtual machines. One way is you can go ahead and create the multiple task, okay, and in that task you can define the virtual machines separately. Instead of that, we have an alternate way which we call it as a deployment groups. Now, what is a deployment groups? Like you create a pool, you create one pool for your deployment. So let's say you have either on the on-premises or either on the Azure, you have VMs. Okay. Now you have VM1, VM2, and VM3. On all three, you deploy the same set of code. Same application, we run it on multiple VMs. One is load balancing, scaling. Secondly, if anything goes wrong, any server is down. So in that case also, it will, as a backup, we take care of these things. Now, when we have to deploy the same application and code into multiple, what we will do, we will create a group of all these three and tag it by a name, let's say ABC. Okay. Now, when we have to deploy it, then we will give the tag name, group deployment. So automatically our deployment will go on all three machines. That we do it through the deployment group. Now to configure the deployment group, what you need to do, you have to click on add deployment group, give the name, whatever name you want to do it, test, and this will give you a script. Okay, just you have to trigger copy this script and on the machines, like if you want to create all these machines, VM machines, as a group under one group, so that script will be executed on all three machines. And once your group is created, now at the time of releases, we will give the name of that group and your code will be deployed to it. Okay. Now in this we have again the options, like first thing is history. What is history? In build pipelines also we have the concept of history. Here also we have history. It shows who has made the changes. Now this history changes doesn't mean the code changes, the changes in the pipeline. So who has made the changes in the pipeline, when they have made it, all those history will be maintained over here and you can compare. And also if you want to revert the pipeline, you can revert those changes from this option. Secondly, now again, if you want to change everyone when they create up the releases or build pipeline, default build number or pattern is there. If you want to change the pattern for the releases, you can change the format from here. Retention. Now always the build pipeline and release pipelines are cleared. Why they are cleared? Because multiple times it executes in a day, and also like it think about in month, so many times it will be executed. And once your release is done, you usually take up a backup for 1 month or something like that, and after that you clear your runs, because older logs is not required. You will not keep up a record of 1 year back or something. It is not required. So in that perspective, it is always advised to clean your old releases. So it is asking for how many days you want to keep up your release retention time. After 30 days, it will start deleting your older builds and releases. Variables. Similarly, we have the pipeline variables. We have variable groups. Now in this, we have a predefined variables. These predefined variables are very important when you create any pipeline in the automation process. Why? Because if I show you one example, today I have used one predefined variable. If you go into this, check, do you see system administrator working directory? This is a predefined variable. So in the automation define, this is very important. If I have hard coded, I can hard code the path as well. If I have hard coded the value, someday the path of this particular or the folder name changes, then I have my pipeline will fail. So we keep the things dynamic. See, I haven't given any name of the file explicitly. Instead of that, I have given a directory structure like this. In this particular default directory, star star, there will be .var file which we have to consume. So like this, it is very important for the predefined variables. Okay. Now, is in this one, if you want to schedule, you can also schedule it on the time basis. Let's say on Sunday you want to deploy it automatically, you can do that as well. So that is the major thing which comes on the pipeline. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Moving on to the next question. What is the main purpose of version control in DevOps? So the options are encrypting data, monitoring servers, tracking changes in source code, or generating reports. Moving on to the 17th quiz question. Where is your source code stored when using Azure Git Repos? So the options are Azure Monitor, Azure SQL, Azure Repos, or Azure Firewall. Moving on to the 18th quiz question. What does CI/CD stand for? So the options are code inspection, code deployment, continuous integration, continuous deployment, common interface, cloud design, or container initialization, cloud development. Moving on to the 19th quiz question. In a pipeline, what is an agent? The options are a database table, a user account, a compute resource that runs jobs, or a cloud security tool. Moving on to the 20th quiz question. What is the first step in creating a CI/CD pipeline in Azure DevOps? Option 1, scheduling downtime. Option 2, writing test cases. Option 3, selecting a repository. And option 4, creating dashboards.
So with respect to what exactly is Azure ACI, Azure Container Instances, let me explain it to you over here. Azure Container Instances, ACI. And ACR, Azure Container Registry. So this is what we have, ACI and ACR. So remember, first of all, ACI is actually a service which allows you to create container instances within Azure. You can deploy containers to Azure if you have ACI, Azure Container Instances. ACR allows you to host your container images. For creating a container, you need something called as a container image. So these container images, a place to store, that is what we have with respect to Azure Container Registry, ACR. So let's go ahead and see how or what exactly is container first of all. Containerization, the technology containerization, what exactly it is. What does that mean and where we use it, etc. Those things let's try to understand. Let me take you on to one diagram wherein it will show you the difference between or a comparison between virtualization and containerization. Let me take you to that. So if you look at this, you can see on the left hand side what you have is machine virtualization, with which you will be creating VMs and all. On the right hand side what you have is containerization. If you look at the differences between the two, in the first one you can see whenever you do infrastructure virtualization, you will have a hardware, a physical server which is getting virtualized, and that physical server that you have, on top of it you will install something called as a hypervisor. And once you install hypervisor, on top of that you will have the ability to create VMs, right? And that is what you see over here in green color, orange color and red color. 3 VMs, VM1, VM2, VM3. On these VMs you will have operating system, and that's what they have marked over here, guest operating system. On top of the operating system you may have any binary, library files, etc. that you must have. And then lastly you will have your application running on top of all this. So this is what a traditional environment looks like. Now the problem here is, if you look at individual VM, each of these VMs that you have takes up significant amount of RAM, CPU from the underlying system. You can see that the guest operating system is represented with a larger color block, indicating it is taking more resources compared to any other service that you have. So that is a possibility. Like every time you have a VM, each VM has an operating system, and that is creating some overhead for you. How can we avoid it? So that is where the concept of containerization is coming into the picture. When you go to containers, what happens is, for an application, what it needs to run, for an application, what it actually needs to run the things as expected, what are the minimal resources that you need that can be utilized, and then based on that you can create this application in the form of a container. Once again, so if you have a physical infrastructure with you, you will have an operating system installed on top of it, and thereafter you can go ahead and enable this technology called as container engine. Okay, container engine, you can go ahead and enable on it. Once you enable this container engine, you will have the ability to create containers on top of it, on top of the container engine that you have created. So look at the diagram once again. You have the physical server, on top of it you do have an operating system, and then on top of that you are installing container engine, and then thereafter you're creating containers. Each of the containers, if you look at them, they don't contain operating system separately now. They rather share the operating system from the underlying physical host that we have. So that additional overhead which is happening because of extra operating system on each and every VM can be completely now avoided when you go on to containerization. So this is the idea. The overall idea was that how do we make sure that our utilization of hardware resources has been reduced, right? We have to invest minimal amount wherever possible. So which means we have to reduce the overall utilization. So for that, when we move away from virtual machine based architecture to container based architecture, you will have more flexibility, and also your application will use lesser resources in comparison. So these are the things that we have when you compare machine virtualization and containers, container technology that we have. Now look at here, what do you do is, for example, on a system, if you want to create a container, or what exactly is a container, by the way? A container is nothing but, as I told you, for your application that you have, for that application to work smoothly, what are the things that you need, right? It may need some shared library files, right? Some binary files might be needed. Your application data might be needed. So for your application to work, all this required data that you actually need is put into one single package, or meaning one single unit, and then it is given to you. And that is what we call as a container. Once again, let me put it across to you. Whatever you need for your application to run, let's say there is a small website, or you have created an application, whatever it may be, web-based application. So for that to run, what is required? Like you need to have certain environment, right? Certain environment with a specific runtime. And then on top of that, your application specific things like any binary files, library files, any other data that you might have for the application. Everything you package into a single unit, and that's what we call as a container image. Container image. Now that container image you will go and deploy onto a container runtime. So whatever container image you got, you run it on top of a container runtime, and thus you will have a working container right now. So this is the idea that we have with respect to containerization. Okay, that's it. Along with containerization, another concept also came in which we refer to as microservices architecture. Microservices architecture. What is microservices architecture? Microservices architecture is nothing but you bring down a larger application into multiple small components. You divide a larger application into multiple discrete separate components, by the way, and each of these components separately you deploy it as a container, maybe one container or multiple containers, up to you how you want it, right? For redundancy, if you can have multiple containers, well and good. So that's the idea that we have, right? You will go with multiple container model in case if you are going with microservices architecture. Now you can see a lot of example for that. If you think about this online shopping website, Myntra, Amazon, etc. If you go to this website, you would have noticed there are a lot of sections over there, right? Like on top of men, women. In Myntra, you can see that men, women, kids, that, these, etc. Various sections are available. When you click on each section, that takes you to its appropriate place, and then you will be given the list of appropriate items that you can buy from that specific area, right? So what is happening in the backend? Each of the sections would be a separate application component, by the way, and that is what we refer to as a container. So in the case of microservice architecture, as I told you, a larger application you can divide into multiple containers or multiple instances of containers, and you can deploy them. So that is what you see if you go on to Myntra kind of websites and all, Myntra, Adani One, and those kind of websites and all, they might be using a multi-container architecture, by the way, or what we refer to as a microservices architecture. Here you can see that this is the home page, by the way, the landing page, and thereafter you can see men's section, women's section, kids, home, living, beauty, studios. If you click on this specific area, you will be taken to that specific environment, right? That's basically another web application that you have in the backend, which could be running on maybe another container. Okay, not just one container. For redundancy reason, you could be having multiple containers. So this is what we call as a microservices architecture. When you go for a microservices architecture to manage your environment or this many large number of containers that you have, to effectively manage them, you will need some sort of software or cluster configuration. So this cluster configuration that you have is what you see with respect to Kubernetes. So Kubernetes is actually a container orchestration service. What does it mean? Orchestration service, meaning something which allows you to manage multiple containers by providing networking, by providing storage, by providing access to various resources, etc. All these things can be controlled through Kubernetes. That's all. An effective management platform, that is what we have with respect to Kubernetes, right? Kubernetes also need a container runtime, kind of Docker or something like that is needed. Kubernetes uses that. Kubernetes is basically a cluster, something which is what we refer to as an orchestration service. But apart from that, for the container to run, you will need either Docker or any other implementation of Docker or something like that. That's it. So I hope this makes sense now. What is the summary of microservice architecture, where Kubernetes comes into the picture? And in Azure, this ACI, Azure Container Instance, allows you to deploy single instances of containers, by the way. Single instances of containers you can deploy with ACI. And all the images that you have created, you can store it onto your Azure registry. What registry I will tell you? ACR, Azure Container Registry. Okay. Operating system as a overhead, right? Whenever you use a virtual machine, you would be using that virtual machine for running a specific application. But in that operating system that you are using, there may be many other components, especially in the case of Windows platform. There may be many other components that is available, components and services and application that is available on a operating system level. So whenever you deploy applications onto a VM which has a complete operating system, that actually takes a lot of resources, right? That takes a lot of resources. So that is the biggest challenge that we have. We have to reduce even that usage also. So what we can do for that? We go with containerization. So when you go with containerization, what happens? Containers are lightweight. Lightweight in the sense, for your application to work, what it would need, only those things will be loaded onto a container. That's all, right? That's all what you will have inside a container image. Then you will run that container. So when you run that container, now you can see this guy would be sharing the operating system on the underlying hardware and utilizing any services needed from the underlying hardware. And then the container will work. Now remember, when we go for this approach, as I told you, a container image will contain only the things that you would need for that specific application to work. Then in that case, you can see containers would become lightweight, right? They will become lightweight. Something lightweight, we can easily deploy, we can work around with it, etc. Right? Especially when you want to move it around and when you want to create additional copies of instances, etc. All this can be done much more easily with the help of containerization, right? Even you can apply automations and all over there. So in that way, you will be able to do the things when you go onto a containerized architecture, by the way. Moving on. So what we are doing here, I mean, I told you about the ACI service, Azure Container Instance and Azure Container Registry. So what we will do, right? So that's what I have to tell you. So remember, with respect to Azure Container Instance and Azure Container Registry, as I told you, Azure Container Instance allows you to deploy individual containers onto Azure platform. Azure Container Registry is a method with which you can store containers onto your Azure environment. Container images, if you want to store, especially when you work for a corporate environment, it might be that you may have multiple container images. So you want to store it somewhere. You can use ACR for that, Azure Container Registry. There are third-party repositories as well, like DockerHub and all is one of them. But since we have an Azure specific one, that's what we are focusing on. Anyway, so that being said, what we will do here is, first of all, we will go and take this Azure Container Registry image or a image we will take from a public repository, right? There are so many public repositories. One of them is DockerHub. So from DockerHub onto my local environment, I will install or I will go and download a container image. In my local environment, I will install Docker so that we can test on that container image. And we are assuming we are making some modifications on it. In reality, to make modification, you need to learn Docker separately. That's another thing, right? Whenever you go through Kubernetes, you will learn Docker as well. So this Docker needs to be understood, preparation of Docker file, using Docker file, how you can create a container image, etc. There are many things. So we will assume that we have done it. We will run the downloaded image locally, container image locally, and then confirm it is working. We will upload it onto ACR, and then we will deploy the image onto ACI. This is the plan. This is the flow that we are going to do. So as part of that, I need to have Docker set up on my local machine, right? In my case, I already have it. You can see if you go on to start, Docker desktop is available. I'm starting Docker desktop, by the way. Okay, so Docker desktop has started. How do you know? You can see on the here it is, right? Here is a notification, and here engine running. When you go to Docker, you can see Docker engine is currently running on my system. So what do you need to do in order to set up Docker on your local environment? And instructions will be given how you have to set it up. You follow that and install it accordingly. So for example, if I go here, let me just take you to the browser and show you. Docker desktop download. You can see you can go here, install Docker desktop on Windows. And here is a setup file, Docker desktop for Windows, x86, x84. System requirements and all has been given. Go through that clearly, understand what are the things that you need to set up. And thereafter go ahead and install the Docker. Okay, that's all what you have to do. And once it is done, you will be able to create containers on your local machine. So that's what we have. And once after we have set up Docker, I told you about the DockerHub as well, right? Let me show you DockerHub. So this is, by the way, DockerHub. Yeah, here is the DockerHub. So it is a public repository, by the way, where anyone can come and store their container images. So you can search. There is an open source web server that is available for us called as Nginx. Go to Nginx and you can go and set this up locally on your environment. So if I go to Nginx over here, how do you get this image onto your local environment? Here is the command. Docker pull Nginx is the command that you will need to use in order to get this onto your local environment. So to do that, anyway, we have understood this is the image that we are going to copy. Nginx is basically a web server. So we'll assume this is getting downloaded and then we will just try to run it locally and see if it is giving us the response or not. So let me go ahead and do that. I'll go on to. So here is the Windows PowerShell. By the way, let me open up a file over here. Docker CLI. So here I have given some commands with which you can work on Docker, right? Docker images, just to see if there are any existing images, any container images that we have already or not. So when you run it, nothing is there. And to pull this image, what we have to use? Docker pull Nginx. Okay, so you have to click on this Docker pull Nginx. I'm going to execute this command. See, as you can see, the download has been complete, right? Pull complete, you can see that. If you go back to Docker now, and if you go on to see images, you got to see the Nginx image now. It is available locally on your system, but it is not running. So this is a default container image that we have, which will contain only the web server. There is no configuration. So you can actually configure it according to your requirement, what you need to do with it. You can actually set it up, right? You can go and install your web server components and then fix it, set it up the way you want. That's different thing, by the way. As I told you, for all that, for that understanding and all, you have to learn Docker separately. And once after that, you will be able to do. But anyway, we have got this image locally. We will test it locally. I mean, without modifying anything, we'll simply assume that we have modified it and then we'll put it back. That's the plan. I mean, we will just try to run it or upload this image onto Azure. So let's go and test it locally. So for that, there is a command that I have given. It is nothing but docker run interactively -rm --rm, meaning if you stop it, go and remove it, and then -p, that means port number, on which port number you have to map this, and then the image that you're planning to use. So in this way, you have to go and specify that. I say docker run -it -rm -p 8080 Nginx. Run this. So you can see now the Docker is actually running. Docker runtime currently on my local machine is running. So if I go to localhost on port number 80, you can see 8080, welcome to Nginx. So this was not there earlier. Right now it came because there is a container instance that is running at the moment. So this is how you have to go about Azure Container Registry, Azure Container. Even before Azure Container, this is what we have with respect to running container on our local machine. Next is we have to see what is ACI, Azure Container Instance, and Azure Container Registry. We'll do an example for that. So you can see here the local host Nginx, it's running on port number 8080 because we mapped it onto port number 80. If you go back to the command over here, you can see we said, okay, internally the container will run on port number 80, but externally it would expose it onto port number 8080. That's the meaning of it. So we have tested it already. We can see container is working fine. Let me stop this guy, and then what I will do, you can still see the container is still running over here locally. If you refresh this, and status in use. Containers, if you go, there is one container currently running, port number mapping and all. You can see over here. Last started 5 minutes ago. Done. So we tested it locally and we understood it is working fine. So now we are good to stop it. I can directly stop it from GUI or I can stop it from command prompt. Either way, I can do it. Docker container stop. That's what I will need to give. If I run Docker container ls, it will show me any container that is running. And you can see you will get a container ID for that. Copy the container ID for this guy. And then you say Docker container stop and then the container ID and run this. Okay, so the container is stopped now. So now in Azure, I told you, first of all, we want to upload this image into Azure into something called as a container registry, right? So I have to go to container registries over here in Azure. And to one of the container registry, I have to upload this image. So I'm going to create a new container registry over here, Azure Container Registry or ACR. Specify subscription and resource group. Give a name. Continue with the next. As a review plus create. So once the resource has been created, you go to the container registry and you can see the URL or what we call as login server. That will be intellipaat.azure.cr.io. That's the name that you gave, .azure.cr.io. Now if you go back to properties of this, you can see admin user one setting. You need to enable this and then save it. Why? Because I want to upload the image onto this repository from my local machine. For that, you require admin user to be turned on. So you come back over here, go back to PowerShell, and now, first of all, on your local system, you have to log into Azure environment. We are using a command AZ login. Is it for CLI or PowerShell? Which one we have to use AZ login? AZ login command we use for CLI. Now, for this command to work on my local environment on my PowerShell, I need to have CLI set up on my machine first of all, right? So if you have installed Azure CLI on your local machine, only then this command is going to work. Otherwise, you have to go and download and install CLI first of all, and then run the AZ login command. Keep that in mind. In my case, I already have CLI. AZ login command I have already ran. Or let me go and first of all, check what is a currently logged in environment or not, so that I can say AZ account show. When I run this command, it will show me where I have logged in, which subscription currently is active, etc. You can see at the moment it is set to a subscription called as MS Brains, right? So I want to change it. So I say AZ account list first of all. AZ account list. And it will show me all the subscription that I have access to. And therein the subscription that I'm working on, which is Shadil's training, I will go and select the name of it. Name or subscription ID or whatever you want to call it. Hold on, guys.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
Okay, so let's proceed. Now we will talk about majorly on the Kubernetes side. Okay, so let's start. So Kubernetes is a open source, you can say container orchestration software. Now, what do you mean by orchestration software? We have seen the Docker can also be executed on your virtual machine or your app runners. Then why we need up the Kubernetes? So the answer to this one is it's a orchestration tool. Orchestration tool means it's a one software which helps the multiple servers to work together and to make a connection between them and networking and to deploy a complete application over the one single machines or a multiple machines. So in this case also what we have similarly, like we have seen in many scenarios, we have one single node, the machine. Okay, we call it as a master. I will explain you all those things with the diagram as well. We call it as a master, and in the master further we have the more nodes which gets attached to the master. Now there are different working directories which I'm going to explain in next few minutes. So there are different working directories onto the master and nodes, and they have their own functionality and features to operate and function on your applications. Okay, this was created by Google in around 2015, July 2015, and it became very much popular after that because the deployment of the containerizations means like the images are much more simpler and it is easier to maintain on this orchestrations tool. Now earlier we used to follow the monolithical perspective for the software deployment. What do you mean by monolithical software deployment? Monolithical means on a single virtual machine you are also hosting each and everything, like database, you are hosting the front end and backend. So we used to deploy each and everything on the same virtual machine. But the disadvantage for this one was if something goes wrong in this virtual machine, then everything related to that application will be down, and troubleshooting those things was not too easy. So in that perspective, what we got a orchestration tool, which is a microservices. Now, what do you mean by microservices? Instead of hosting up these all the types of services of a application into one machine, now we are hosting them into a multiple machines, and between them we are making up the connections and we are communicating with them. Now, what is the advantage of doing that? Let's suppose it is on database, it is on front end, and it is on back end. Now, if suppose this data front end is down, still your database and your back end exist and it is not affected. So troubleshooting of those things becomes easy when we go to the microservices concept. Okay. Now, in this perspective, when we talk about the Kubernetes architecture, like I told you in this diagram, what we have the master node, and then we have the slave nodes. Now, if they are communicating to each other, the master nodes and the slave nodes, then they have their own role and functionality in the application deployment. So when we talk about the master node, first, what all things it hosts? On the master node, we always have few directories, or you can say the functionalities. First one is called etcd. Second, we have API server. Then we have the Docker. These are the components you can say on the master node, Docker. Then we have the scheduler. And we also have controller manager. Now I will explain you the functionality of all those things first, then we will go to the slave node. Now, what is etcd? Okay. Now in etcd is like you can say place where all your information gets stored. Like you have the secrets, if you have any sensitive information, that will be stored in the etcd. Why we need a etcd? Why we need to store up the sensitive information? Let's say you have an application and that application will be communicating with your database. Now when they want to communicate with each other, the database and the your front end, then it needs the username and password for the database for the authorization. That kind of sensitive information gets stored in the etcd. Or if you have any jwt token or any type of sensitive informations, that will be majorly stored into the etcd directories. Okay. Then we have the API servers. Now, what is API servers? Now, earlier, the applications used to communicate through the backend services or the connection strings, but that was like limitations were there. That was not easy to communicate within the same cloud or same service type. It was very easy to create the service connections and use it. But what about the outside world? How can they communicate? So let's say if Azure services has to communicate with the AWS or any third-party tools or third-party connections, how they will communicate? So they have started creating the APIs. Now APIs are the services, you can say a unique link which helps you to communicate between the services. Now to manage, to create those API services and to help them to communicate and to manage them, we always use the API server services in the master node. These services helps you to communicate outside that cluster. Okay. Now, we have to deploy the Docker images and we have to communicate with the Docker. So Docker will be there on the master node and that will help you to deploy your applications. Next, we have the schedulers. Now, what is schedulers? Like you are schedule something, you schedule some jobs. So similarly, when you schedule some activity on the Kubernetes cluster, that need to be maintained, that need to be looked over. So in that case, you use the scheduler. On the master node, when you have the scheduler, it checks whether anything is aligned for this date and time, any activity need to be done. So scheduler will be used in that perspective. Okay. Then we have another one, controller manager. Now, what is a controller manager? There are different type of things comes into the controller manager. What are the different type of things comes into the controller manager? First, we have the node controller. Now, what is a node controller? Like how many nodes are required for this Kubernetes cluster? Either we need 1 or 2 or 3. That will be managed, like we will give the informations to the controller manager, and the controller manager will check the configurations, and according to that it will manage. It will take care of the networking. It will take care of the connectivity between the nodes because we are using up the node controller. Similarly, a node, we have the replication controllers. Now, what do you mean by replication controllers? Replication controllers means like in the Kubernetes services, I will let you know what happens when we deploy any application. Instead of having up a single environment, I'm not talking about dev or QA, I'm talking about even for the dev environment, we deploy two services, one on the node 1, another one into node 2. Why? Because if node 1 is affected, still your services are up and running on the node 2. So we always replicate it. Replications will be helpful for you because your availability of your resources or your application will increase. So that's why replication is always important. Now, if we are giving them the instructions, like say, I want to replicate my application on 2 nodes. Now, if that replicas 2 is existing or not, if it is not, it will create a new. If replicas, let's say if we have increased it, first replica set which we have given is of 2, so it will create 2 replicas of it. Now if we increase it to replica 3, so high availability will be there. So those replicas management is done through the replication controller. Similarly, we have endpoints controllers. Now, what do you mean by endpoints? Between the services, we have to communicate. One is through the API, and we also create the endpoints. Like two servers need to communicate with each other. So in that case, endpoints controller take care of the communications through the endpoint services. Another one comes under it, that is called token controllers. Now, what do you mean by token controllers? Like in etcd, we are storing up the sensitive information. Similarly, when we create some tokens, like if in Azure DevOps, you have created one token, PAT token, and similarly in Kubernetes also, we create some tokens and we give them the date and time when it will expire. So, or when we have to renew it, those token management is also done through the token controller, and token controller also comes under the controller manager. Okay. Then if we come to the nodes controller, under the nodes controller, we have two things, two components. One is called kubelet, and another one is called kube proxy. Now, what are these? Kubelet is the kind of a, you can say, Kubernetes CLI. When you will run the commands, I will show you the commands. That time also Kubernetes commands will be executed. So it takes the specification from the API services and ensure that application is running according to the specifications which was mentioned. So kubelet, like I will show you one file. Okay, that is called a Kubernetes manifest file. In the Kubernetes manifest file, we give the instructions like what need to be done on the Kubernetes services. We had the Docker file. In that, we have given the instructions through the commands. Similarly, in the manifest file for the Kubernetes also, we give the instructions related to the specification. So when we are deploying any application, let's say you have a Java application. Now that Java application will be where? That will be into a Docker image. Now that Docker image need to be deployed onto a Kubernetes slave node. Now, when that image will deploy, how much space, how much memory it requires on the virtual machine, how many replicas it require on that virtual machine, all those things will be specified into a manifest file. So kubelet work is to check that whatever the specifications you have mentioned, the same specifications are implemented on the Kubernetes services. If there is some discrepancy between both of them, then it will modify according to the instructions. Okay, now what is a kube proxy? This proxy services run on each node and helps in making service available to external host. It helps in connection forwarding to the correct resources. It is also capable of doing primitive and load balancing. So I will show you that services as well when we will deploy the application. In the kube proxy, there are different type of services come. One is called load balancer, node port, and what are the benefits of using up these? Whenever a traffic come on the node port, or you can say the slave node, according to the request, it reacts and forward that request to the particular application. That is a benefit of using up the kube proxy. You might also might have heard about the proxy servers and all. What does a proxy services do? We send up the request to the proxy servers and it divert the traffic to the particular request server, or you can say the host server. So similarly, in the kube proxy also, it helps you to divert the traffic to the particular server on which your applications are deployed. Okay. In kube proxy, two services come. One is called node port. Another one is called load balancer. Now, if your Kubernetes has to connect outside the Kubernetes environment, let's say I am the user, I am I'm just Google out google.com. So I'm sending the request to the Kubernetes services, and that Kubernetes services will receive the request through the load balancer. It's an external IP. Okay, that is for communicating your services with the internet. Now, if within the environment, if you have to communicate, so like you might heard about internet and intranet. So what is the difference? Internet is throughout the world, intranet is within the organization. So similarly, if you want to communicate within the uh, Kubernetes environment, then node port can be used. If the same node has to communicate outside that environment, then you need the load balancer. Now, in the Kubernetes, when we say about the Kubernetes services, these can be of multiple types. Multiple types means we can create, we can, as it is a services, so we can deploy it onto our on-premises. We need to do a configurations using a kube or minikube or kops. Many ways are there. You can set up your own environment on premises, or you can use the Azure services, which we call AKS, Azure Kubernetes Services, and or we can use EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Services, that is on AWS. In our example, we will work on the Azure Kubernetes Services. Okay. On demand, it means like you have your own servers, like you have your laptop, you can create the Kubernetes environment, set up the Kubernetes environment on your own laptop. Or if you are working in a company, you have the on-premises servers, then you can create multiple virtual machines on that. Let's say you have created 3 virtual machines. One virtual machine, you have kept it as a master node and 2 machines as a slave node. So you can configure yourself. Kubernetes is open source. Open source means it's a free of cost. You can set it up on your own environment anywhere. So like if you have an open source tool, you don't have to buy it. You can set it up, you can download the configuration files for the Kubernetes and set it up on your own on-premises one. Now, in that case, when you want to set it up on your on-premises, maintenance, setting up configurations, everything will be your part of role. But when we talk about the AKS, Azure Kubernetes Services, or EKS, the connectivity between the master and slave nodes, and also creating the setting up the things, then all things will be done by the Azure for you. You just have to deploy your applications on the AKS cluster. So your workload gets reduced when we talk about AKS or EKS. You know how to import the project into your organization. Okay. Now, first thing, in this YAML pipeline, if I talk about this part here, the pipeline, we are creating up a YAML pipeline for the Azure DevOps, correct? So here, image, we are mentioning VM image. It means we are using up a Microsoft hosted agent. We are requesting for the Microsoft hosted agent to run our services. Okay. So like this is a DevOps project. So they have considered you will execute this pipeline using the Microsoft hosted agent. That is the Ubuntu latest. But in our scenario, we are not using the Microsoft hosted agent. Instead of that, we are using up the self-hosted agent, correct? So here the pool, when we say pool itself means we are using the Azure DevOps pool where our agent is applicable. Okay. In our case, in this scenario, we will change it to self-hosted. So in that case, the term changes from VM image to the name, and the name of the pool is, for me, it is demo. For you, it can be some other thing. Got it? Now, in this trigger, when we say about the trigger, what do you mean by trigger? That whenever we are making changes into the master, our pipeline should trigger. Okay, that is the trigger option. Now in this pipeline, we have the steps. Now the first step is task. What does the task do? It's a replace tokens. So if you want to add some task, either you can search it from here. Replace tokens is one of the tasks. What does this do? It replaces the values inside the file at the runtime. What does it mean? I have explained this earlier as well, but again I will explain you. Let's say there is a file, settings.file. Okay. Now in the settings.file, when you give the connection strings for the database. Okay. One way is in the settings.file, in the connection string, you can hard code the DB name. You can hard code it. But if I have to use the same pipeline, or I don't want people to change the settings file, I need this value should be dynamic. Okay, as per the user input at the time of runtime, I will ask the user for the input, whatever database name they will give, I will replace it. I will put that value, I will assume that value, and I will put it into the settings.yaml file. So for that, we are using one task, that is a replace tokens. Okay. Now, if I make you understand this task first, what does it say? There is one file in this directory, that is myhealth.web. In that you have that file app settings.json. If I show you this file inside this directory, go to repos, let's go to the directory source myhealth.web. So here source my sorry, I am in a different project. Let me change it. So here if I go repos source myhealth.web, here will be one file app settings.json. Here it is app settings.json. Okay. Now in this file, I am asking to change the values. Which values? I have given the pattern over here. So if you see over here in this file, do you see this pattern? SQL Server. So where do you see this underscore? Starting at the beginning, between this value will be replaced whichever you will give at the time of runtime. Okay, so because this value I can hard code the SQL name or password and user. Instead of that, I want to keep it dynamic. I want the user should give me the input. Okay, so they should not be allowed to change the file, but they are allowed to give at the runtime as an input. So now in this case, this value is coming. Okay, we are replacing it, but how we are giving it as an input? So here we are giving the input from the variables. Do you see these variables? So if my SQL, whatever is my SQL name, SQL server name, I will put it over here. Whatever is the password, I will put it over here. Whatever is the username, I will enter here. And whatever is the ACR name, I will put it inside this file. So whatever values you will give over here, that will be considered while running as an input at these locations. Okay. Now, when we come to second file, that is the mhc.aks.yaml. This is the manifest file. If I show you, here is the file. Here is the manifest file. Now I will explain you this file first. This is the file which helps you for the Kubernetes configuration. Okay. Yeah, this is the file for the configurations of the Kubernetes. Now, first one is API version. What is the API version? API version means which version you are using for the deployment in the Kubernetes. Okay, so we are using apps v1. Now, what type of deployment you are doing? Kind means deployment. Kind is something a variable, or you can say an input, in which we define what action we want to perform in the Kubernetes cluster. When we say deployment, it means we are deploying some new application on the Kubernetes cluster. Okay, there can be different type of kinds in this one. So one of the kind, if you see below, is the service. Do you see that? One of the type is service. When we say services, then it is creating one of the service kind. So AKS supports different type of services. One is called a service, another one is called a deployment. What type of task or action you want to perform on the AKS, that is defined under the kind. Then we have a metadata. Metadata means extra information which you are providing related to your deployment, and through this metadata information only the pods communicate with each other and they are tagged with each other. So now what is a pods? You heard first time about the pods. Now what happened, you always have on the top you have the node. Node, you can say, is like a virtual machine. In the single virtual machine, we are creating up the small environments. Okay. Now in that pod, we call it as a pod. In single node, we can have multiple pods. Okay. And in the single pod, we can have multiple containers. You have created the container, you have executed the images, and it got in an execution mode. That was the container. So in this case also, you on the top, you have the node, that is a virtual machine. And in that virtual machine, you create the pods. Now, one application can have multiple pods. Why we have a multiple pods? You can say it is like a virtual environment on which you are running up the multiple containers. Now, why it is required? Like for example, there is one application. This will be deployed on port 1 and port 2. Why? For the high availability. We always have to take care. The priority of any application is high availability. If this pod is affected, this virtual environment is affected, still your second pod is up and running. Your application will keep on running because inside that pod you are running up the containers. Okay, so on the top it comes, what it comes, nodes. Inside nodes we are creating up the pods, and inside the pods we can run up the containers. When we talk about high availability, we check the availability on each and every point of view. So let's say first we think about on the container level. Okay, we thought, okay, on if we duplicate the container, then our availability has increased. But these containers will be where? It will be inside one pod. Okay, now they thought, oh, we haven't, now we have to think if this pod is down, then both the containers will be affected, correct? Now we will create a replica of the pod, correct? Now if this is down, it will handle. Then they thought from the other perspective, these pods are running on a single node, correct? Now what if this node gets affected? So from the high availability perspective, they thought we will create one more node, node 1, node 2. So like this, one node, one pod, two pods. Now, if you see the replicas, in here we are creating one replica. If you see MHS back, they have given the name for this backend services. You can keep it your own name, but here they have given the services name for the backend, MHC back, and replica is one. Selector, and the match labels. Why we need the match label? Because we are creating the single pod or multiple pods. Now, how it will identify that they are into a single service type? Okay, so if I create one more pod, so how both will be correlated? How will they be knowing that they both are interlinked? So in that case, we use the match labels. Okay, and here we are doing the backend. And if you see over here in the backend containers, under the containers, we are running up the image called as Redis. From where I'm getting this image? DockerHub. Okay, so this image MHS back in the it will create one container and its image will be Redis, and the port number will be on which it will execute 6379. That is the backend. Then with the backend, we need a service type, that is the cluster IP. So there are three type of services. One is load balancer, another one is node port, and third one is cluster IP. So in that case, we are using the cluster IP in this one, and we are running the cluster IP services on 6379. Similarly, and now till here, we have completed the backend. Okay. Similarly, now if we go to the deployment for the front end, for any three-tier architectural, you always have three services. One is called front end, back end, and the database. if you see this activity for database, we have created the SQL server, and for the front end and back end, we are deploying on the Kubernetes services. Now in the Kubernetes also, we are creating one pod. In that, it will have the back end, and the other pod, we will have the front end. So one pod is deployed using up the backend. Now another one we are creating, that is the front end. In the front end, there are different type of when we go with the front end, usually we make up the changes like background color, font text, any feature or anything. So what we do, we always have a deployment strategies. Now, what is a deployment strategies? When we have to deploy any application, that time we have to take care that there should not be a downtime. Now, what do you mean by it? For example, if you have installed any new software on your laptop, what you need to do? You need to reboot your laptop, correct? After getting those services. But while you're rebooting your laptop, there will be some delay, like maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes. It takes time to restart the services. And that 1 or 2 minutes time delay can also be an issue for the company, because they might lose the people, and they might lose the traffic. So to reduce that downtime, we always follow the deployment strategies. And one of the deployment strategy is rolling update. There are few more type of deployment strategies like canary deployment and also blue-green deployment. Now what happens in the rolling update? So like you have this pod. Okay, this is the old pod. Now you have created let's say one replica. Okay, now for the temporary basis, when you're deploying any code into this pod, the old pod, the Kubernetes will create one more temporary pod, and meanwhile you are updating this pod and also restarting this pod. Till that time, the all traffic will be go on this particular pod. So once your deployment is successful and done, this pod will be removed, and your new traffic, your old traffic, all the traffic will start moving to the new code deployment. So like this, your downtime for the application will be reduced. So in this case, what type of deployment strategy you want to use? You can use this. I can give you the link to understand the deployment strategies. This is the deployment strategies through which you can follow up, and you can avoid the downtime at the deployment stage. So here I am consuming the memory. This is the front end. Now in the front end, do you see this image? So when we will run the build pipeline, in this pipeline, when we will run the build pipeline, it will also push. Do you see that? Push. So when we have created one image and push to the ACR, similarly, when we will run this pipeline, it will create one image, and that image will be stored into the ACR. And at the time of deployment, this image will be consumed from that ACR. And if you see this underscore underscore, this ACR name will be taken from variables that is in the pipeline. Okay, that's why if you see over here in this task, it say MHC AKS replace it. Got it? Okay. Let me explain in a different way. So let's first talk about the infrastructure. Okay. you need infrastructure. On the other hand, you need code and the files. Now, what are the all things you require? My senior asked me to put the .NET code into the, we have to deploy on the Kubernetes. From the infra side, the basic thing, if he's saying Kubernetes, we need the AKS cluster, Azure Kubernetes. Now you have the cluster, but you know on the AKS, what we deploy the Docker images, correct? Now to deploy the Docker images, you have need Docker, and after Docker, you will create the custom images. Now to create that custom images, and you need to store it somewhere. So what you will use in the infra, you have used the ACR. Okay, these two things are basic which you require for deployment. Now from the code side, you need .NET application code which developers will write. Now from the DevOps side, first they will require one Docker file. Why they need Docker file? Docker file is required because this .NET code will be stored into the custom image. To create that custom image, you need the Docker file, correct? To create the custom image, I have created one Docker file. You remember? You need that to create the custom image. You need the Docker file. In the Docker file, you will give the instructions to copy the .NET code. So Docker file is used to create the custom image. Once the image is created, that will be pushed into the ACR. Now, when we talk about Docker, Docker creates the images, correct? So let's take like this. I will do it like I'm not going to YAML. I'm doing classic because you get confused if I go with the YAML right now. According to this steps, what is required? Okay, you have added. Now what is the next step we require? First build. Haven't built it now. Here we have built the package, but image is not yet built. So from here you will take a step of build. Here you will put the ACR name, or in this one you see the command. Here you will change to build. Did you see this command build? Okay, now my image is ready, but this image is where right now? My image, if it gets ready, it's where right now? On the agent. When we say locally, not locally, it means agent. Image is still on your agent. Now you need to push it where? So another step which I will add. And I will change the command to push. Done. So your basic pipeline is ready. In between this, I have to give some instructions. I have to input the file, Docker file location. Now, where does that Docker file is it? It's in a repository, correct? So I have to change the configuration to the repository. So where is it? Here. This is the Docker file. I will give the reference of this Docker file. So the Docker build command will run on this Docker file. In Docker push, we have to give the container registry name. Currently, I don't have any ACR, so that's why it's not showing. I will create one and show you. Then just you have to push it. Okay. I'm giving the inputs. Everything looks good now. Now let's confirm the configuration. If you see the configuration in the POM XML, we will change the task to 3. It is not required. Here I will change the package, pom.xml package options. This is for the building. So you should have the understanding. This is for the building the image Maven. Then I am putting the test reports for that. If you want to publish, it's fine. If you don't want it, you can ignore it. This is the code coverage scanning. And then I will go to build. Now in build, this case, if I have, again, if I check ACR, I have given Docker file. I will give the location of the Docker file again. It got changed. So Docker file, now push. If I go to the push, the command is push. If I check, now it is asking which image need to be pushed, correct? It will check that. So how will it get to know which image to be pushed? So here I have to give the image name. Okay, in the build, you have given, if you see this build image name, do you see that? Image build name. So these two names should match. Why these names should match? Because behind the scenes, when the agent will run, let's say I have created one image by the name of Jatin, correct? Jatin Bhalla. Now, same image need to be pushed. So in this perspective, when I'm building it up, I need to give the image name. Let's say I am keeping web dollar, and these are the predefined values. Build number. So I'm instructing in this step that the image which we will be built, its name should start with web colon and the build number. So whichever image name you will put it over here, same image need to be pushed. So here I am giving the reference of that push. Okay. So I will copy it up, those files, correct? So I am filtering those and the target folder. Okay. Now after this, I have to push it into the artifacts. So to push it into the artifacts, what we need? Publish, correct? Build artifactory. So here I am pushing that to artifactory. Here I will give the path where I want to push it, Azure pipelines, and drop. So my pipeline is ready now. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
So we discussed about the Kubernetes and like how does a Kubernetes works? What is the architecture of the Kubernetes? I will do some hands-on activity on the Kubernetes. Starting with that, in this one, first I will do the activity manually, and then I will let you know if I have to convert the same kind of code into the automation through the DevOps, how you can do it. So starting with this activity, if you see first what was there, we have to, using the demo generator, create one project. Now as per this activity, when we deploy any application, three-tier architecture application, you need front end, back end, and the database. So similarly, in this case also, we need few of the resources on the Azure on which we will deploy our application. Now, to deploy that application, what you need one Azure Container Registry, AKS, and the SQL Server. So, starting with the activity, first, what does it say? You need to create one resource group. So, I will copy this one, and to do that, I will open one notepad so that I can modify the commands. So here it says create your organization. Now where do you want to create your create your resource group? In which region you want to create it? You have to define that region. So mostly I create the resources into East US. So I will take if you want to take a location, you can take it a reference from any of the places. Let's say I want to create a Kubernetes services. In the Kubernetes services, I will go and see all regions available. So East US or any of these locations you can select, and let's say I want to do it in the East US. So I will select East US here and copy this command. This command can be executed from the either from the Cloud Shell or from the you can say from your local PowerShell. Correct. So what I will do, I will create it from the Cloud Shell. I will go over here. Let the PowerShell open. Okay. I will create paste this command and create the resource group. So my resource group is created. Now the next command says I need to create one AKS cluster into this resource group which I have created. So again, to do that, first I will paste this command over here and alter this particular file, this command. So let's say I want to give the name of my cluster as Jatin Bhalla 19 and version, which version you want to create this Kubernetes services. So there are different versions available for the Kubernetes over this particular Azure cloud. If you want to see the version manually, if you want to check it, how you can check, from here you can see the latest version is, or you can say 1.30.6 is the version which is available for the Kubernetes. So I will use the same. Over here, I will change the version 1.30.6. Let's confirm it. Yes, that is the version. Now, in which region you want to create? I want to create in East US. Copy this location and paste. So my command for creating the Kubernetes cluster is ready. I will copy this and create the cluster. This will start creating the Kubernetes cluster for me. Meanwhile, it is getting created. I will see the next command. The next command says I need to create the ACR. Why we need to create the ACR? Because I have to store my Docker images into that ACR. So I will paste it over here. Again, some name for it. I will copy some name. This name can be different as well, or you can keep the same name. This name will be unique. So if you get the error related to the naming convention, then you can change it. Once the cluster will be created, I will create the ACR. Let this service is create, then I will continue. It is taking some time, that's why I'm on hold. Or what I can do is I can create one more tab and parallelly create the ACR as well. Hello everyone, I'm Jatin this side. I hope you are doing well. So today will be the last class and we will discuss about Kubernetes in continuation which we have discussed in the last class. You can ask from the older sessions, and I have also given you a hands-on activity to do as a homework. So please let me know all have completed that. I don't see any responses. Can you hear me? So who all have completed the assignment which I have given in the last class? Here is the link. Let's wait for 2-3 minutes so that others can also join. complete the assignment which I have given you as homework? None of any one of you? None of you? Okay, one person is there. Karthik, good. What about others? Okay, no worries. It's for your learning only. If you will do the practice, you will learn. If you will not, you will not. So I can't help in that case. Brajpal, I have shared the link already in this chat. I'm resharing it. Okay, let's begin the session. So in the last class, we discussed about the Kubernetes and like how does the Kubernetes works? What is the architecture of the Kubernetes? Today, I will do some hands-on activity on the Kubernetes, and today will be the last class. So starting with that, in this case, I've already shared the link related to the Kubernetes. So we will be performing that activity. In this one, first, I will do the activity manually and then I will let you know if I have to convert the same kind of code into the automation through the DevOps. So starting with this activity, if you see first what was there, we have to using the demo generator create one project, which I hope most of you have already done it as well in the last class to create a project. I hope you have done it. If not, you can go with this link and then you can follow the steps as per this activity. When we deploy any application, three-tier architecture application, you need front end, back end, and the database. So similarly, in this case also, we need few of the resources on the Azure on which we will deploy our application. Now, to deploy that application, what you need one Azure Container Registry, AKS, and server. So, starting with the activity, first, what does it say? You need to create one resource group. So, I will copy this one, and to do that, I will open one notepad so that I can modify the commands. So, here it says create your organization. Now where do you want to create your create your resource group? In which region you want to create it, you have to define that region. So mostly I create the resources into East US. So I will take if you want to take a location, you can take it a reference from any of the places. Let's say I want to create a Kubernetes services. In the Kubernetes services, I will go and see all regions available. So East US or any of these locations you can select, and let's say I want to do it in the East US. So I will select East US here and copy this command. This command can be executed from the either from the Cloud Shell or from the you can say from your local PowerShell. Correct. So what I will do, I will create it from the Cloud Shell. I will go over here. Let the PowerShell open. Okay, I will paste this command and create the resource group. So my resource group is created. Now the next command says I need to create one AKS cluster into this resource group which I have created. So again, to do that, first I will paste this command over here and alter this particular file, this command. So let's say I want to give the name of my cluster as Jatin Bhalla 19 and version, which version you want to create this Kubernetes services. So there are different versions available for the Kubernetes over this particular Azure cloud. If you want to see the version manually, if you want to check it, how you can check, from here you can see the latest version is, or you can say 1.30.6 is the version which is available for the Kubernetes. So I will use .6. Let's confirm it. Yes, that is the version. Now, in which region you want to create? I want to create in East US. Copy this location and paste. So my command for creating the Kubernetes cluster is ready. I will copy this and create this will start creating the Kubernetes cluster for me. Meanwhile, it is getting created. I will see the next command. The next command says I need again some name for it. I will copy some name. This name can be different as well, or you can keep the same name. This name will be unique. So if you get the error related to the naming convention, then you can change it. Once the cluster will be created, I will create the ACR. Let this services create, then I will continue. It is taking little time because Kubernetes services are heavy. Please mute yourself. In the database. All services are ready. If I show you, in this case, if I go in this resource group, you can see I have created the Kubernetes cluster, SQL Server. This one. Can somebody tell me what I need on my system? Anyone? Now, if I have to deploy the code manually on my system, what I need? Not AZ copy. First thing is my requirement is the code. So I need to deploy this application code on my Kubernetes cluster. So I need this repository on my system. What you will do? Git and to get this repository on my system, what I will need? What I need to do? Git clone. Correct? So I have cloned the repository on my system. If you see over here, my repository is available over here. First I'm doing the manual deployment. So I have got this particular repository on my system. Okay. Now that day I made you understand what in the pipeline they were doing. They were replacing some values in the files. Correct. So if I have to do it manually, then I have to hard code those values into this files. Correct. So what we need to do right now, let's check the first file, that is docker compose.yaml. I will open this file. In this case, if you see what I have seen over here, it says I have to push my image to which repository, which ACR. So in this place, I have to give the my ACR name. My ACR name was Jatin Bhalla 19. So to verify it,
approach, so it should be in MBs only.
yeah, I agree with you. It should be in MB, but this we are taking particularly from this person. So the
Why
person
that
who is
person? Why can't we take a proper image?
because this person image has all the example of the code and the configurations. If you want to do it with your image, then you have to configure yourself that image as well.
When you are building, see, all the dependencies will be in MBs only.
I agree with you.
Huh.
I agree with you, but the size activity. So in that activity, they are
So just want to see how they are building that image.
already available. So you can search it on through
Can
Docker.
you ping in the chat?
Yeah. Okay. You can see that image. The another command is now I have to build that file which I have. So docker compose -f docker build. I lost the connection to my machine. Give me a second. If you want to deploy any Python project, okay, then which image you will take? You will take the Python, whatever version you want, and like you have a slim image that will be lighter in weight. Okay. Now, if you want to deploy let's say now your utility is, I want to deploy my code over the Nginx web services. So which image you will take? You will take the from the DockerHub Nginx. If you want to do it on the Tomcat, you will take it from the. In this example, which we are doing, it's a .NET code application. Okay. One way is I can take the ASP.NET Core, and in that the commands which this person has already executed it. Okay. The person who has given this image, what was this image name file? In this file, in this image, he has done some predefined installations, dependencies, and setup. So is I can take ASP.NET Core, and whatever he has done, I can do that things manually or through the Docker file build. In that case, my more of the efforts will be increased. Or another scenario is I have directly taken the image of this person who has already done some more efforts. So you can say like this, in the Docker available, it's up to you from which step you want to take a control. Okay. Now you got it.
Yep. Yep.
Now, in this case, just see this one. The like Kiran was saying, why you are not taking any other image. Let's say in the ASP.NET Core, I take this image, and if I try to execute my commands, I got this error, correct? Because this person has done this setup. Okay. If I will take any other image, I will keep on getting the errors, which he has already done it as per the understanding of the code. Okay. So that's why I am taking from there. And as a DevOps person, the first thing is what role, in which role you are working in your company. In few companies, your role might be to just create the CI/CD pipeline. These Docker images, these Docker files will be created by developers or some other person. Okay. Now, our main purpose was to explain you the CI/CD pipeline. A Docker was also there, the Kubernetes was also there, but these are never-ending process. That's why I am saying, for one person, this might be like a .NET. Another person might be expecting Java. Third person might be expecting some Python. And if you always say Scratch, from where from where you want me to do Scratch? Some people join the class and they ask, what is the ls command, what is the cd command, what is the make directory command? That is the Linux commands. So few people might expect me to teach Linux first, then go to the .NET, then go to the Java, then go to this one. So it's a never ending process. That's why I'm asking, like, from where you want me to start it, from the scratch, how you want me to do it. The batch goes for 1 month or 2 months. And if you work in any organizations in the company, that project goes for years. Try to understand that batch has a limitation of time, and the projects in the real-time scenarios goes for years. Can I complete years of work and explanation in 1 month?
Difficult. One more thing, okay, so for example, when I create any Docker image, okay, I might be face some issues with the environment, not only a code, but environment related also. So for example, I also work in a .NET, okay, the current .NET core, and
you have updated the .NET version. So in the similar way, the image now, the .NET version which you are now trying to use, you have to check if they're using. Then you can copy your new dependencies into it. Otherwise, you need to take a updated images over which you will copy your new dependencies and your new source code. So images are like a operating systems which gets updated timely.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. One more last question. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just asking too much thing.
yeah,
Okay.
it's fine. Meanwhile, these commands are running, it's fine.
Okay. See, we have one project. We have our development environment, our QA, then sanity 1, 2, 3, whatever, then UAT, then prod environment. So currently we are just ignore the prod. We are just go to the all these environments. Okay. Now, what's the deployment strategy over there? See, I cannot put Kubernetes in. So where we are actually put these Kubernetes over there? See, generally we I understand when we do the any deployment, okay, by the CI/CD or anything, okay, we are just creating the server just traditional way, open the server, then set up IIS, then all the softwares supporting packages installation, do everything, so set up environment and then deploy our code, and then we get started over there. Okay, this is very traditional way over there. Okay, in web also we just do the deployment and other thing. Okay, this for the I think IIS and pass with there. Okay, now here in Kubernetes, on which type of environment is suitable for this? This is for the only production where we can
No,
do scaling the up and down like that, or it's just like any other environment also we do.
no,
Use.
it works like this. If okay, let me open. It works like this. It doesn't when first you always as a team plan where the deployment will how you can segregate. But all of them, if dev is if prod you're deciding to go on the Kubernetes, dev and QA will also go in the Kubernetes. Why? Because you have to go with the similar deployment structure, and also you have to Kubernetes file. You have to create the manifest file, correct? So same file structure will be followed on the dev, QA, and prod. It's not like that on the dev I will deploy on app runner, on prod I will do it on AKS. It doesn't work like that, because what is the purpose of dev environment or QA environment? To replica the same thing which is going on the production. So in the AKS infrastructure changes if you're working on the app runner or on the AKS. So the services, type of services will remain you're working on dev, QA on or prod. Got it?
Yep. Yeah, got it. Hmm. Okay, one more thing. Okay, is any by another version number two, and all of a sudden the some issues is coming, and I want to just shift to the previous version. So is this things are available in Docker? We need to
Yes.
just like
So
that.
what happens, and it is not and you have to give some work in a quick way. So what you will say, okay, for now I will use this laptop these problems. So for the quicker resolutions, you can use this virtual machine alternate for that time. So similarly in this one, you have the older images which you can consume.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, now that goted. Now next command is Docker file build. I am creating my own image in which I am copying the plus my all the configurations which I have done, like it was a database name, username, and all with my own images. So if you see over here Docker images, do you see I have created my own image and tag. Do you see this tag? Mention it. Okay, so I have files inside the container and created my own image. If you see the image name, in the prefix, it is my ACR name. Why I have this ACR name? Because I need to push my image into this ACR. Okay. Now to push it into the ACR, first I will do AZ login to authenticate with my Azure account. I'm doing all those things manually. Again and again I'm telling, because I have to show you how the things work manually first, and then I will convert these manual steps into the automation. Okay, now I have done the AZ to authenticate with my Azure account. Now I have to authenticate with my this account, ACR account. So how can I do that? Docker login -u, and I have to take my username of this. So to the ACR, if I go over here into the ACR, local. So username is this. So I'm putting the username this, and password. If I go over here into the ACR, this is my password. This is my password and the container name. My login has succeeded. Now, what all we have done, we have taken a pull of the image of that person. We have copied our configuration file and the source code in that container and created our own image. Now my image is there on my system, but I need to deploy onto the Kubernetes services, and the Kubernetes services will communicate with the ACR. So first I need to push this one into my ACR. So I will use command docker compose -f docker compose and .yaml push. If you see over here now into the repositories, my image will be pushed. Let it complete. So you can see now it is pushed.
Jatin, last time also we discussed about what is there in the Docker compose YAML file, because here
See over here, earlier this one I have written this command as well, docker build.
correct. For the building, for the build purpose, we done this, which has created our Jatin Balla 19.azure.io/myhealth.web.
Correct. So that time this build command was executed and it context source one and this Docker file, this was executed. So that time build was executed. For this push command, either you can use the push directly or you can use this method. Both are same. Nothing will be affected.
Understood. That's fine. We both are same, but question here is that we are giving in place of the image name, we are giving the YAML file name, docker compose.yaml, having not only the image name as well as
push.
Just want to give little bit information to the team members also. Actually, we have given pattern matching here. Pattern matching is that it is start from __, anything in between, then __. So whatever the pattern is finding, it is going to take that variable name from the app setting.json and correlate with the variables declared here, and taking the respective value and replacing the value inside the app setting.json file. So this is what is going on here.
Now,
This
let-
I understood, Jatin. What I was the other manual, this thing also, like from the portal, you had taken the authentication parameters also, right?
see, when you do this pipeline, there are multiple ways to do that pipeline. In this pipeline, I have taken very basic level of pipeline. So some people use these jar packages and keep up Nexus artifactories. Why we keep it into a third party Nexus or JFrog artifactory? Because JFrog or these tools also provide you the scanning flexibility. Why? What type of scanning? Code scanning. The package which you have created, it will do scanning for that packages like vulnerabilities. Correct? So vulnerabilities, any of the so these kind of artifactories also scan the prospective code.
And, can you show document wherein all the commands, manual commands you have written? Please.
Here.
Not here. You had prepared a document, right? Wherein you had written the commands. Yeah, notepad file.
I think that is closed because my system was that. My system was crashed, so I need to reopen.
So this, whatever the document here, these commands are not given.
No, in the documentation, they have shown you only the automation process. But now whenever I do the directly run the pipeline, you always raise the complaint that do it from the scratch, do it from the scratch. To show you from the scratch, I have created this commands for you to show you if you have to do the things manually and you have to do the same conversions of manual steps into automation, how you can do it. Because many people know to do the things manually but convert it into the automation. So through this, my what I wanted was, what my aim was, first I will show you if I know the things manually, how can I convert it into the automation? Got it now?
Yeah. So where in point we are pushing it to Kubernetes manually? Which is the command?
It is not yet done. I have to do it. I was waiting so that you can understand first till the CI process.
Okay. Okay, then yeah, sorry, yeah. Then you continue. Yeah, I was thinking like I couldn't relate as to where you are, where this Kubernetes is coming into.
Till now, it is not yet started.
Yeah. Okay. So ideally, you need to create the pods and set the port settings and all, and then you need to push it, right? In the Kubernetes.
Those pods will be done automatically through the manifest file, which I have explained in the last class. This was the manifest file. This manifest file will be used to create the pods and everything.
Okay, you continue. You show the entire picture, then it may make more sense. Yeah. So
yeah,
sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
No worries. Now,
Jatin, sorry to interrupt. One. So the normal build you showed the replace tokens task, right? So I was going through the YAML pipeline. So in the escape type, it's how it is taking the variables there.
It's not the correct, because it was a that is not the correct one. You have to update it. I've told in last class also that is not the accurate pipeline. You have to modify it.
Okay.
So the commands or the links which I'm giving you as a hands-on activity, that is for your reference. But still you will face some issues into it, which you have to troubleshoot.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's begin the till here, which I'm showing. We have completed the CI process. We have pushed the images. Now, when I have to run this one on the Kubernetes, that comes into CD part. CD parts means the image which you have created from above that need to be deployed on the Kubernetes. Now, how to do that? Now let's go on the resource groups. In that we have the Kubernetes services. This is the Kubernetes services. First, I need to authenticate with this Kubernetes services. Here you see connect. Here I have to run this command for authentication between the Kubernetes and the my Cloud Shell. So I will run this commands one by one.
I have one doubt.
Yeah.
On interview, is they asking coding each by each line, or they asking procedure only?
I didn't get you. Please repeat.
On interview, what they ask about coding each by each line, or procedure only?
In interview, when I take the interview, I usually check if I am taking particularly for the DevOps. I always see your logics, like for Java project. So in that perspective, you have to tell me build step, artifact step, scanning steps. You have to explain those steps. You don't have to tell each and every configurations, and those configurations changed on the project to project. But I need to understand how much you know CI/CD. Then
Okay.
If I go into the topic wise in Docker, I might ask you what is a Docker file, what is the use of those commands inside the Docker file, what is Docker Compose, what is the use of a Docker Compose. If I have to push it into the ACR, how will you push it? How will you authenticate? Those type of scenarios I will give you.
But Jatin, for the DevOps engineer, what is there inside the Docker file? Is it required to be known by? Might have the basic information, but this will be created by the developer. Am I right?
See, if I tell you about myself, being a DevOps engineer, I have done everything. Yesterday, I was writing the GitHub actions. I was writing the Docker file. I was writing Docker Compose. I was modifying Python code, working into AWS. So, as a DevOps engineer, it purely depends what role you're working on. And being a DevOps engineer, what I have learned is you can't say no to any work. You have to do you need to work as a network engineer. You have to work as a artifacts. Lot of things I have worked on in last 2 months. These all things I'm telling you in last 2 months. So as being a DevOps engineer, anything can come to you. Before that, I was working on to data factory. Like that is a work comes for the data engineers. But I was working into data factory. I was working into data bricks. If anybody is aware of these tools, I was working on Azure DevOps pipelines, Terraform, Ansible. So anything can come into a single project. You can't say no to anything.
Hi.
Saying of Ansible is so what? So if Ansible is there, then why you require DevOps?
Okay, what is a Ansible?
Ansible, you can automate say if I want to automate the configuration of Windows Server environment for 20 machines or 20 servers. So I use Ansible to do that.
Okay, you might have written some scripts for Ansible.
Yeah.
How will you execute that Ansible scripts? After that, I have to give the file name. My file name is m.aks.yaml. One second, I think I've given the wrong file name. I will check it. Oh, it's YAML. A is missing. Now, if you see over here, what does it say? It has created the pods inside my Kubernetes cluster. Got created in the Kubernetes. Now, if I take you to the Kubernetes services, go inside the node pools. What does the node pools mean? Means nodes, the machines. Inside that node pool, you will have different nodes. In the nodes, if you see over here, we have 3 nodes. One is master and 2 are the children. Now, if I go inside these nodes, you will see the pods. These are the pods. These are the pods. The over here in my command line, says it is executed, this one, but I don't see here in this one, so it might be inside the another node. Let's go to the another node. Front-end and the backend. Now here if you see, it says count 1 out of 1, 3 out of 3, 1 out of 1. Now what does it mean? This means inside this pod, we are running up the multiple containers. Container 1, in this one I am running container 1, and out of that one container, one is running. Inside this pod, I have one container, but it's not running. It's into the failed state. And I know why it is in a failed state. I will tell you, but to troubleshoot it, that's why I haven't resolved that error. I will tell you the reason. But if you see over here, one container was created inside. Again, if I go over here in the configurations, I'm showing you right. Get
So this external IP is the IP of what? The
services, the load balancer services I have created through the MHC YAML. If you remember, I have explained you this. Here we have the front end and the back end. So here in the front end, and here is the load balancer services. It is running on port number 80. I am also giving IP address. If you try to hit this IP address, you will see the same website. This is the .NET page. Database is a backend. So when you hit any website, your request goes over the load balancer, the front end. The front end communicates with the databases. So your IP address will be for the front end, not for the database.
so front end is the load balancer, or is there a load balancer separate a cluster of?
In the cluster, we have created the load balancer services that is consuming. Outside it, we can also create one more load balancer and using that to communicate.
Excellent. Okay. So can we see the load balancer how it is given here in the YAML?
Yeah. It's a services. If you see over here,
Wow. Okay. Okay. Explicitly, we have not given any command to set the load balancer, right? It creates automatically, right?
Here we have given the command, na? Load balancer. There are three types of services in Kubernetes: node port, load balancer, and cluster IP. So for the backend, here we have defined cluster IP, because on the backend, you don't need load balancer. Whenever a request comes, request goes to the front end, the website. Now, in the website, you see these forms and everything, login page. These information, you put it onto the front end, and these get stored into the databases via backend services. Correct? So in that case, the front end will communicate with the backend. So you don't need to communicate directly to the backend. Your front end will be going. So how the flow goes, the users always communicate with the front page. Okay. And they send their request into this. So if you're communicating with the front, load balancer will be there in the front end, because load balancer creates the external IP address which is available over the internet. Now on the front end, whichever input you give, these input are accepted and given to the backend. Now front end and backend are communicating through the cluster IP because it's an internal communication.
You think here the load balancer is a service, or we are provisioning any load balancer, or it
It's
will
a service.
provisioning any load balancer in Azure?
No. It's a service of Kubernetes. We are not creating outside Kubernetes. It's inside the Kubernetes.
Okay.
Sushant here.
Yeah.
Just wanted to understand from the microservices point of view, how that can be implemented in a Kubernetes, because ideal scenario is like, not a web service should be implemented in Kubernetes, having load balancer and
Yeah.
so my point is little different from the microservices point. I have a web portal where I have different modules, and I want to deploy each modules in different as a microservice in different pods. Is that a scenario or use case that is possible, and would be better,
Services only. Like if you see over here, we have two pods. One is backend and what is front end. On the backend, you are running the backend services. On the front end, you are running the front end services.
Okay, so backend you are saying the SQL Server part, right? How to interacting with DB, right? Data access layer.
For you, here in the backend, images Redis.
Right.
On the Kubernetes, we are taking two type of images. Okay, one is Redis and another one is web. This web was created by us and it was stored on the ACR. This Redis is getting from the DockerHub. So when I run this Kubernetes file, it is getting one image for the backend from the Redis that is on DockerHub. For the front end, we are getting from the ACR.
But how it is microservice? Microservice, my understanding, maybe I'm wrong.
Absolutely correct, Sushant. You are absolutely
Yeah.
correct. In the web part, what Jatin is saying, that may be very long website. You can have sub modules like one payment module, one is your order module. So definitely you can
Yeah.
come separate ports for that. That is interacting with each other. Definitely that will be part of the development.
Yeah, actually, in that perspective, I wanted to understand, right? If we have different modules, so is it like, I need to deploy in different pods or multiple pods in terms of load balancing, so that, in each individual, right, module would work independently without any dependency on the other module, right? If some module is out of service, still the other module should be available.
Correct.
Right. So is it like something that I need to deploy in different pods, and each module can be deployed in different pods, so that load balancing also would work?
Absolutely, same thing needs to be done. Every module will have its own container, and container will communicate with each other whenever there is a required. And if any port goes down, that will be the responsibility of the Kubernetes to make it.
Okay. Jatin, you want to add anything?
But what you are saying, that is absolutely your correct approach. That is the meaning of the microservices.
Yeah.
In microservices, you create the container. Either you create a different containers into a single pod, or you can create a different pods and run the containers and communicate with each other, like I did it through the cluster IP. I think I have to create the service connection again. I have created somewhere, but I forgot where it is. So many projects are there. Oh, yeah, this was the application ID. Okay, now it's visible. Service, I have changed the token. Now if I retry it, it is showing me cluster. Actually, what happens when I teach lot of students in different batches, I create and delete, create and delete, create and delete. So because I have to save money and all, that's why this service connection was not working. Now service connection password I have changed, so it's working now. Now in the deployment side, if you see, we are going to deploy this file. And somebody was asking me why we have created that artifact. Another reason for creating that artifact is, if you see in the repos, this mhc aks.yaml file, this file was required at what time? At the time of deployment, correct? Remember, because this is the AKS one, and to get this file in the deployment time, release time, one release pipeline, and here we give the place. Now in this case, the deployment file, the manifest file was where? It was into the repo. So either I can give directly the reference of that repo and get it from there, or otherwise what I can do, in the build
part, when you see the artifact creation, in the artifact creation in the copy file, I have just taken two files, AKS and the DACPAC, correct? So of that artifact, and in that artifact, I will have that Kubernetes manifest file, and here I will consume that manifest file. That is also the purpose of storing up that as an artifact. So it's not like I'm just putting the additional step. The motive was to bring that manifest which took the time on my laptop. So that's why. So meanwhile, it is running. Any question? Do the things manually, but they don't know.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers Azure DevOps Course training for AZ-400. This course is specially designed to make you Microsoft certified Azure DevOps engineer in just 3 months. Through this course, you will learn how to master cloud architecture, resource management, virtual network connectivity, Windows PowerShell, and Azure administration from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new height. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards the career growth in the field of Azure DevOps.
The next question is, what is Azure App Service used for? So I want everybody to comment their answers in the chat box for this particular question, especially because this is a very easy one and I'm sure most of you guys are going to get it right. So the options are hosting web applications, managing networks, storing videos, or creating 3D models. Moving on to the next question, what does Azure Container Registry, that is ACR, do? So the options are host web servers, manage virtual networks, store and manage container images, or monitor application performance. The next one that we have is, what is the main goal of container orchestration? So option 1 is designing web apps, 2 managing containerized applications at scale, 3 creating data visualizations, and 4 storing backups. So quickly comment your answers in the chat box, everyone. Moving on to the 24th question, what is the role of DockerHub? So the options are building mobile apps, hosting and sharing Docker images, monitoring traffic, or encrypting data. Moving on to the last quiz question for this particular video, what is a Kubernetes pod? So the options are a network firewall rule, a storage disk, the smallest deployable unit in Kubernetes, or a software license. So I hope everybody is commenting their answers in the chat box.